Plan C. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, girls and boys and race fans alike. Welcome to round 5 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, and we are bathed in glorious sunshine here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. What a fantastic day to start race day. Of course, yesterday we had races in the afternoon. We'll have races all day today, starting with Formula V will be the curtain raiser for day 2 of round 5. We'll go straight into Formula Ford National Series. Very, very important race meeting for Formula Ford here this weekend. Improved production cars will light up our screens right across the track here and right around the world on Blendline TV, having a tremendous run with improved production. BMW E30s and the Hyundai XLs combined in the same grid, and that was some awesome racing that we did yesterday with those guys mixed in there. The faster BMWs caught the slower XLs, and the faster XLs caught the slower BMWs, so we had a very mixed up pack. MG invited British cars yesterday sadly only got one flying lap in their race after what could have been a nasty incident in the front straight here on the Grand Prix circuit. So they will be looking forward to a ripping race. 2 races today for the MG and invited British cars, and we're looking forward to that because there is some bomber cars out there, and it's going to be a ripper for MG and invited. HQs are back, and we had the national treasure Dave Amor join us here in the commentary booth to call that one, for plenty of enjoyment right across the HQs for this weekend. Saloon cars, fresh off their nationals at the last round at Sandown in August. They are back, and aren't they ever? As always, heaps of action from the Holdens and Fords out on track. Historic touring cars, always lovely to hark back to what was a golden era in Australian touring car racing. Multiple brands, multiple marks out on track for the historic touring cars, and fantastically some Cooper S's out there here at the around being promoted by the Mini Club, and they look fantastic on track. The Big Bangers are back, and as always they will be lighting up the track at 11:25. The Victorian Sports Sedan Series is alive and well. Great field of sports sedans here this weekend. Looking forward to that. And the Porsche 944s for 1-800 lasagna. Got to always get that one in. Look after the tummy rumbles. And we are looking forward to plenty of racing there for the Porsche 944s. First cars on track. The Formula Vs are lining up in the marshalling area. Of course, keep your eyes peeled on the Victorian State Series social medias and on the website with some imminent announcements around what has been discussed all year around Calder, but certainly haven't got anything official to go with yet, but certainly keep an eye out on the social medias as far as that is concerned. We've got a field of Formula Vs poised to head out on track, and I'm going to hand over now to your Formula V commentators, Steve De Vries and Dan McCarthy.
And a very good morning to you all here at the track and watching along on the Blendline TV coverage. It is not too far away before racing activity gets underway here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. And as Darren Smith pointed out just a few moments ago, the first cars out on the track will be the Formula Vs for a 16-minute race. My name is Steve De Vries. Opposite me is Dan McCarthy. And Dan, we had a cracking first race yesterday afternoon, and a different winner for the first time this year outside of Reece McCarthy, who's dominated this year, and Lee Partridge, who took the other win at the beginning of the year. Nick Jones managed to get one over the field yesterday afternoon, and it was a very popular win indeed.
Certainly was. It was a superb race, as you say. There was 8 cars for much of that race that were fighting out at the front. and slowly a couple fell by the wayside. But on that last lap, there was still 5 people that could have won it, and it really did go down right to the wire. Nick Jones taking the win, and then it was 3 wide across the line for second position.
Yeah, and then Heath Collinson managed to get his nose ahead at the last minute. I remember a very, very famous win that he stole, I guess, quote unquote, here with 2 wheels in the grass on the outside of the front straightaway at the end of, I think it was about 10 laps back in 2019, and it was almost like almost nearly a repeat of that incident a couple of years ago. As we have a look at the grid for Formula V here this morning, going off of pole, of course, is going to be Nick Jones following that fantastic win yesterday afternoon. Right alongside him is going to be Heath Collinson. The man that was third in all of that ended up being Reef McCarthy. He got pushed a bit down the order, and he ended up finishing third overall in the race, with Lee Partridge settling for 4th place. And then Andre Curran behind him was in 5th at the line, only a couple of tenths behind, so there was only about 3 tenths covering the whole entire top 5. Ash Clifford was in that pack. He dropped off very, very late in the last couple of moments of that final lap. And then the likes of Damien Spinello sort of lost a bit of touch with the field as the pace intensified in the closing laps. And then Brandon Taylor, he made a mistake, it appeared on our end, coming down the hill into MG corner. In actual fact, he lost some brakes, so he did very, very well to avoid a contact situation at the bottom of the hill at turn 10. Charlie Richardson and Zach Barton will start off of the 5th row of the grid, 9th and 10th, with Darren Power and Brock Hamilton alongside him in 12th, who's come over from the XLs for his first run in Formula V. Then you've got Malachi Windsor, Josh Munro, who's taking over the number 25 Beecham Sabre 02 for this round, with John Casamati taking some time away from the track with the imminent arrival of his first child. So we wish him and his partner all the very, very best for what lies ahead for them. Cameron Bell and Claudia Lennox, 15th and 16th. And then the last 2 spots on the grid, Mick Fisher in the Builders Crane Hire Jacer. And then Lucy Sidwell, despite the fact that she's down the back, she actually shaved 4 seconds off her personal best yesterday afternoon. So very, very good job for her. And importantly, everybody got home, everybody finished. There's no troubles to speak of in Formula V land this morning. We've got 18 cars back out there for race number 2.
Certainly do. We can see them heading out there now down in towards turn number 1. Glorious conditions once again. It's a little chilly this morning, but it's going to warm up to around 22 degrees we're expecting here on the island. A bit warmer than it was yesterday. And in the sun, there was a bit of UV. You could really feel a sting in the sun yesterday. You were saying you could feel it on the back of your neck. And a couple of us got burnt, surprisingly.
Yeah, I think a few of us were running around with collars up just on our shirts just to try and keep the sun off our necks for as long as possible. And then a couple of us actually got burnt as well a little bit. It was a beautiful day yesterday. Even think it's going to be better than that today as well. I think the best of the conditions, Dan, are going to be probably these first 5 or 6 races this morning, where weather is a little bit cooler. The breeze is, it's just nice. It's just only a very, very light breeze, just drifting actually across the circuit today, not up and down the front straight. So it's a little bit different. But I think the prime conditions will be these first half a dozen races, because as the UV hits the track as the day goes on, it's going to become a little bit slicker. It's going to be a bit hotter, so the lap times are not going to be there. And I think the grip is probably going to be at its best this morning. Yeah,
I completely agree with that statement. Look at that. You can really see the camber of Siberia, can't you, from that camera angle? Really good images from Blendline TV. They always talk about the camber at Siberia, and you can really see it with that shot out there on the racetrack. Hard to believe Reef McCarthy finished 3rd yesterday, and that was his worst finish of the season. That shows what a fantastic year he has had, winning all but 2 races, and finishing on the podium in the other 2. It's just been a sublime season for the youngster.
Absolutely. And on top of that, to consider the fact that he's been like that for the last 2 or 3 years in Formula V racing here in Victoria. There's been a couple of DNFs, but they've not been through, one from an accident earlier this year, which was, his worst result, and I think one at Winton last year where actually there was a failure in the engine. I think it might have been the throttle cable linkage came off the top of the engine, and he was desperately trying to get that car going. So he hasn't had very many non-finishes over the course of the last 2 or 3 seasons. He's been remarkably consistent.
You said it was a non-finish here, but it was a red flag. No points were given, so he didn't actually not win that race. It never classified as a race finish. So we only had the 2 races here earlier in the year. Obviously, the one yesterday. So this is race 4 at the island for the year, as we see them forming up on the grid.
Two veterans there on the front row. Look at that. Nick Jones on your left and Heath Collinson on the right. Both been around Formula V for many, many years. And there was very, very many high fives being exchanged in the Silver Fox Racing Garage yesterday. It's a new team that only was formed this year between Brett Burden and Nick Kerr, and they've already got their first win on the board. So they were the smiles as wide as Cheshire Cats last night.
Heath Collinson's bugbear this year has been getting off the line. We'll see today if he has a bit of better luck, but yesterday was another slow one. Green flag at the back. Now we are looking at the lights, set for a start. Formula V here on Sunday, and again Collinson bogged down ever so slightly, particularly on the change of Partridge. A really slow start. Same with Barton. There's a few slow starters in that field.
Yeah, a few people missed the gear change. I could see Lee Partridge in his fumbling around with the gear shift on the right-hand side, trying to slot it for first to second gear, and he tried about 2 or 3 times to get it done. It looks like Zach Barton had a similar situation, bad of 10th place. So that's going to drop them down the field and potentially out of this lead group of cars, because this is important, because Partridge was in this group yesterday and quite handily in that group yesterday. Now he's got a lot of work to do to catch up to the back of Spinelli. There is Partridge getting around the outside of Malachi Windsor. Next in his gun sights is going to be Charlie Richardson in the Bianco reinforcing entry that's just a little bit up the road, the orange Jace-up. Importantly, he's not that far behind Lee, but he's got to make very, very quick passing manoeuvres and get himself back onto that train.
They split, didn't they? The front guys really pulled away very early in the race. We can already see that beginning to occur. So yeah, he has to get through the rest of the traffic, get himself back inside the top 10 and catch up to that group that is already breaking away very early on in this race.
What was that on the outside of Siberia there? Was that a Cape Barron geese or something? There was something on the outside of the turn that they went past. I wasn't sure if it was like a piece of a car that had come off at the moment, but it looks like there's actually some geese very, very close to the track there, so that'll worry a few people early on in the early going, because that's a very, very difficult corner that you have to commit to, and you wouldn't be expecting to see them here so early in the day.
No, certainly not. A bit of a lock-up further ahead.
That's Josh Munro, who's in the 25 Beecham Sabre. He's just gone a little bit deep at turn 10. Getting used to that car, he lets through Malachi Windsor and Darren Power, and then Cameron Bell's tucked in behind the number 25 there as well. So that's been a big learning curve for Josh. He's come out of the Sabre 01, the orange machine he's had for the last several seasons. It's a one-race deal that he's in, or one-round deal rather, that he's in the number 25 and learning very, very quickly how different that car is compared to his usual car.
Partridge, I think, has just about got away. He's got away from that second group. He's not quite on the lead group, but I think he's got away with that tardy start, and he's not too far behind. He'll be back in this leading bunch of 8 once again in just a few corners' time. If you see the front 2 side by side, the second 2 side by side, and it may happen for the there we go, side by side for 5th position as well.
It's just like Noah's Ark, isn't it? The animals
absolutely.
Went 2 by 2.
Now we're going 3 by 3 potentially. Noah's not so much a fan of that one.
No. And down the inside comes Nick Jones. So Andre Curran he's in there. He's just stuck his nose in there, and he's going to be on the outside for Siberia now. He's been very close to a couple of really good results this year. His Uncle Danny's down there as usual, cheering him on and willing him on, I guess, to try and get that go that next extra step. I think he's had a couple of 3rd places. He's been he might have had a 2nd in there as well, but he hasn't quite snuck that elusive win yet, but he's definitely one of the ones to watch in this group of pack. And you're right, Partridge has indeed gotten away with that tardy start, and he has caught up to this group. He's 2nd last in the queue.
Absolutely he is. He's right in there now, already making up positions, and he's going for another up the inside of Clifford, and in fact he might make 2 positions up. Really good stuff from Partridge. Great recovery, already up to 5th position, so he's made 3 positions already in this pack of 8. Look at them all together, can't be separated at this stage of the race. We should explain yesterday's race. That was 20 minutes. This morning we've got a shorter race, 16 minutes, and then we'll be back to a 20-minute race for the feature race, the finale this afternoon.
And importantly, the 16 minutes actually starts when they leave pit lane.
Yes.
So they're under instruction to get their warm-up laps and formation laps completed as briskly as possible, so they maximise the on-track racing time. Considering they're doing about just south of 2 minutes a lap, you can do your math by looking at the timing at the top of the tree on your left-hand side there and roughly work out how many more laps we're going to get.
Absolutely. Partridge to fourth now. This is really, really good stuff from the race one winner this season. Up to fourth, Jones right on the tail of McCarthy. And across the line, these top 8 separated by just 1.3 seconds. How close do you like your Formula V racing in Phillip Island? Well, if you like close racing, I'm sure this is satisfying you at this stage.
This has been the home of Formula V close racing over the years. Like, you look at Sandown and you see that, you know, it's a drag strip front and back straight, but, you know, you come out of that last couple of turns at Sandown and you pretty much got a short run to the line, so you really don't see the draft. Winton's very much a driver's track. Phillip Island here, the draft, and being, you know, second or third in the queue coming to the line on the last lap is very, very important. You know, we've seen so many close finishes over the years. The dead heat at Island Magic in 2019 that resulted in the Phillip Island, or the Formula V trophy there, the Maury Fordham trophy, being shared for the very, very first time in forever. So this place just breeds those sorts of close finishes.
Certainly does, absolutely. As you say, the title is decided by mere thousandths here last year between Collinson and McCarthy, and it was very much the same in the fight for second between those two again yesterday. Almost a replica of that finish here last year.
Yeah, Jones with the 0.2 of a second margin, and the four cars behind him were separated by a tenth.
Yes.
So there's absolutely nothing in it.
So they cross the line. We might be going 4 wide here. I think we are indeed. 4 wide down towards turn number 1, and it's Partridge on the inside. He's carving through them like a knife through butter at the moment. He's up the inside of Collinson, but he's sort of been squeezed in there. He's had to back out of it, and it might leave him vulnerable to Curran, who's up the inside. Yes, Andre Curran fills the gap that was left by Partridge, and he's looking to take 4th position and does so. But Partridge, with the wide swinging lines, got good momentum out the corner, and he reclaims 4th. Oh, that's tight.
Yeah, that's tight on the outside there, with Ash Clifford trying to follow Partridge through, and Curran just moving over a little bit and very, very quickly realised that there was a car there and he couldn't move too much further. But Partridge had very, very good momentum off the Southern Loop, and that's just all because he had that wide sweeping line. He could get on the power a little bit earlier and just drive out of the corner where Curran was narrow, and he couldn't actually quite square the car up neatly enough to, plant the throttle.
Absolutely. Another sweeping corner is Siberia. Crucial momentum up this hill through the Hayshed, and then over Lukey down into MG. It's all about momentum at this place, Phillip Island. So fast, so flowing. That's why it's so popular with MotoGP riders, and that event not too far away now as Collinson finds his way to the front of the field from McCarthy. Jones defending from Partridge down into MG. In fact, he's locking the rears and the fronts as well right at the end of the apex, but he does just about make it through. But that might cost him crucial momentum all the way down around the final couple of corners and down the pit straight.
Yeah, importantly there, he hasn't lost the draft too badly. So that margin that you can see there, that's sort of about the gap you want to be coming onto the front straight in the last couple of moments, because you'll be in the right position to take full use of that draft. If you're any further back than that, it would have cost you momentum all the way down the pit straight. At 3 wide for 5th, 6th and 7th across the line there with Clifford, Taylor and Curran, and 3 wide out in front again. And despite the fact that Partridge has now gone to the lead of this race, as this has been the cracking battle to watch, there is actually another battle unfolding a couple of cars further down the field. There's 2x2 across the line and about another 4 or 5 cars. So while all the action's up in front, let's not forget there is still plenty of action going on down the field.
Spinello, I think, is just struggling now to keep pace with these guys in front. He did set his PB on the last lap, but he dropped to 7 tenths behind. And I think we're just beginning to see these front 5 once again just begin to break away from the following 3. Look at this, down into Miller Corner. It's now Partridge.
Contact.
Yeah. Quite considerable contact.
Yeah, that was rear left wheel of McCarthy to rear right wheel of Heath Collinson there. It was accidental. They tried to get through the corner side by side, and the car on the inside just shifted over slightly at the critical moment, and a little bit of contact. Thankfully, no damage done, and they press on. And here's Zach Barton in the number 12 machine. He's down the field in 13th place, battling here with Darren Power, with Josh Munro, Malachi Windsor and Cameron Bell. This was the battle I was talking about 4 or 5 cars all nice and neatly in a line, doing similar things to what the group out in front is doing. But in the case of the group out in front, most of those chassis are all the same make and model. These are 3 or 4 different types of cars here, and all very, very close together. And then just a couple of seconds further up the road, you got Brock Hamilton and Charlie Richardson over 9th and 10th. So great to see up and down the field. Everybody's having a good race.
You can see all the different shapes and sizes of these machines. The Malachi Windsor machine looks particularly unique there, the Acura Motorsport car, as he swings it round the penultimate turn. Only just a minute left on the clock. 2 laps to go. There's no last lap board, and here we go. The intensity has lifted once again. Collinson to the front. McCarthy swinging it around the outside. That's nicely done. That'll give him the inside for the next corner, and he takes second position. Jones slots into third, and Partridge is there. Partridge certainly has the pace, as he showed the way he flew through the order after the slow start. Back up to fourth, and he was in the lead this time last lap.
He certainly was in the lead last time around. And the front four are trying to make a break for it at the moment. They haven't quite fully snuffed out the attack from Kieran and Clifford and Taylor and co just yet, but it's starting to get their way. This is what we saw in the closing laps yesterday. Damien Spinelli sort of dropped off the back of the pack as the lead group started to lift the pace a little bit. He started to not be able to quite maintain the momentum that they were doing, and then we had Brandon Taylor make his mistake at the bottom of the hill. Now, importantly, they're not setting PB lap times out in front at the moment. Most of the PBs are actually coming in the second half of the field. There's a lot of green on the bottom half of the timing screen right now relative to the top, but just the consistent, I guess, pace out in front maybe is just starting to get to a couple of these drivers at the moment. It is fairly early for Formula V as well. They haven't been out this early for quite some time, but they did most of the prep work last night before this morning's race, so they didn't have too much to do. A couple of lockups back there. Yep, Kieran, I think there was one other in there potentially as well. It might have been Partridge. Oh, and off the road, that looks like it's potentially Brock Hamilton, I think.
Exeter Siberia on the inside, that is.
So they'll be localised yellows, I think, just to make the drivers aware that there is a car off to the side of the road on driver's left at Siberia. Here we go. Last lap board is out.
Here we go. 2 wide, 3 wide. Jones is going to thread the needle and go through the middle of McCarthy and Collinson. Whoa, 4 wide, are we nearly 5 wide? This is really tight down into turn number 1. Look at this, Jones through the middle, thread the needle, and it's worked, but Collinson just has a little bit of overlap as they go back down into turn number 1. Jones leaving some space, swings it around the outside. He'll get a great run off this corner with that racing line, and does. So slightly gapped Collinson, but now Collinson back in the tow with McCarthy right on his bumper.
And he's got his teammate there, Brandon Taylor, in the Gippy Powder Coating 29 right under his gearbox as well. There's Reef McCarthy and Andre Kieran's not too far behind. Don't discount him just yet, nor Lee Partridge. Now, the group is still 8 cars, so those cars that we thought were going to start to drop off the back are still well and truly in this fight. The problem is they are quite far back in the queue, so they're going to have to do a bit of work here. Yellow flags are out at Siberia, so they're going to be very careful here how they tiptoe through this corner. Now it'll go back to green flag running. Now they can have a chance at making some passing moves. There's a lap traffic car ahead, which is Lucy Sidwell, but she's well clear and is not going to hinder this battle that's on track for the win. Collinson to the lead of the race, heading up and over Lukey Heights for the final time. McCarthy second in queue, Jones behind him, and then Taylor and Partridge side by side round the top of the hill.
This is going to be really close. McCarthy forced to defend from Jones. Collinson is trying to break away, is he? No, I think McCarthy's dropping back, trying to judge this to absolute perfection. This is going to be so close. Look at Collinson swerving to the inside, trying to break the toe, but I think that's not going to be too effective. McCarthy has got an unbelievable run coming onto the pit straight. Here it comes to the inside. I think he's got this victory. They're going to be side by side. It is McCarthy by a nose.
Yep, McCarthy gets it from Collinson and Nick Jones, so well timed again. Very, very brilliantly done at the line there from Reef McCarthy. As you said, Dan, timed it to perfection coming to the line. All you need to do is have that little nose just ahead and the race victory is yours. So he strikes back after finishing third yesterday. And interestingly enough, have a look at that. So Jones, who finished first yesterday, finished third today. McCarthy, who finished third yesterday, finished first today. Yeah. Collinson finished second. He didn't go anywhere, but he started where exactly he finished.
Certainly close for the round going into the final race between those three, that's for certain. And Partridge Probably will be a little disappointed with fourth, seeing he led for a portion of that race, but considering the start, I think he should be content with fourth, that's for sure.
I think so too. And on top of that, Nick Jones has now taken a good fistful of points out of Lee Partridge for second place in the Victorian State Race Series as well. He took 6 out yesterday. There's another 2 now, so that margin is now 2 points, where it was 10 at the beginning of the weekend. So that's between second and third overall. So good job there as we have a look at the final finishing results there for Formula V. McCarthy by 0.03 of a second from Heath Collinson. And it's a fairly decent margin there after Nick Jones in third place. So a good, 2/3 of a second there.
Yeah, massive,
huge. Yeah, that's huge compared back to Lee Partridge and Brandon Taylor. With Andre Curran in there. And then Clifford and Spinello, that's actually a really good effort from Damien Spinello, the leader Cura car there in 8th place, to hang on to that battle group for so long, where he dropped out of that group yesterday with about 2 laps to go. So he did he learned his lesson after yesterday's outing. And then Zach Barton and Charlie Richardson 9th and 10th. A good run from them as well. Only one non-finisher in this one, which is Brock Hamilton. So that looked like it was a mechanical gremlin when he's pulled over to the side of the track there down at Siberia. And apart from that, again, everybody that finished on the lead lap, and Formula V will be very, very proud with that.
Yeah, certainly a great show. Looking forward to their final race this afternoon. Look at the points currently. 56, 56, and 56 between McCarthy, Collinson and Jones. The round victory up for grabs certainly between those 3.
So that'll be basically a winner-take-all situation this afternoon just after lunch, which will be good to see for round honours. So it's good to see some nice close Formula V racing. But from one open wheel category to another, after this it's going to be Formula Ford. So the stars of the future, as Darren Smith puts it rightly, will be on track for a 16-minute race as well. We'll be back after this.
Welcome back. This is round 5 of the Victorian State Race Series. They're making their way out onto the track. It's the Australian Formula Ford Series for their 6th round of the National Series, incorporating round 5 of the Victorian Championship as well. We've got 16 minutes of racing coming your way for race 2, with a third and finale race coming up later on this afternoon. Formula Ford is, of course, supported by Victorian Freight Specialists this weekend, and we should give a shout out to the corporate partners for Formula Ford Australia in Yokohama: Dick Johnson Racing, Racer Industries, Castrol Oil, Ferodo Racing and the Norwell Motorplex. My name is Callum Brannigan and I'm joined alongside by a very special guest. It is, of course, the Castrol Mustang driver in the Repco Supercars Championship. Tom Randall, welcome, mate.
Thank you, Callum. It's a pleasure to be here. I've knocked Darren out of the commentary booth, so I don't know if he's too happy with me, but I've got to say, what a morning. It's been a fantastic weekend weather-wise down here at Phillip Island. It's quite unusual to have 3 days straight of blue skies, light winds, but it's interesting today compared to yesterday. We've got a little bit of a tailwind down into turn 1. So yesterday we had more of a headwind, so for the time being, it's going to be pretty interesting heading to turn 1 for these guys.
Where would you rather be on a Sunday than Phillip Island in these weather conditions? So on pole position, we've got Matthew Hillier starting in the number 2, Sonic Motor Racing McGale. Now, he can actually take out the Australian Championship if he finishes position 3 or higher in this race. His main challenger, Jake Santa Lucia, his stablemate, starting out of P2. Connor Summers starting out of position 3 with Harrison Sellers knocking on the door in 4th position. Kobe Williams starting out of position 5 alongside Zach Lobko in 6th, Bailey Collins in 7th position, and Joe Fawcett starting out of 8th position. Damon Woods copping a penalty between races 1 and 2, starting out of P9. William Lowing starting out of position 10. Xavier Kokai, we'll keep an eye on him as he looks to charge through the field in the number 10 K-Will Construction Spectrum, and Eddie Bezic rounding out the top 12.
Xavier's had a lot going on this week. He just got back from the US actually on Friday morning, so straight from the airport to the track, and I think he made the last practice session. But yeah, he had a pretty exciting day yesterday. To come back from pretty much nearly last to almost into the top 10 was a pretty good drive. So as you said, it'll be interesting to see how he goes today. But they're all bunching up, about to line up for the start, and we had a few stalls and average starts yesterday, didn't we?
It was a little bit messy off the start, but it was still clean, and we didn't see a safety car during the race, which is crucial for Formula Ford racing, because when it is clean and green flags all the way, the slipstream battles, especially around the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, are brilliant. Now, we've got someone pulling into the pit lane as well. Just missed it on the screen there, so someone's going to start from the pit lane again now. Is that Eddie Bezic once again? Because I think we saw that in race 1 yesterday, and they're very gingerly making their way down the main straight to grid up for the start of this race. But Tom, you've experienced your fair share of Formula Ford racing in your illustrious racing career, obviously back in 2014 in the Volvo trucks, McGale back in the day. What's going through the driver's mindset as a junior coming down the grid here? Obviously, for someone like Matt Hillier, where there's a lot of stakes, or the stakes are high for this race, there's a lot on the line. What's going through the mind?
Well, I think at this point, it's just important to have a clear head, because, you know, it is a big field, and as you said, he's got a lot on the line. But, I mean, just trying to go through your procedure off the start and, you know, make sure you get into the box right. Don't go past that white line, and put the line locker on, put it back into neutral. You've got a bit of time while everyone grids up, and then get ready for the lights. So, yeah, try and make sure you don't jump the start, and see if you can be leading into turn 1.
And with somewhere like Phillip Island, where I suspect you've got a taller gear ratio compared to some other tracks like Winton, is it harder to get the car off the line here at Phillip Island?
It is definitely. You know, you need to probably have a bit more throttle on the start, and then really just play with that clutch modulation.
So we've got a full field, 35 Formula Fords here this weekend for round 6 of the Australian National Championship. Hard against the 7,000 RPM rev cut. Anticipation is high, and we get this race underway. That is a great start by the Sonic front row there, and Eddie Bezic starting from pit lane confirmation there. So as they come down the main straight, nice clean start. No one stalling off the line there. Kobe Williams just behind the car of Connor Summers, but Harrison Sellers up the inside of Jake Santa Lucia there. He made a brilliant start from the second row. We've got a couple of, that looks like Lobko running out wide there, and the number 7 entry coming through the Saloon for the first time. How long does it take to get these Yokohamas into their operational window? I understand the drivers go out as hard as they possibly can to try and drive as much energy into these tyres.
I think trying to spend the first couple laps bringing them in, but when you're racing for the lead, you can't be too soft. And as you can see, Hillier hasn't had to cover, so he's had a great start there, and now he can hopefully try and get a gap as quick as possible, because you want to try and break the toe.
I think we got Kobe Williams, he's slowing, so he actually started from row 2 or 3, I believe it was, so he's dropping back through the field. So a drama with that car. It's not very often you see a technical issue with a Formula Ford. They run an extremely resilient and capable engine in the 1.6 litre Duratec Ford motor. Good for about 15,000 Ks between rebuilds if you really want. So these cars are very versatile, and they don't take too much love between races to get going. But there's Joe Fawcett all over the back of the 53 entry. He's currently leading the Victorian Championship, but he's got Xavier Coco just behind him. So Xavier's going to try and sneak one up the inside here. Even if he doesn't know what time zone he's in at the moment, he's still going to press on just as hard as he has so far in season 2023. But he's got a bright future ahead of him.
Absolutely. He's going to go for the double slipstream down into turn 1. So as you can see, Hilliard trying to break the toe. He's sort of got a little bit of a gap, but the rest of the field is playing for sheep stations at the moment. And we can see we're going too wide into turn 1 between Santa Lucia and Sellers.
And Connor Summers is on the recovery drive as well. So it was the Sonic Motor Racing Services 1, 2 and 3 in race 1 yesterday. There's a couple of drivers exploring all corners and making sure that the track limits are indeed enforced. And here is Zach Lobko all over the back of Harrison Sellers. Sellers, the Tasmanian, we won't hold it against him because he comes up and races here in Victoria fairly frequently, but he's coming under fire from Lobko in the number 7. He's got the inside line under brakes coming through turn 4. And Kokai as well, all over the back of...
I think it's
Fawcett it is, yeah, sorry. So Cody Main's ruddy around the outside of Harry Blanchard too in that number 3 entry, so it's great to see Harry Blanchard. That is a surname synonymous with Formula Ford racing. Of course, his dad, John, back in the early 90s, back in the Driver to Europe series as it was known then, and his brother Tim Blanchard as well, also tasting Formula Ford success in 2007, I believe it was, when he took out the championship.
It was good seeing, I think Tim came back for a race last year at Winton, dusted off the cobwebs and really put it to the young guys. So that was pretty exciting to see. But it's a nice little battle here, and I think that was actually Bailey Collins that went wide off at exit of turn 1. They've extended the outside. They put a few shoulders in for the MotoGP, and you think you can explore them in these cars, but the cars are so low that you actually can bottom out on those exit ripple strips.
It would rattle your teeth as well. These cars are only 40 mil off the ground. That's the minimum ride height for these cars. And Cody Main's ruddy around the outside here as they come down the long main straight. It must be a spectacular view for these cars. We've got someone running off as well. Is that Imogen Radburn, who speared off at turn 12? Just trying to get confirmation. Or is it Tom Davies? It's one of the green McGales, carefully, gingerly making their way back onto the track as well. And that is... Was that the Lobco car running wide there? No, it's number 56 entry, I think it was. Action aplenty, no matter who you look on.
Well, Santa Lucia had just got the fastest lap of the race, and he's right on the back of Hillier, so it's a pretty exciting battle as we head down into turn number 4 at Honda, so there's plenty going on in this one.
There might have been Nico Mendes involved in that one, so it still battles on there. So that's Nico Mendes on screen in the number 55 around the outside there. And he's got Harry Blanchard just ahead of him. Now, it's a bit of an awkward spot there to be running too wide. Jack Bussey on screen at the moment in the 74 Spectrum. He's got Matt Holmes, who is a paediatrician from Tasmania. He's just behind him. Matt Holmes perhaps is one of the older drivers on the grid. There are a handful of gentlemen drivers joining the young guys and girls, the up-and-coming racers of the future. And Damon Woods there as well in the Apex Steel entry. All over the back of Bailey Collins, who had a massive moment at turn 12 in yesterday's race and did well to regain his composure and press on just as well as he has so far in season 2023. Had a bit of an up and down round at Sandown just a few weekends ago. But it's great to see good, clean racing from Formula Fords under the beautiful sunshine here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit.
So Summers and Lobco, well, now going 3 wide into turn 1. This is almost 3 wide. I was going to say, this is classic Formula Ford racing here at Phillip Island. So it looks like Santa Lucia's actually grabbed the lead, so we must have missed that.
He's done a brilliant job to come through here, but Matt Hillier still in the prime seat to secure the championship, so he won't be too disturbed by the fact his teammate would be ahead of him. So here is a replay coming onto the main straight there, and indeed that is the 51 entry spearing off to the right-hand side. So that's a bit of a scary moment. You don't want to be doing that too many times around a Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Now Matt Hillier has regained the lead. Zach Lobko up the inside in the number 7, side by side coming up to Siberia, but Hillier back into the lead. So although he only needs a position 3 or more in this race to secure the championship, the mindset of a race car driver, he's still going to press on to do the best he can.
Well, you're in two minds, aren't you? Because you want to take the win, but you also want to have sort of low risk, especially when he's in a position that he can clinch the championship. So you want to minimise risk, but that racer within you wants to try and grab the win. So there's been about 3 or 4 lead changes in the space of 1.5 laps. So as you can see, Santa Lucia putting another move back onto Connor Summers. So yeah, it's he's going to try and want to not break the toe too much because he's going to need it heading into turn 1.
And the slipstream toe effect around Phillip Island is much more exaggerated in the Formula 4. It's up to about a second, I believe. If you can find yourself a good slipstream behind a fellow paced competitor. Now, across the start-finish stripe once again. Now, Harrison Sellers looks like he's dropped off the battle for the lead as well, but Xavier Kokai climbing up to position 6. He's just behind in the slipstream. So they come into turn 1 with Joe Forster just behind, but 3 wide. We've got Damon Woods, Lachlan Strickland and Jack Bussey. Very tight, very close company going into turn 1. About 240 k's per hour in these Formula Fords on corner entry into turn 1. It's one of the most spectacular corners in Australian motorsport for Formula Ford racing. But these guys are doing guys and girls are doing a brilliant job. So we've got just over 2 minutes remaining in this second race of the weekend. And once again, Hillier up the inside of Lobco. Now, is he defending or is he attacking?
I think he was defending because he was leading into turn 1. So yeah, it's really all you can do into turn 4, trying to then stop it, rotate the car so you can't get the switchback done on you, because a track like Phillip Island, there's a few corners where you can hang tough around the outside. So as you can see, that they're trying to figure out who's going to be best to be in second place to get the toe on Hillier. So Hillier just needs to focus here, get the car stopped into MG and try and get a good run. But they're so close that I think no matter what he does, there's going to be a nice toe into... Oh, and wow, Santa Lucia had a huge moment over the top of Lukey Heights. Just hang on to it, and as you can see, the gap is a lot closer now. So yeah, it's going to be on coming down into turn 1 with not too many laps remaining in this one.
So we've got the number 88 entry having a spin down at the Southern Loop. That was the last lap, but no harm, no foul. A little bit dirty underneath the car. Just a little bit of work for that team to get it turned around for the finale coming up later on this afternoon. This is the battle for the lead, though. Just over a minute remaining, so it has it a guess that there's 2 laps remaining in this race, as confirmed by the van. Up the inside there, Santa Lucia shows the nose in the focus on Furniture McGale, but tucks back in behind his teammate, Zach Lobko. Has been looking very impressive, very speedy in this race. He's got a lot more pace in that car, maybe some overnight tweaks to the setup of these incredibly versatile Formula Fords. They are a highly tunable, dynamic race car, and it really is the perfect platform for young go-karters coming out of go-karts to get their circuit racing entry. Lobco almost off the track there, served wide there by Hillier, but he's run it too deep.
Both one ride. Wow. I was going to say Mick Ritter would be up in arms at the moment watching this one between the 2 teammates, but yeah, that was just probably a bit too optimistic, I would say, into turn 4, and it's cost both Hillier and Lobco a lot of time.
Connor Summers also in the 71, tucking up into position 3, so they're almost as they were in race 1 yesterday afternoon. But as I was just saying before, Tom, these cars, you can tune them to a T, because the amount of mechanical grip, it's entirely mechanical grip with these cars to extract the speed. Now here is Kokai. He's made his way around Harrison Sellers. Joe Fawcett still battling with the car of Will Lowing just behind there. Bit of a squeak lock break there from the number 10 of Kokai. Perhaps one of the best liveried cars here this weekend. So here's Lobco having a look around the outside of what will be the inside line, but just a little bit untidy. I guess that unsettled him ever so much and missed his braking marker. And Hillier giving him all the room that he needs, realising that there is championship implications on the line.
It was great heads-up driving from Hillier. I mean, he tried to defend him into turn 4, and Lobco just on the dirty line. You can see there's no grip there, but Hillier back in for the lead, so last lap of the race. I think it's all going to be going on here, Callum.
Who do you want to be in this final situation? I mean,
definitely not Mick Ritter, that's for sure.
We'll ask the team down at Blendline to put a heart rate monitor on Mick Ritter and just see how high that number goes. Connor Summers doing a brilliant job. Have a go at this camera angle. Fantastic shots brought to us live and free on Facebook and YouTube as well. Matt Hillier with a bit of a gap now from Connor Summers. Covers very early on, covers that line so that no one can sneak it up the inside coming into turn 4, but they're running out of time. They're running out of laps to do anything about it. Matt Hillier is in the box seat to secure the 2023 Australian Formula Ford title.
He's had a fantastic year, hasn't he?
Oh, unbelievable year. And ever since he shot on the scene at Formula Ford just a few seasons ago, he's been immediately on the pace, and it's great to see him turning and converting that into a success, and is in line to add his name to an illustrious list of drivers, including yourself, Tom Randall. Coming over Lukey Heights, covering hard. Connor Summers, he's got Santa Lucia up the inside. Barely McGale's with And he's going to take that away, or will he? Connor Summers is going to return serve here. But what this is enabling is Matthew Hillier to scamper off in the lead. He's pulled out several car lengths now. He's going to come down the main straight to take the checkered flag. Zach Lobko fancies his chance at taking a podium as well. So here comes Hillier. Down the Gardner Straight, he's going to take out race 2 and the 2023 Australian Formula Ford title. That is a huge effort for the Hillier entry, as well as Sonic Motor Racing Services. Jake Santalucia home in position 3 with Connor Summers in 4th position, Zach Lobko in P4, and Xavier Kogar home in position 5 as well. So that's a great recovery drive there for the young man based in Melbourne.
That should set up a pretty exciting last race, but you know, all credit to Matt Hillier and the whole team from Sonic Motor Racing to add another title to their rostrum is really fantastic for them. You know, they've been in the category for such a long time, so to prepare these cars as well as they do, and yeah, it's a real credit to the whole team.
So this is the battle for the lead in Class B, or the 1600 entry. So Richard Davison there has just fallen behind the number 86 of James Meaden. So Meaden is leading the way in his Van Diemen RF 89, I believe it is. I might stand to be corrected between races there, but he's taken the class lead away from
Another close battle at the end there.
And he's come across the line to take out the win in the Kent entry. So that's from Richard Davison, who is a multiple-time Victorian champion.
I might have jinxed Richard. I spoke to him before the race and I said, we're going to have to get the broom out. You know, you're going to have a clean sweep this weekend. So he might not want to be chatting to me a little bit too later on.
Yeah, no, you might be throwing hands later. So great effort there, though, for the Kent entry. So we've got Peter Fitzgerald home in position 3 from the Bellarine area down Geelong Way. Great to have him on board for a whole season's effort. So confirmation on screen now. Matthew Hillier takes out race 2 and the 2023 Australian Formula Ford title. He's ahead of Jake Santalucia. Connor Summers, once again, it's a 1, 2, 3 for the Sonic Motor Racing entries. Zach Lobko home in position 4, and he was the fastest man in that race as well. Xavier Kokai, position 5. Harrison Sellers, William Lowing, Joe Fawcett, Damon Woods, and Tom Davies rounding out the top 10.
Didn't quite see what happened to Bailey Collins. He finished out of the top 20, so must have had a drama at some point or a spin. We didn't quite catch that.
We'll go down and shake trees and find out exactly what happened. We'll get all the news and all the goss for you for the 3rd and final race, which will be coming up later on this afternoon. Cody Mains Ruddy, Jack Bussey, Lachlan Strickland, Matt Holmes, Daniel Frugas home in position 15, Nico Mendez, Harry Blanchard, Kyle Cotter, Fraser High, and Imogen Radburn rounding out the top 10.
Nice little recovery, top 20. Nice little recovery for her after having the incident in race 1 yesterday. So I think she started from outside the 30. So yeah, great drive from a few people.
Big thank you to Tom Randall for joining us up here in the commentary box. Always great to have your insight.
No problem. It's been a pleasure.
So coming up next, we've got improved production, but it's a big thanks to Victorian Freight Specialists for throwing their support behind Formula Ford. We'll take a break and come back in a moment.
Improved production rolling down the chute towards turn 4 to get set for race number 2 for 16 minutes. And for Prestige Hino, Melbourne's most awarded Hino dealer, it's Steve DeVries and Dan McCarthy again for the second time this morning. Dan, improved production yesterday, bit of a tale of two stories. Danny Timewell with the pole and a comfortable race win ahead of Luke Gretsch-Cumbo in second place there, and then Matt Logan coming home for third. But down the field, definitely some, as always in improved production, plenty of different cars find different dance partners and have a good race.
Absolutely, they do, and we can see further down the field a couple of XLs and all sorts. So yeah, always battles aplenty in improved production. Here's the grid for this one. Danny Timewell, as you say, will come out of first alongside the championship leader, Luke Gretsch-Cumbo. Matthew Logan, good result yesterday, P3 ahead of Ian McClellan in that beautiful Monaro.
Then coming out of fifth place behind McLennan is going to be Rick Hogan, who had a very, very nice run yesterday with Andrew Tickner in the VH Commodore out of sixth. Jinwook Song, who's we keep saying in the VE, he's been one of the rookies of the year, just getting better and better every round that we see him this year in the number 121 Ringwood Dynamatic machine. And Grant Ogle took that XR5 to places I've never seen it before. It's actually been up the grid in the last 2 rounds now, so he's been driving that car very, very nicely with Wayne Twist and Richard Opie in 9th and 10th. With Richard Valentich in the LH Tirana in 11th, and Peter McLean in the BRZ is the leading under 2 litre car here this weekend. There's not been very many of them this year, but thankfully we'll hopefully see a few more of those to come in season 2024. Glenn Boyd and Scott McLean on the next row of the grid, and Paul Clough in the Mazda. Opposite him is Stuart Dearden in the Falcon, Stephen Theologiou in the WRX, and Wayne Decker in the Audi. And then Stephen Gorman had that spin late in the race yesterday, but thankfully recovered and got home. And Bradley Ross next door to him. There'll be a couple of drivers off the back of the grid behind the 2 XLs of Connor McLeod and Peter Fleming. Andrew Rhodes Anderson pulled over at the side of the track late yesterday. They thought that might have been a tail shaft or an axle issue. Turned out to be a diff. They actually took that car home, turned it around and brought it back out. So watch Andrew Rhodes Anderson in the Pakenham Tyres and More number 96 come charging from the rear of the grid. And then alongside him is Paul Theologiou, who they thought they'd actually hurt the engine in that car. They snapped a fan belt and the car got pretty hot. They didn't want to risk it, but they've done a little bit of tuning, put a new fan belt on it. Seems to be okay, so they're going to see how they go this morning.
Rhodes Anderson, I think it was a pretty late night for them because they only rolled into the circuit about an hour ago.
Yeah, literally about 8:30 a.m. this morning they rolled in with that car, so they've pretty much taken it off the trailer and put it straight on the track. Here we go for improved production. They're chomping at the bit already on the front row of the grid. Rolling, and now away. And off the third row of the grid, 2 good starters there. Rick Hogan and Andrew Tickner had a brilliant launch, but they just couldn't go anywhere because there was 2 cars in front of them in Matt Logan and Ian McLennan, so they had to settle for that next row. But then Jinwook Songs jumped the pair of them.
Yeah, absolutely. And around the outside, we can see McLean. Look at those two, an 86 and a Holden Tirana, 2 more different cars you can't find, as they were always a bit of a lock-up further down. I think that's the BMW, the 54 machine there with a bit of a lock-up. But look at Rhodes Anderson. What a start. He's already made up half a dozen positions or more as he roars around Southern Loop.
He's already onto the back of Paul Clough in the RX-7, and then you've got Stuart Dearden in the EB Falcon. He's rounding him up too, so he's already about halfway through the pack and now past Richard Valentich, so he is charging. One thing he said on many of the Rev Heads review videos when we've talked to him over the years, he just loves passing cars, and a few guys have said, I don't know why he just doesn't not turn up and not qualify and start at the back every race, because that's what he enjoys doing so much. He's just a hard charger.
Danny Timer wants to do it the other way. He wants to lead from the front, and he's made a good start. Got a little bit of a break on Luke Gretsch-Cumbo, but these 3 have been front runners all season long, particularly Gretsch-Cumbo and Timewell. As for Timewell, he's been really a championship contender, but he's just had a few too many DNFs.
Yeah, that's right. So he did have a couple of DNFs. The most obvious one of those was here at Phillip Island in May, when the track was very slippery on the Sunday morning, and he turned the car around and got bogged on the exit of Southern Loop on the left-hand side and had to be towed out. And that was a big, points loss for him, and essentially is what's resigned him to being, the chaser rather than the chasee in the point standings for the Victorian State Race Series.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see BMW and the RX-8 come around the final turn. That's Opie in the number 75 machine. Brilliantly presented car, and something a bit different in improved production racing.
Yeah, the Bendigo Mazda RX-8. There's a couple of them in the Victorian State Race Series. The other one we've seen is Bruce Henley, who's competing in both Victorian and South Australian championships here and there. He's not here this weekend, but it's one of the other RX-8s that we see. Most commonly, you see them through the RX-8 Cup, which is more a New South Wales thing. But the Opie machine is a bit more up-spec'd, so it probably wouldn't fit into those regulations. Top three have now got a bit of a breakaway here. It's interesting that Matt Logan's being able to go with Luke Gretsch-Cumbo and Danny Timewell at the moment, because he was having a little bit of trouble in dummy grid when I was down there before. He seemed to think there was a bit of a noise in the engine. He was trying to suss out what the problem was, but it looks like those gremlins have dissipated for the moment, or either that or he's just put them into the back of his mind and is not worrying about them. More positions for Rhodes Anderson here. That's now gone past Richard Opie, so now up to 11th place for the number 96 VN Commodore. Next target for him is going to be Wayne Twist's BMW.
Can you believe that? Already fighting in or for a top 10 position. Brilliant start.
I actually can believe it, considering I've seen him do it here many, many times before and charge through the field. It would not surprise me to see if he can he probably won't get to the top 5. It'd be a bit of an ask with the amount of time that's left on the clock, but I'm sort of penciling him for about a 7th place finish, which would be where Grant Ogle is right now in the XR5.
See how accurate you are in 6 minutes and 10 seconds time plus 1 lap. Top 3 can't be separated at the moment, but we're looking at this battle on the track. Ogle in the Ford Focus. Great to see a Focus out there again, something a little bit different. And he's really, all season long, been really the leading non-Holden, you'd say.
Yeah, well, he's only been out for the last 2 rounds mostly, but he's been talking to me about what he's learnt over the course of the last couple of years and now putting that into practice. And it's starting to show now that he's actually not sort of doing, the lap times that are 2 or 3 seconds a lap where he was. He's actually now been able to improve that lap time, and it's all just down to how he handles and how he drives the car and a little bit of fine tuning as well. So it's good to see something in the improved production field having a little bit of a different run, but this is the important piece here. The legs in a straight line for Andrew Tickner's VH Commodore just breezes past the turbo-powered 5-cylinder Volvo-motored Ford Focus XR5, and very, very easy pass there down into Miller Corner.
Absolutely got the move done well before then, just straight line speed, not the forte of the Focus, but tracks like Sandown against the Commodores and the Monaros and the big V8 powered machines. He was best of the rest last round, really punching above his weight.
That's right, and the hard part with some of these cars is because of how they're built and how they're structured, some of their weight distribution is very important. With the XR5, a lot of the weight is actually up high in the roof, so you actually can't strip that out and then redistribute it to the bottom. So there's limitations as to what you can do with some of these road cars. I mean, yes, everyone's got to put a cage in and everybody's got to do certain modification work to make them legal for improved production, but you have to then, you've got limitations about what the car can physically do. Structurally you can't remove bits and pieces that were there to begin with, from the actual build process. And in Grant's case, he can't actually do a lot with the weight being up high.
This is a great battle on the racetrack at the moment between Song and Hogan. This is the battle for 5th position out there on the track. It looks like the 1-2-1 machine of Song has quite a bit more grunt in a straight line, really pulling a margin there. But watch Hogan close up in the next few corners, ranging in on the back of the 1-2-1 machine. You can visibly see him getting closer. Yeah,
he's getting closer and close up, is Rick Hogan. And Rick's actually had his WRX out at a couple of events outside the Vic State Race Series as well, but pilots the VS Commodore here in improved production. He's been great. He's actually been very, very handy behind the wheel since he came into the fold earlier this year. Defensive for Song, thinking that perhaps a passing move will be there. Very narrow off of Miller Corner as well. Didn't quite need to leave that much space on his left.
No, certainly not. There's about 4 cars, I think, that could have gone around the outside if they were there. But nevertheless, holds the position. He was chirping on the rear brakes on the way in. And then, as you say, not using all the road on the way out. 2 P-plates. It's good to see that there's fresh blood in improved production.
Yeah, definitely. There's been actually plenty of fresh blood amongst most of the series this year. You saw Formula V earlier. There's plenty of drivers coming into the stable there, improved production in the same nature. I think these two have driven very, very well over the course of the season, that those P plates probably won't be on the cars for much longer once the season has finished.
Oh yeah, I agree with that completely. As we see them still line us down, but then this is where Song's Commodore comes into its own. It'll go around the final corner and watch this gap increase. What would you say that there's about 2 cars lengths between them? There won't be by the time they get to turn number 1. Watch Song put the pedal to the metal and pull away. There he is. That's 3. I reckon that's 4 car lengths. It could be 5 or 6 by the time they get down towards turn number 1.
Yeah, it's probably about 4 or 5 car lengths right now going into turn number 1. Out in front, the leaders actually started to pull a little bit of a margin, so Danny's eased away from Luke and Matt at the moment out in front and chasing those elusive race wins is Danny Timewell. Here's Andrew Rhodes Anderson. Next man that he's after is Glenn Boyd in the I guess you call it Aqua 44 machine. Heading down into Southern Loop. And is he going to go down the inside here? Oh, that's a little bit tight. Looking for the double apex is Glenn Boyd, and the gap was filled there by Rhodes Anderson. So this will be where the VN makes its charge. Now down the hill, through Stoner Corner, and then set it up for the inside pass potentially at turn number 4. Or if Glenn defends the line, going the long way around, right around the outside. And here comes the 96. No, looking for the switch over and under.
Good
Not quite there.
racecraft.
Yeah, very good racecraft from Glenn Boyd there, holding off a much, much faster machine.
I don't know how much longer he's going to be able to do that. Looking for a nice late apex to get a good run up the hill towards Lukey Heights. And that is, yeah, great exit. Stops Rhodes Anderson from pulling alongside into Hayshed. Such a tricky corner to go side by side through there. Oh, bit of a moment, bit of a twitch on the turn in. And that meant a really awkward line for Boyd. Rhodes Anderson, as a result, is right on his tail. He might have a go up the inside into MG. He's having a look. He's going down there.
There it is.
And I think he's going to make that one stick. Yes, room given by the 44 machine. In fact, Boyd might hold on around the outside. Great stuff between these two. And look, it's brought the BMW of Twist and OP in the Mazda into play as well, just behind.
Yeah, they're here to pick up the spoils if something goes wrong, but Boyd manages to hold that one. So a little bit of resistance to the hard-charging Andrew Rhodes Anderson. So he's had a bit of a tardy run through some of the traffic. Probably hasn't made the progress that he would have liked, but he's definitely made a ton of progress since starting off the rear. Watch him reel in the VH Commodore down the front straight. Now here's the horsepower race. Now that should be done. A little bit of a twitch in the braking zone on the dirty side of the road for turn number 1, but he gets that move done finally. Now should be able to move it back across for turn number 2. Yes, he does.
Boyd got a great run through there, though, and had a bit of a look, but thought, now I'm better off just letting that one go. Oh, a bit of a twitch mid-corner as well. Certainly pushing his Boyd and staying on the tail of Rhodes Anderson despite losing that position. Not letting him out of sight. Meanwhile, miles ahead of that group and in quite a comfortable lead now. About a second lap faster than everybody else around him. It's our race leader, Danny Timewell, car number 11. Coming around the final couple of corners, and we can see lap traffic. Logan overtaking the Subaru Impreza out there on the circuit.
There you go, Matt Logan, who's currently sitting in 3rd place at the moment. Just waiting to see if we are getting the last lap board this time around, or if we're getting a checkered flag. And it's the last lap board going out right now. So one more lap. So this will be a 7-lap encounter. There's Glenn Boyd. He's pulled off the road.
Oh, that's a shame.
That's on the backside of turn number 5, so that's between Miller Corner and Siberia.
He is stopped in the middle of nowhere. They call it Siberia because that corner is the middle of nowhere, and it's very...
I thought they called it Siberia because it was like Arctic freezing temperatures, but probably that too.
or where you end up if you run wide at Siberia. There's many theories behind that one.
There certainly is. So the 122 machine here of Peter Fleming. Good to see a couple of the XLs making up some of the numbers in under 2s. There is a subcategory from the under 2 leader fraternity, and that is the under 1600s. Of course, the XLs fit into that with their 1.6 litre motor, and most of them having to run in the XL competition. All they've got to do is change the tyres, which is great to see. We see a few drivers doing that as of late.
Logan's smoke coming out the back.
Yeah, I'm wondering if this is some of those gremlins that he was Matt Logan was talking about in Dummergrid, just starting to rear their head a little bit. It's not anything significant at the moment, but he has dropped back from Luke Gretschkumbo over the last couple of laps. And Luke Gretschkumbo's not doing anything too unruly at the moment. He just knows that Danny's just got way too much speed at the moment, and he's just marching on towards another victory. So this will be victory number 2 for the weekend. So Pole led all the laps, race win and fastest lap yesterday, and Pole led all the laps and fastest lap again today, this morning, for Danny Timewell. Checkered flag, he will see right about now, and after 7 laps of hard charging, his race is done, and with a win.
Very emphatic victory, that one. And Gretschkumbo flashing the lights as he laps the traffic, comes home in position number 2. Logan, very nicely done, rounding out the top 3.
McLennan again for 4th place as well. So pretty much top 4 as they started and as they finish at the end of 7 laps as well. So Rick Hogan, home in 50. Actually got the better of Jinwook song at the end of the day, which was good to see. They've crossed the line now. And you just saw the RX-7 of Paul Clough trying to give chase to Scott McLean. So they have swapped positions, it looks like, at some point in the last couple of laps. And McLean, who came to improve production last round at Sandown, and is doing quite well for his second hit out of a track he's never been to before. Paul with a good head of steam and some bit of driver coaching going on for him over the course of the weekend. He's actually got some new materials, some new cameras in that car, and looking to just to improve his own racecraft and find out where he can be a little bit stronger, where he needs to manage his driving a little bit better. And he's going to be chasing McLean all the way home. Unfortunately, has run out of laps for that one, and comes home in 15th place, with McLean 1 spot ahead in 14th. Valentic was ahead of them in 13th, and the lead under 2 car, Peter McLean, started in 12th and finished in 12th.
PB on the final lap for the Mazda there as well. So
Yeah,
nice end to the race.
And for McLean as well. So here we go, and a couple of the drivers that had a few issues yesterday. So Paul Theologiou looks like he's managed to keep that car going after what they thought may have been an engine drama yesterday. Good to see them finish that one. And then Stephen Gorman in the BMW just ahead of him, just getting some work through. He had another spin, so he had a spin yesterday right in front of the leaders, and he had another spin in the closing stages of that race as well. So that's why he's dropped down the field at the final checkered flag there. Confirmation of your finishing order. Danny Timewell, comfortable victor again in the number 11, the time well spent VF Commodore for Prestige Hino. Luke Gretschkumbo, 8 seconds adrift of him, with Matt Logan buttoning it off at the end of the race there. Nothing to be gained. He finishes 3rd ahead of McLennan and Rick Hogan. Commodores fill the top 7 spots on the grid there at the finishing positions, with Grant Ogle in 8th. Andrew Rhodes-Anderson started out of 23rd place. He gets up to 9th, so that serves him well for a good race this afternoon when we get to race 3, and then the rest of the field as they see on your screen there. Looks like everybody got home, importantly, so that's good for the improved production field. And with the improved production cars getting off the track, the next group that we will see will be the combined grid for this weekend, the BMW E30s and the Hyundai XLs.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Combined grid coming your way next. This always adds a bit of spice to the race, as we will have a 20-second or thereabouts gap between the BMW E30s and the Hyundai XLs for their second race for the weekend. I'm Darren Smith. Dan McCarthy stays on air and holds the fort like he did all last weekend at the Winton 300. 46 hours on air all by himself. Dan, good training for this weekend, mate, and certainly we've got a ripping challenge ahead of us now. I'll keep an eye on the BMWs if you keep an eye on the XLs. How about that?
Sounds good, yes. Both put on a show yesterday. I felt sorry for the director down there at Blenline in the van.
Oh,
just
don't.
changing from one
Don't.
category to another.
Don't feel sorry. Don't feel sorry. He's sitting down there in a nice air-conditioned van, so he's doing a tremendous job, as they do always, and all of our trackside officials, everyone right around the entire circuit here at Phillip Island. Flaggies, fireys, our emergency service crews, the ambulances, everybody doing a tremendous job. And as Thomas Randall alluded to here, 3 days bathed in sunshine and great weather, dry racing. I really hope at 3 o'clock this afternoon the big grey clouds that come over in the last races for the day get wet. But it is an absolute special treat to come to this racetrack at any given time. But when it's bathed in sunshine like it is now, that is what we really, really look forward to. Cars are coming around. Royce Lyon will be on pole position for the BMW E30s, right alongside Ash Rogers, with Jesse Bryan out of P3. Brian Burke racing hard this weekend in the 27. Seth Boycart's in the 901 out of 5, and 55. Simon Schiff out of 6, back to Michael Whiteford. Donovan Mullenhagen in the 25. A very big welcome back to pulling the helmet and the onesie on and going racing to Donovan at Mullenhagen. Paul Schiff, Rory Plant, Tristan Bloemfelder, Shannon Cooper, Martin Taylor, Adam Trapsky and Jesse Keogh joining us for the first time here in E30 racing. Front row of the grid, and grid position number 22 will be Cadell Ambrose in the XLs. James Lodge right alongside, and those guys have had a ripping battle right throughout this year. Joined by Harry Tompkins, it's going to be an absolute ripper. Blake Tracy, then back to Larry Merrifield, Charlie Nash in the Tickford entry, Cisco Morales, then it's George Elias, Carly Fleming, Stuart Bruckner and Norm Lee round out the second grid in this race. You can see the BMWs all coming down, and I love the way they just come down together and almost as an entire field stop on their grid positions. It's pretty hard to orchestrate that, but they do a tremendous job doing so.
Formula Fords did the same thing earlier on. It looked spectacular with over 35 of those. Yeah, they all seem to come to a stop at the same time. BMWs are ready. Hyundai's lining up now at the back of the field, looking for a green flag, and then we will be set to go.
Poised for this one there, the all-important green flag at the back of the grid there. There it is, and we go into starters' orders. 5-second board displayed. The Mini Club doing a tremendous job putting this weekend together. And they have got a great weekend. Ash Rogers, thank goodness, gets away beautifully. Royce Lyon absolutely going backwards. He's been buried now, 5-6 in the field. Second day in a row, he has not got away well. I wonder if there's a diff issue or something like that. He's running a higher diff. In fact, I don't think they can do that. It's a controlled diff.
Really struggled to get in second gear. It was fine in first and couldn't get in second. Once he did, it was far too late. Everybody had come flying past, and you can see him already on the attack, nudging, trying to make his way through. And the XLs are off as well. Great start from Ambrose from second position. He will lead them down in towards turn number 1. And that's because race 1 winner has been shuffled back a couple of positions.
The XLs all get down through turn 1 beautifully there, and that is a feat in itself for the XLs. We do tend to see a little bit of coming together. No one even running wide there. This is a great field of XLs. It's not big. In fact, it's a very small field, but there are all the major contenders out there in this one. And we're just watching the 194 of Cadell Ambrose leading James Lodge in the 139, Blake Tracy. And we switch to the run out of Siberia up the back. The field go left, and then a very long, high-loaded right-hander here. And it is a fantastic start to Ash Rogers. He's now got Jesse Bryan right behind him. Jess likes to lead races. He does not wait in an attack position. He likes to be the aggressor and be out in front here. So it looks like Brian Burke as well looks to the outside there. And the 27, Royce Lyon, notices the gap and fills it. Plugs the gap. The dam was leaking, and there's Royce Lyon, puts his thumb in it and stops the water leaking. Looks like he's going to hang wide around through turn 12. This is brave stuff. Respectful racing. You can't do this around turn 12 without having respect with your fellow competitors out there on track, and they've done it. A beautiful flow, and they're still side by side. How long is this going to play out? Burke and Lyon. It is absolutely on down into turn 1. This is serious stuff. Burke was the inside running on the last one. Now he has to concede because the real estate being covered on the outside is so much further, and that's where you'll lose out.
Here we go, further back, Excels up the inside there. That is the number 7 machine, the inside of Nash. So Nash, different livery this weekend, gone from silver and green to red and yellow, and it looks absolutely fantastic as he crosses the line. Had a difficult day yesterday, but making up places in this one. He had a big spin over the top of Lukey Heights and down into MG. Kept the boot into it, but lost a lot of positions as a result. And we look back to the BMW battle, the battle for second. And look at this line, has made not 1 but 2 positions already on this lap and has moved his way up into second place. Now just Rogers ahead of him on the road. He's recovered quickly from that poor start.
Certainly has, but this battle is absolutely raging in the XLs as we switch over. Cadell Ambrose in the 194.
Ooh,
and he's got, was that a lockup or was
was.
that engine smoke coming out? No, definitely a lockup on the left-hand rear there. All the load over the front wheels, engine and gearbox, everything. Really, the rear wheels in these cars are just to stop the back of the car dragging on the road, aren't they?
Oh, well, they're not even doing that around Siberia, lifting the inside rear wheel up into the air, literally three-wheeling it around there.
Conserving rubber, I guess that would be around there here in the XLs. James Lodge now trying hard to get out after Ambrose. And if you're watching the telecast on Blendline TV, the Garagistic timing board, you'll see down there in the the egg yolk yellow, that is the field denoting the XLs. So that's what we're watching if you're watching on there. So positions 21 through to 26 on the tower there. That is the XLs in the field. So Ambrose out in front now, the XL field coming around turn 12. And the battle is actually now. And this is what Cadell did at Winton, was get out in front and run away and let everyone fight it out. This is at the front of our BMW Garagistic E30 race here. It is Ash Rogers to Royce Line. I've tried to get around the outside at 2. So now we've got Jesse Bryan and Brian Burke. Brian Burke's having a ding-dong with anyone that comes his way, isn't he, at the moment? So Jesse just managing to get through there. And this would be frustrating, Jesse. As I said earlier, he likes to get out in front and lead a race, as does Royce Line. And at the moment, Ash Rogers is doing a terrific job. Should be congratulated. This is a very, like the XLs actually, Dan, this is a really strong representation of the category here this weekend. I touched on the grid there. Jessie Keogh is the latest of the female drivers to be joining in the BMW E30s. We often see Jess Bell in the action as well. Unfortunately not with us this weekend, but a really big welcome to Jessie Keogh.
Oh, had a big look and then thought better of it, but then locked up late. Rogers runs wide, just trying to leave some space. I think heard the big lock up behind and opened the door. This is what happened earlier on in the lap line. Tried around the outside, couldn't quite make it stick, and Rogers gave a wave on the run to Stoner Corner. He's made it stick though this time into the last corner. You very rarely see a move there.
That's good stuff there. We've seen a lot of the BMWs hanging tough already in these very short, sharp 3 laps that we've seen. We saw that happening with Royce and with Brian Burke, as Burke looks to the inside now on Jesse Bryan. He's going to have him here too. Nice move there by the number 27. The Trans Rock entry dispatches Jesse Bryan back to P4. Jess was running right at the front of this field only a lap and a half ago there, so just seems to have lost his impetus to the push at the front of this field. He could also have this car set up to come on a lot better towards the end of this race. That is what they do with the Yokohamas being run on the BMWs, and that right now there's a blend between the older tyre that was being run on the XLs and the Federal tyre, and now the Dunlop. So they've gone with the Dunlop for season 2024. Exactly the same tyre as what they run in the Toyota 86s, so we know that to be fast and durable.
Yes.
And I'll argue with anyone, the best racing I've seen this year is the Toyota 86 Scholarship Series. That has been absolutely amazing. And I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see some of these XL drivers start to graduate over to the rear drive of the Toyota 86.
Of course, we called them when they were here for the, they were here during the last Phillip Island event, Vic State, the 86 Scholarship Series joined us, and as you say, put on a hell of a show. Lodge is all over the tail of Ambrose now. He was almost bump drafting down pit straight. You could not separate them. You couldn't stick your foot in between them. But they're gaining on the BMW traffic just ahead. Will they play a factor with 2 minutes to go? I think they'll probably catch them before the end of this race. And it looks like the front two have pulled away from the chasing Hyundai XLs of Tracy and Tompkins.
Rory Plant there in the upflow brewing BMW, one of the only 4 doors that run in the BMW E30 series here. Car number 7 there, a guy that works very, very hard for this category to make sure guys like myself have got all the up-to-date information. Of course, all the support that they get from Traction Tyres and Yokohama, and of course the BMW Drivers Club of Melbourne. They really do have a tremendous field of race cars. Of course, Royce Lyon comes into this round and is doing a tremendous job, leading on 110 points over Brian Burke, Jesse Bryan, Ash Rogers and Rawls Plant inside the 5 there. And of course there is the Rookie Championship, which we can also call here this weekend. Have a look at this. This is back in the top part of the track here. Rory Plant under fire now of the 25 and pushing on pretty hard there. So just watching, is that Shannon Cooper off in the back of that shot there? They plunge down into turn 3 and there is the field laid out in front of you. Great tribute livery there in the BMWs as well. Up the inside and upper place there, Rawls Plant battling pretty hard here. Shannon Cooper, the next one to appear alongside there. So in the Rookie Cup, it's Seth Boycarts over Shannon Cooper, Adam Tratsky, Peter Knight and Martin Taylor. And I dare say at the end of this weekend, Jesse Keogh will have some points in that as well. Great to see the female racers joining in. Have a look at this here. We're starting to get some tail into the E30s, getting out of the way there. That's great driving there by Jesse, just making sure, staying out of the way. They want to weigh into this battle. This is a championship at stake here.
Certainly is, and I think they might have played a factor because the 3rd and 4th have closed in. Tompkins now in 3rd position ahead of Tracy, completing that move at Siberia, and just as I say, the top 2 just beginning to edge away once again. So battle for 1st, battle for 3rd on the screen, and you can see Tracy, I think, even touching up Tompkins around the hay shed and up over the top of Lukey Heights. So any moves going to be made down into MG on this occasion? I think they're certainly close enough, but it's whether or not you want the run out of this corner. Oh, big rears sliding around, then a lock-up, just about keeps it on the road. Tracy giving it his all at this stage of the race. Of course, laps very much winding down. Clock has ticked to 0, so we're now on the penultimate lap, the BMWs. These guys are about to start the penultimate lap of the race. These two need to work together. I think they've got the pace to keep up with the top 2, but if they keep battling amongst themselves, they're only going to be fighting for 3rd. If they work together, they can still win this motor race.
Plenty of next generation drivers coming through the XL ranks these days, and we've seen Formula V and Formula Ford. Certainly they are the categories that if you're heading for stardom, that is where you definitely need to pass through. But XLs gives you a great transition out of karting, where there's no suspension that you've got to be able to tune up. And these cars certainly do have that. Going onto the Dunlop tyres, just going to make them a little bit more grip as well. So I think that's a really good move for the XLs to have a bit of a, make sure everyone's on the same rubber across the country will be a great idea. Cadell Ambrose again leads. Took a clean sweep, brought the broom to Winton, took all the races at that round and really has set himself up for a terrific championship. Massively talented kid, and I'll use that because he is. He doesn't have a driver's license on the road yet. In fact, he's still a couple of years away from that as well. Here we go. This is fantastic. 2 of the more experienced racers in E30 side by side across the line to start their last lap. This is going to be a ripper. Have a look at Brian Burke in the 27. He's going to push Jesse Bryan wide there in the 38, but that put Jesse's nose to the inside of turn 2. Does Bryan cover it off? Comes back across there, leaves him plenty of room. Boy, you don't see that too much. Brian Burke, what a gentleman racer. covers it off, gets the second apex and powers out down through turn 3 there, but he had every right to move over and cover off the entry to that corner into turn 2 there on Jesse Bryan. Gave him plenty of room to, if he was going to bomb it up there, to do so, but Jesse just losing a little bit of push coming through turn 3 there, a bit of understeer. So the 38 not responding as nicely as Jesse will, and understeer again off turn 4. So maybe I was wrong. Maybe he had the tyre set up to come on strong early in this race. That's why he was running up front, and the car's just going away from him a little bit now. But boy, oh boy, Brian Burke has hung tough for a number of laps alongside Jesse Bryan there. There's our race leader. Royce Lyon comes across Lukey Heights, very deliberate, sets one lock all the way across the top of the hill, and a little bit of a slide at the top of the hill here. The Yokohama's just getting a little bit greasy on the back of the number 4 car, but hanging in there really, really well. He's starting to come up on some back markers here. This is probably not what you wanted to see, really, weighing in on the XL race, but has to look to the inside here. They've got their race going on here as well, so Royce is catching them, and will obviously try and get through and not let them hold him up too much on his run to the line as they go over to the wall there as well. They'll get another lap, but the checkered flag will drop right in front of Royce there in the yellow car. Hopefully he saw that, and that is the checkered flag. Royce Lyon gets the win there to Ash Rogers on the line. Brian Burke, Jesse Bryan lost a lot of time in that last lap there. The gap, they were side by side all the way around to the entry of turn 2. And just looking, Jesse has dropped back a fair bit there. Now this is the XL race to the line and a new leader.
Yes, did that in the toe, down the pit straight, took the lead well before turn number 1 and has been fighting to hold on to it since. Has to go defensive down into MG. Bit of a lock-up further back for Tracy as well. But at this stage, Ambrose applying the blowtorch but can't sneak back through. It's going to be a drag race to the line between Lodge in the 139 machine and Ambrose in the 194 as they come around the final corner. Ambrose looks like got good momentum and a good run around there, that is for certain. Is there going to be enough of a toe before the line? It's going to be mighty, mighty close. They're going to be side by side across the line, but Lodge holds on to take the victory. Just a couple of tenths in fact less than a tenth, 7/100ths of a second at the end of that one. Tompkins rounded out the top 3 and Tracy in 4th, and we can see BMW Taylor off the road.
That's Martin Taylor in the 4-door, gone off at turn 2. Wow, that was a long way through. The gravel hauled it up just before the end and then conveniently dug it down to the axles and goes no further. Wow, what a great run to the line there in the XLs. Still got another race to go for these two classes, the BMW E30s, and Martin Taylor clearly out of the car and safely over the first row of defence there as we see the field returning now. There was Jesse Keogh just at the back of the BMW E30 field, just staying out of trouble and getting the debut weekend done and dusted, and clarification of the results there. Royce Lyon to Ash Rogers, Brian Burke home in P3. Jesse Bryan fighting at the front there, ultimately home just off the podium in position number 4. Seth Boycart's in the 901 into position number 5. Paul Schiff in 6, Tristan Blomfelder, then Michael Whitford. Ross Plant ultimately home in position number 9 in car 7. Donovan Mollenhagen returning to the game inside the 10 in car number 25. It's great to see him pulling the helmet, the onesie back on there. Shannon Cooper, and then we go to the results for the Hyundais.
Yeah, Lodge taking the win, as you say, 7/100ths of a second ahead of Cadell Ambrose. Harry Tompkins only half a second further back ahead of Blake Tracy. Then Charlie Nash, good recovery to finish in 5th, but very much on his own in that one. Larry Merrifield was next. Then following that, Morales, Elias, Brockner, Lee and Fleming. And then beyond that, the non-finishers and the lapped BMW runners.
Great to see that there is some freight coming to Australia, because we don't send anything out of here anymore. That'll be our fridges and our cars arriving on the ship out there going through Bass Strait. Up next will be the MG and invited British cars out on track. Back in a moment.
This is Mike. To Andrew and Sue, you are both in our hearts, and Jess was in our heads when we were out there on the track. We're thinking of you all weekend. We're thinking of you, looking forward to you coming out and joining us soon. But our hearts are with you.
Here today racing, but unfortunately one of our number, Andrew Watson, who regularly races with us, is not here because sadly he has a very sick wife, Sue, and he also had a daughter who died last week. We had to wait for her on Wednesday. It's a really sad time. She was only 32 and we're all devastated by the loss, so it's affected the racing register community quite powerfully. We wish our best to the Watsons, to Andrew, Sue and Sasha. We hope Sue gets well soon, and our thoughts are with Jessica.
Hey Andrew, Sue and Sasha. Just want to let you know that we're all thinking of you, and this race is for you guys and for Jess.
Welcome to the Watsons to Phillip Island. We're all here having a nice time, wishing you were all here. Love and best wishes to the entire family from all the MG Racing boys. Thanks, Watto. Love you all. Bye-bye.
Definitely celebrating the life of Jessica during this particular race here. It is a very, very tight-knit community behind the scene in the Victorian racing scene, in particular the MG Racing Register. They embrace each other like a family. So, racing for Jess, I'm Darren Smith. Paul Vernell right alongside me. Sad time for members of the MG Car Club, in particular the Racing Register, with the loss of Jess only a week or so ago, Paul, but certainly this race will be a fitting tribute. We're doing it under nice blue skies and perfect racing conditions.
Perfect day for it. Yeah, we're all thinking of Andrew, Sue and Sasha at home. Yeah, been a big sponsor of ours for 10 years, big supporter of state racing and historic motorsport in Victoria, so sad times, but yeah, great day to go racing. Bit of stuff after yesterday's unfortunate incident. We have lost Chris Gidney. And we can see some love coming through on YouTube, so big thank you. I know there's a lot of people tuning in. So, yeah, unfortunate race yesterday. Chris Gidney has had to pull out from today, unfortunately. Alistair Ondarchi, we saw him on the grass, an unfortunate bystander in yesterday's accident. They've repaired him. He is out at the back of the grid, as is Tony Vollebrett, who was the yellow ZR. A couple of other things that happened. Richard Milligan, I think, passing under yellows and has been relegated to the back of the grid as well. So, yeah, there could be a bit of stuff going on in today's race. Let's hope we get a nice, clean start. And, yeah, we'll see what happens from there.
Great to see a really, really strong grid. In fact, MG and invited British cars. Since we've been pointing TV cameras at the Victorian State Series, this is the field that's responded. So do I take that they're very vain and they just like to be seen on TV? Or is it just of course.
Come on.
Of course. No, it really has. They've responded ridiculously well with pointing TV cameras at them. I'll run through the grid really quickly. Simon Elliott sitting on P1 with Phil Chester, which is going to be the drag race down into turn one we're all poised for. Andrew Howe in the next row in the 90 there, then Jason Holmes. Watch for Michael Trathen in that little blue number one, with Trevor Lindsay in the Triumph GT right alongside there. Keith Ondarchi in the Stag out of number 7 in the number 40. Great racing family, the Ondarchis. Then we go back to Hendrik Zwartman in position number 8. Vince Gucciardo, massive welcome back in car number 12 to Vince, albeit he hasn't got the horsepower under his right foot that he would used to be used to, but fantastic to see him back in the number 12. David Bajan out there as well. Jason Edwards, Greg White, Michael Hurley, he returning in the number 61. Boy, he had a spring in his step yesterday after qualifying. Just great to see him back in the car as well. Trevor Dunford, Peter Rose, Shirley St John Cox to James Dodd, John Makem, Richard Milligan, Chris Gidney, Alistair Ondarchi with Anthony Vollebrett and Jefferson John Cox rounding out the grid sheets there. There's the Stag. And boy, oh boy, what a silhouette. That if that doesn't get the heart racing, get you switched on, you haven't got a switch, have you? It is absolutely coming down to the line there. Great day, and well, this is not going to test the electrics. They're not going to have to put wipers on. They're not going to have to put headlights on, are they, Paul?
No, might test the cooling system on an English car, but no, look, it's a perfect day for motorsport today. Perfect day, especially in a nice British convertible, which most of them are. So yeah, we'll see if the Stag can use its horsepower on the run to turn 1 and jump up a few positions as well. Hopefully Andrew Howell's worked out how to get his car off the line, because yesterday was pretty horrible. So hopefully on the front row he can get off the line.
That sounds the goods. I tell you what, when they've got this thing running up in the high rev register, it is absolutely something to listen to. Phil Chester, though, he has got the number 72 looking brilliant. Made his way south, and he'll be used to this sunshine in his eyes these days. And just watching for the second row of the grid with the massive Derby Works rear wing. Simon Elliott getting it ready to go as we are set for a start. Howell gets away beautifully. Elliott goes with him. Have a look at the Triumph GT. Trevor Lindsay goes beautifully off the start there in car number 86. That's the white car. Just getting gazumped a little bit by Andrew Howell, who really got gazumped by the two V8s that came through on him. There's the number 40 with Michael Trathen down the inside with about 1/5 of the capacity and under his right foot.
Absolutely, using lightweight to his advantage. Lots of movement off the start. As Chester just sat there wheel spinning, and we got Jason Edwards going wide at turn 2. So Chester has lost the lead, unfortunately. Had a bit of a head start, and he's thrown it away.
Alistair Ondarchi fighting back pretty hard. He's already made his way to alongside Michael Hurley. Michael Hurley just opens up enough room for him to allow through. He only need a millimetre. I reckon he gave him about 30 of them to get through there as well. Under brakes down into
Vince
turn
Cacciato
4.
and David Bajent. So I know he lost the position just before the safety car came out yesterday on David, so he'll be keen to get that one back ahead. And we see Alistair Ondarchi also picking off Peter Rose as Tony Vollebrecht trying to get Hurley and Rose as well into Siberia.
Michael Hurley, the wide entry, so trying to keep the revs up and flow the car to get some more pace up the hill. Switches him to the inside as they come up to the left-hander here, and he's going to grab a spot there. Good strategy there employed by the 61 of Michael Hurley. The problem is he's dragged the car in behind him and made a hole in the air, and he goes up through a spot there, but the 48 not being able to get through there, and Anthony Vollebrecht just does make his way through on the 6 of Peter Rose. Now, Peter's gone backwards in the first couple of corners.
Yeah, but that's all right. He's he'll be working his way into it. Mike was making some good progress, so he'll be trying to chase Tony Vollebrecht and push forward. As you see, Alistair Ondarchi now looking at Greg White coming into the last corner. So we'll see if the Triumph's got a bit more legs than the MGB down the front straight. Hopefully, for Alistair's sake, he'll be able to get himself by and move up. I know he was really disappointed in yesterday, so he'll be keen to get back up towards the pointy end.
Yeah, any day you get panel damage on your race car is not a good day. Get the thing fixed up and get it back out on track, and that's really what these guys are all about. It's we're at the racetrack. We may as well make the best of it as we possibly can. The weather's great. Let's enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Tony Vollebrecht on Greg White into turn 1, so making progress as he and Richard both coming from the back of the grid, so you'd expect they'll make some good progress. Probably just starting to get to the point it might be a little bit hard to keep making the same sort of ground, but good to see them making good progress through the field and nice and clean after yesterday.
Here we go. This is back up the front of the field now. The 66 is currently sitting in position, the 86 in position number 4 there. Trevor Lindsay, I said it yesterday and I'll say it again, this guy brained him at Sandown. He was absolutely on it. And you'd have to say the two dark horses of Victorian MG and invited British cars racing are on screen now with that Triumph and that little Sprite there. If there's ever any falter at the front of the field or inclement weather or not ideal conditions, these two are all over it at the front of the field. And at the moment, we've got them all over each other.
Great little battle here. 4 completely different cars, from the Triumph GT6, MG Midget, Triumph Stag and an MG ZR. Different capacities, different configurations. This is what it's all about for us.
It certainly is. The diversity is absolutely amazing. Look at number 1 around the outside. Michael Trathen looking for it, the horsepower in the Triumph, just stepping into the game there, but right round the outside. Gee, you've got to have some respect with your fellow combatants to go around the outside of turn 12 here. And just a little wave, a little acknowledgement too. And here comes the Stag, of course. No shortage of cubic capacity there. All the straight line handling you could want in the world.
Absolutely. How good's that? A couple, like 3 or 4 position changes in 2 corners there. Keith looks like he's got the bit between his teeth today, but that is so good. Such good, respectful racing on there between Mike Trathen and Trevor Lindsay as Trathen goes down the inside of Keith into turn 2.
2 open-top cars out for a drive on a sunny day.
What a Sunday drive for these 2.
All that front splitter starting to wobble there as well. Keith's had issues with that over the last couple of race meetings. We've seen him out there on track. Great to have him back on track as well. And he's now lining up the Triumph GT. Couple of Triumphs there, battling it out with each other. Gee, there's some decades of history on the screen right now, isn't there?
Absolutely. Look at these guys, and Jason Holmes just looking to pounce on the back of them. He's going to try around the outside of Mike Trathen, but I don't think that's going to work. That midget is very good around the corners. Just saw Simon Elliott as well. The 143.9 is a new PB for him, so that's he's really got the bit between his teeth this morning. Obviously a bit frustrated maybe after his penalty from the restart yesterday. And Phil Chester is having to put in a big fight. We haven't seen Phil push this hard for a while.
Simon Elliott is doing a terrific job out in front at the moment. But this battle, we've just seen the 3 go through and make up a place there. Jason Holmes came off front part of the grid there and chasing now for another spot to get back into outright front line contention. The 48 just cresting the hill there. That's Anthony Vollebrecht. Sporting a bit of damage from yesterday's melee on the straight after the start of the race. And we get a good look at a bit of traditional MG fare there with David Bagent going around turn 12 or entering turn 12.
Yeah, so these 2 haven't come through the field. It was great to see. There were so many people trying to get these cars fixed yesterday afternoon in the pits. As soon as the cars were back, there was people down there with race tape and hammers and all sorts of stuff. So it's great that we've only lost 1 car out of yesterday, unfortunately, to lose 1, but to keep the others is fantastic as those 2 coming through the field. So great work by them. And it looks like they've done it really cleanly. So great to see Ondaatje and Vollebrecht now 10th and 11th. So just about to crack both of them inside the top 10 from the rear of grid. That's a great performance.
Fantastic straight on shot here. If you looked 180 degrees, you'd be looking straight out over Tasmania onto Bass Strait, but that view straight down the straight there is, it's one of those shots for the ages here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, particularly when there's a heat haze there. It gives adds to an extra dimension to the shot. There it is, the weather, 16.7 degrees. Pressure dew point 79%, north-northeast. And it's looks like it's got a mechanical black flag there, the weather, but it's telling us that it's sun shining.
Yeah, don't get rid of the weather, please.
No, that's right, please. Don't black flag the weather today. This is what we come here for. Under brakes now, big challenge down to the inside. Change for position, no.
Not quite.
Not quite. So a couple of cars that started out midfield there with Greg White in number 9, just leading. That's number 6 there as well. So that is Pete Rose. And we're getting a great look right down the side of John Makem. Gee, John's been at it a while in this car, hasn't he?
It's so good to have him back.
It is good.
He's a great personality in the paddock, and it's great to have him back and having some fun as they go side by side through the hay shed. And John might get by Peter here. Great camera work by Blendline. Big call out. Some great work this weekend. I've been watching down in the pits, and it's been great to see some awesome images from what's got to be the most picturesque track in Australia.
Simon Elliott doing a tremendous job out in front at the moment, 143.93. Yeah, that shot there coming out from Maddie. Big shout out to him up there. Yes, Maddie, brand new, joined us at, I think, Sandown. Yeah, and doing some tremendous job there. It's a big panning shot, and I'll get it right eventually. Maybe go to another conversation topic and I'll stop getting it wrong.
That didn't get awkward. No, as we see Peter Rose, horsepower, going to have a go at John Makem down in turn 1. He's going to have to go around the outside, but the MGB probably got a little bit more grunt. So we'll see what happens here. He's cleared him. All that work for John has come up nil. He's now got to do it all again. So they're not far off being some lap traffic as well, which will potentially throw a spanner in the works. Looks like Phil Chester just lap times have dropped off here. We'll see what he does this time past. So he potentially given up chase on Simon Elliott here, as we've got a couple of laps to go. And we see here Keith is going to get passed by Mike Trathen around the outside over Lukey Heights. What a move by Mike Trathen.
Does Keith Ondaatje look like he's slowing a little bit there? That was a very easy drive past on the top of Lukey Heights, but that's sort of the nature of Mike Trathen's racing, isn't it? It looks like he's doing it easy, where he's working very hard there.
And the lightness probably helps tyre life, so you'd imagine Keith probably just starting to get affected a little bit by tyre life now as we get on in this race. And Mike absolutely pushing. He's got a great run coming on the front straight. He won't have the legs, but he'll sit in the toe as Keith winds the big V8 up and is going to go flying by towards turn 1.
Looks to the inside now, but they've got the wood on him in a straight line. Yeah, in fact, he's suffering from something there, because the 3 just breezed on by there. Jason Holmes drove through. You would have thought that's Keith's ultimate strength here. Here we go. This is what it's all about. We said this in the first lap of the race, and they're still doing it. Some 5 laps later, on the 6th lap of this race, and they're still side by side, this Triumph GT and this MG Midget with its registration plate still on it. If that doesn't rub some salt into the wound, I don't know what does.
Not many cars doing that these days. Big call out for Trevor Lindsay as well, coming all the way from Adelaide. Absolutely loving running with us. It's great to have him here. Bit of a squirm under brakes there, but great to have a little GT6 here. And a couple of his mates have got a couple of cars. We'll see a couple more additions later this year, early next year from Adelaide. So it's great to have them all here. I will also call out, because I know he's sitting on the top of the paddock, we did lose Trevor Dunford after a non-racing related incident yesterday after racing, but a big call out, and thanks for coming over, Trevor. I know you'd love to be on track, but I really appreciate your support.
Yeah, fantastic that we can drag some South Australians over here to join. This really does, and we've really appreciated what Trevor Lindsay's bought in the number 86 here. Car looks beautiful. It's one of those classic silhouettes that's just enjoyable to look at. Moving art, you might refer to it as. And Triumph have always been very clever with that over many, many years. And this car looks great on track, and he's driven magnificently. Have a look at this. Holmes up to the inside there, just serving it up, using the strength under his right foot and gathering it all up, charging down the front straight now. No need for side-by-side around turn 12. That's an emphatic move, and will drive away. Goes after Michael Trathen, sitting in P3. Here's our race leader now, Simon Elliott, doing a magnificent job in the 55. In fact, we really would have thought we would have seen the blue car of Phil Chester jammed up under that massive rear wing, and the checkered flag is being readied for car number 55. Phil Chester is really nowhere to be seen at this moment, 13 seconds further back. And onto the straight we come. For the second time this weekend, car number 55 charges at the line.
Stunning looking car. They've done so well with this, and great to see Simon driving it so well. I had a chat to him after yesterday, and he's absolutely loving driving this thing, so it's so good to have it out there. Looks stunning. Well done to Simon to take the win. Phil Chester still coming around to take the flag, as Andrew Howell's had a bit of a lonely race back there, but Mike Trathen has left them all for dead in 4th, so he's really got the bit between his teeth and taken off after clearing Keith and Trevor. So
getting some shots back down the field here. Michael Hurler, he's got the head leaning forward. He's certainly trying to do everything he possibly can to move onto the back of Jason Edwards. Yep, he's wheeling it on.
I think I can.
Wheeling it on. Howell now comes to the line in that magnificent sounding Judd power plant outfit, and getting good shots there of Richard Milligan. You can just about see him changing his mind with the wheel adjustments.
It's a great battle for 12th here. Mike Hurl, he got under Jason Edwards. Then David Bajan has tried to round them both up, side by side round Siberia here. He's not going to make it stick, but great racing from these guys. It's great after yesterday. Everyone was a little bit frustrated yesterday because it's not what the category is about. And today, some really good, hard, close racing. Everyone can be really proud of themselves.
Yeah, we just observed Michael Hurley here with his head leaning forward. He took that place then, and I reckon his head just rolled back a little bit laughing. Just his head went back going, I got it.
I've got him.
I've got him, yeah, exactly. I've got him. I've only got 3/4 of a lap to go. It's mine.
Ken in the corners down here. He's done really well to get back through the field. He's up to 14th.
It really is good to see Michael out there doing it, a guy that works so hard behind the scenes in motorsport generally. He's got many, many service awards and just won a couple of years ago in the COVID years. He certainly did. With the MG Car Club worked very, very hard to try and get race meetings to happen right throughout that horrendous period of time, and gets to the line ultimately in the end in 13th place. Lucky 13th for car number 61. And there is how the field finished up. Simon Elliott takes the win in the number 55 to Phil Chester, Andrew Howell, Michael Trathen, Jason Holmes, Keith Ondaatje, and the Stag home in 6th place there. Trevor Lindsay, Anthony Vollebrecht, Alistair Ondaatje, Hendrik Zwatten, or Hank, to his friends at home in 10th place.
We call you a friend, Daz.
Yeah, we do. I do. I was befriended yesterday. It's taken a while, but I was definitely befriended yesterday there as well. So, Paul, thank you very much for your time. We go now into HQs, and we will see you and the MG clan back at 2:05 for the final race for the weekend. We'll take a quick break here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. And when I say quick, I mean very quick. We've got the National Treasure just about to jump on air. We'll be back in one moment.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We've got the HQ Holdens coming out for race 2, and right beside me is Darren. How are you, mate?
Oh, thanks very much, David. Great to be here with you, ladies and gentlemen. Dave Amor, National Treasure of the commentary booth. Fantastic to have you here. HQ's on track. And beautiful, beautiful sunshine, mate. This is real close to where you live. It's like this always in Gippsland?
It's always like this, mate. You know, they can't believe it rains, but we certainly do. Righto, ladies and gentlemen, let's fill you in with a bit of goss, a bit of information from yesterday. We had qualifying yesterday morning. Rod Rogers went to rear of field. He was underweight. He came through and finished 4th outright. The fastest car yesterday was Ryan Woods in the WMS car of 27, Ryan Woods. So he's driving John Wise's car this weekend, so keep an eye on that. John said to me last night, David, geez, my car's gone up in value overnight. So this will be interesting.
Well, HQs go up annually in value, don't they?
Well, they certainly do nowadays,
better
mate,
than the super.
It will be real interesting. What can Banks and Ross do? Or will Rocket Rod Rogers, by turn 2, get right into the boot lid of Ryan Woods in the 27 car? We've got Glenn McDonald in the 87 car. Rob Patterson, good to see him back in the 23 car. Andrew Legality doing extremely well in the 26 car. Perry Beckers in the 89 car. That's a fairly new car. Mick Magilton is there in the 75 car. That's the Middies electrical car. Graham Francis, mate, he raced back in the Thunderdome days. He's older than me. Andrew Lawton, Ben Ritchie's. We've got John Mahoney.
He's about also 43, is he? 43, 44?
Yeah, 43, yep. And we've also got the 36 car driven by a lady there, so absolutely fantastic for her. And Tracy Molden is not out there today. She needs a sponsor. She needs a little bit of help. can anyone out there help her? She bought a car without an engine, and that's been her stumbling block so far this year. So she needs someone that can build an engine. She can need someone that help them along.
It's only so far you can wind up the lacquer band, isn't there?
Yeah, well, that's it. That is for sure. 6-cylinder Holdens. The only thing I didn't get to yesterday is we all run the same camshaft. So very, very important. They all get sealed. They all get measured. They get put together. And as you would know, Darren, the only difference in a race car is what they call a spacer. That's from the back of the seat to the steering wheel. Righto, let's see.
That's the gap you got to fill, isn't it?
It certainly is, mate. Righto, we've got Ryan Woods. Has he got to get right up onto that line? No, he stays back a metre. Banks is a bit closer. Can Banks get a real good start? Can Gavin Ross or Rocket Rod come through for turn one? Glenn McDonald got a ripper of a start yesterday. So we're just waiting for them all to line up. They're all there, all 15 of them. Absolutely fantastic. But Woods.
Yeah, just watching, I'm not sure whether that's steam or smoke. It seems to be dissipating. You don't want to see steam coming out your exhaust pipe on the grid. That's smoke, isn't
that's
it?
That's only smoke, mate. Smoke. That's what they call
leaking
98.
valves. Oh, 98, that's fuel, is it? Okay.
That's fuel, mate.
Jeez, I tell you what an all-star second row. These two guys on the front row get a watch out because there's some veterans with a lot of experience coming at them from behind. Glenn McDonald gets away nicely there indeed. Mahoney goes well around Lawton, who has been very, very slow off the line there in the 85 there.
Yeah, Woods out the front. We've got Ross down the inside, Banks in the middle, Rocket Rod trying to go around the outside as they go through the tents. We can't see turn two at the moment. We can on the TV, thanks to Blendline. It's absolutely fantastic, Darren.
We'll get you watching the TV this weekend, Dave, and calling the action from there rather than out the window. We'll keep an eye on the action that's being broadcast out there to the world. Car number 76, Stephen Banks, does a tremendous job to get into the lead here. Rocket Rod goes steaming on through. Boy, where has Gavin Ross ended up? No, there's Gavin Ross.
Gavin
He's
Ross
right in the
other
action.
side of him, mate.
Yeah, he is.
We got
and
two
gets a
cars
lock-up.
in the one spot.
Well, gets a big lock-up. Two fronts had to release and, as they say at the big end of town, modulate the brake pedal.
Yeah, righto, Neil Crompton. All right, okay, we go into Siberia. That's over the far side there. That's near the ocean, ladies and gentlemen. Always picturesque Phillip Island, and today is nothing better than fantastic.
It is absolutely beautiful. We're very spoilt with this venue, and I don't really mind what the weather does down here these days, but when it's like this, it just adds such a... You can see the polish on the cars, can't you? They glisten in the sunshine.
Yep, they certainly do. They look like brand new. All right, as we can see at the moment, we've got Glenn McDonald. Right behind him, Perry Beckers in the 89 car. Then we've got the 23 car there, Rod Patterson. Up over the top at Lukey Heights. That's where the HQ Holdens actually lean out, ladies and gentlemen, over the top there. They've got a fuel gauge there that tells us they go from 12.2 to almost 13.1. That leans out.
So watching now, there is Gavin Ross charging pretty hard here. I tell you what, though, Ryan Woods is absolutely on the ascension in HQ Racing, doing a tremendous job. I'm interested to see the gap actually in already in lap one. This is one of the largest gaps in the first lap of a race of HQ Racing. We're seeing 2.2 seconds. Boy, there's some numbers there, a synergy, isn't it? 202s in them and a 2.2 gap. Wow, look at this.
Unbelievable.
Gavin Ross and Rod Rogers, two of the legends of HQ Racing. There's many, but they're just two of them. And they are fighting it out for P2. I tell you what, I'm getting a bit hungry watching that ready roast car go around Glenn McDonald.
Mate, it looks like you've already inhaled a whale already, Darren. So,
giving it a go.
Lunchtime, just give it a bit of space. But we've got to thank Tyre Power for the major sponsors of HQRA Victoria. We've also got B&B Blasting. We've also got GMG Automotive, which is Gavin Ross. Fantastic to have all those sponsors being involved with HQ Holdens and 33 years of motorsport.
Well, I tell you what, Tyre Power have been on board that long that some of these window stickers look like pale blue rather than dark blue. They've faded in the UV over the years, haven't they?
Yeah, they certainly do. But when you have a look at it, Tyre Power, absolutely fantastic.
National brand and taking it to the people out there and also helping HQ's great field this weekend, out over 16 cars entered here this weekend. And when you put that into perspective on a car that was born over 50 years ago, still racing absolutely hard, And strangely, David, the value of one of these HQs now is just absolutely skyrocketing, and they still race them like they're on the... well, not quite like on the Thunderdome.
No,
They used to tear them up pretty bad then.
We can't afford it, Darren, because there's over 27,000 HQs still registered in Australia, okay? And there's also HQs being rebuilt as we speak at the moment, not just for racing, but also someone wants something that's very classic and very romantic to when they were babies. And here we go. Have a look at this. We've got to look at these times. I was talking to Ryan Wood there yesterday. He said, David, I go into Honda and I leave it in third gear all the way through Siberia up over the top. The car has got that much grunt. It is unbelievable. So we've got a 204.1.
Magilton slowing down the straight there, just off the back of shot. Magilton slowing there, so that's a shame. We've only got one of them here this weekend, so we want to keep them going. Mick Magilton slowing there. Glenn McDonald still embroiled in this battle with the 23 of Robert Patterson. And Robert Patterson has got to be one of the prettiest HQs, and I know pretty is not a word you describe a HQ, but this car is prepared to within its life there. The GDS badge on the front, GDS stripes over the top. This is classic HQ action. 27,000 of them still on the road. What are we going to do? There's only 100 sets of points left for them.
Yeah, well, that's a very big issue and a very big problem we've got now. Bosch has decided to delete a lot of the runs. I'm trying to get rare spares involved to try and keep the branding and all the rest. We want to keep these cars very similar to what they were when Mum and Dad had them, or when you were in the back seat of one, Darren.
Is that Gavin Ross slowing on the climb up the hill?
Yeah, it is. Yep.
The green-eyed monster is disappearing backwards, or is Gav just setting himself a bit of a challenge? I'll go to the back and see if I can push through in the next minute and a half or so.
Mate, you haven't got time for a challenge in a HQ. He may have electrical problems. He may have a head gasket issue. We're not sure. We have to have a bit of a look at it. But have a look at Rod Rogers. Rod Rogers at the sector time up over the back is around about 0.2 quicker than what Woods was. So this will be quite interesting. 2.8 between first and second there on the last lap. Gavin Ross has gone away, so Rod Rogers has come in. Have a look at third, fourth and fifth. You can throw a blanket over him, very small blanket, Darren.
As opposed to the two of us now, that's a couple of blankets.
Yes, well, that's right, mate. It's the reason why I don't go to the beach anymore. I'm sick and tired of getting rolled in.
They keep trying to push you in, don't they?
That's it. Righto, Gavin Ross, here he comes. Definitely got a head gasket issue, I would say, ladies and gentlemen. He tried to get a little bit more out of that 202 single carby, 6-cylinder Holden, around about the 103 kilowatts, 140 horsepower.
Heading into the lane, so Gavin Ross retiring from this one. And that won't sit well with Gavin. He's a racer's racer. He'll be straight up with the bonnet up and trying to work out what's going on there.
Now, as Glenn McDonald all of a sudden caught up to the back of Banks, and Rob Patterson is following him through. Now, the 87 car is one of the widest HQs you'll ever see. I had a few people say yesterday, geez, Dave, took us a while to get past him. Well, mate, you got to go round the outside. You got to outbrake him. You got to do something. Banks has gone out wide. Banks has gone out wide, so the Ready Rose car, McDonald, is now up into third position.
It's like two Buffalo girls go around the outside, isn't it? Have a look at that. Absolutely all over it. The beautiful GDS livery looks to the inside here. You don't want to rub up the side of that one. You're going to end up with a big please explain from the association. It's Glenn McDonald.
Yeah,
just
certainly
being
is.
Squeezed for room here. Just getting squeezed there. A little bit of contact. I hope not. Across the top of the hill here, the 87 will have the plunge down and we'll have the run onto the straight. Have a look at this side by side. That's the spot you want to be, albeit cracking a little bit sideways there. And Glenn McDonald. So checkered flag being readied.
All right, now have a look at Wood's car. He only has done a 204.1, ladies and gentlemen, 204.0. The last lap before that was 204.12.
There's
but
the checkered.
Woods will take it. Woods will take it. Have a look at that. Clean set of heels. Rocket Rod and the 33 car doing absolutely fantastic. Flying. Here we go. Have a look at this. We got Banks. Can McDonald do it? No, McDonald can't do it. Well, by my eyes, he shouldn't be able to do it. So we're just trying to see what's happened. So we've got Banks, Patterson, McDonald. All right, and we've got our female that looks like she's found a bit of gardening there to do by the looks of it in the stones. Just trying to have a look. That's at turn 2, isn't it?
Yeah, that's definitely turn 2.
Yep.
Going off there, the B&B Master Blasters. That's not what we wanted to see out there, taking no further part. Let's review the field as they came across the line there. And another great HQ race. And, well, I challenge anyone to not find a HQ race. The closeness of the racing is amazing.
Yeah, certainly is. Ryan Woods, Rod Raja, Steve Banks, Rob Patterson, Glenn McDonald, Perry Beckers, Andrew the Gallaty, fantastic. Graham Francis, Andrew Lawton, and also Ben Ritchie's. Ryan's out the top 10. From HQRA Victoria, thank you very, very much, guys. We appreciate it. Thank you, everyone, for turning up today. It's absolutely fantastic. Get your backside, trackside. And I understand you can go down around turn 1, turn 2. You can follow it all the way around to Siberia if you want to have a bit of a look at the race. I've never been there, Darren. I've never been past turn 1 because, as you know, what my ego's like and me motor racing and doing everything else like that, never had the opportunity to. My girls did it yesterday. Dad, it's absolutely fantastic over the far side.
It is.
Have you been to the far side,
I've been down there once to watch the historic event.
Okay.
It's certainly well worth it. It was good watching Formula 5000s down there. David Amor, you are indeed a national treasure of Australian motorsport. And thank you very much for your time. We'll take a quick break because that's going to take some time to get the B&B Master Blasters car out of there. Saloon cars up on track next. Back soon.
Here at Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, this weekend marks the FIA Volunteers Weekend, where we say thank you to the 9,000 registered volunteer officials who work alongside Motorsport Australia to make motorsport happen. Without you, we do not have motorsport. So it's a massive thank you to all of the officials out there who are no doubt tuning in and enjoying all the action. Don't just hear it from me, hear it from all of the drivers and various personalities up and down the pit lane.
Hey there, I'm Paul Ziddy.
Claudia Lennox.
Daniel Johnson.
Brad Vaughan.
Tom Randall.
Kobe Williams.
Mike Hurley.
Anne from Sports Sedans.
To celebrate and recognise FIA Volunteers Weekend, I want to sound a huge shout out.
Just a huge shout out.
A huge shout out.
Big shout out.
A huge cheerio and thank you.
A big thanks.
A big thank you.
Big thank you.
Thank you to the volunteers and officials that make these race meetings happen.
To all the Motorsport Australia officials and volunteers.
To all our officials around the track and our volunteers.
To all of the volunteers here at Phillip Island this weekend so we can go racing.
To all the FIA volunteers around the country who just do the most amazing job while we, race around in circles.
To all of our trackside officials in particular who make our life upstairs easier.
That allow us to go out and do what we do, which is to love racing. So thank you, we couldn't do it without you.
That help us on all race weekends. We couldn't do it without you guys. We can't do the racing without them.
We can't race without you people.
They just do the most fantastic job and I can't tell you how grateful we all are.
Without you officials, we just do not go out racing. So thank you very much for all the effort you do. Come rain, shine, hail, you're out there supporting our racing. Without you, we couldn't do it.
This is Brad Vaughan. He normally steers a saloon car in the Vic State paddock as well as upper echelons of motorsport in supercars, or the Dunlop series, I should say. But this weekend, you never like having these sorts of conversations. What's happened to the car, mate?
Unfortunately, in the last practice session yesterday, we had quite a loud engine rattle. So I think the AU motor's finally given up. So that's our weekend done, unfortunately.
So how much effort has to go in to revive the car and get it back on track?
The motor was going to come out this weekend anyway, or after the weekend to get a bit of a birthday, so that just comes out a little bit earlier now.
So how does saloon cars compare to racing something like a fully fledged supercar? What are the comparisons between the two?
Probably the saloon car's just bigger, heavier, slower, but both rear-wheel drive and both a lot of fun. So the saloon car, you got to be a little bit more patient. The supercar's a lot more nimble and a bit more power.
Brad Vaughan, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to Callum Brannigan for having that chat with Brad Vaughan. Well, it's not been a good weekend because his teammate has also gone home, Sean Jamieson. So the South Aussie team have got a long journey back today. Both cars done an engine before the weekend has really got going. Here is the grid for this one. Travis Lindorf will start from pole position alongside Jacob Prestopino. Daniel Johnson will come out of third alongside Scott Dornan. Karen Pridmore out of fifth alongside the former series leader Adam Lowndes. We'll talk about the series points a bit later on. Kevin Stoopman will come out of seven alongside Jackson Griffith. Then we've got Andrew McSwain, Luke O'Callaghan, Andrew McLeod, and Blair Davies did very nicely to finish in 12th yesterday. James Jeske has made the change to the Blue Oval camp this weekend. He'll start alongside Robert Knight. Matthew Jager will come out of 15 alongside Justin Shembry in the older model machines. Christopher Jackson will come out of 17. The rookie Adam Bywater ended his first race abruptly yesterday in the gravel trap. He'll start ahead of Peter Tonks, Blake Harris, and running at the top 20. And then beyond that, Sean Jamieson will not take the start here today. So Nash Harris will start by himself on that 11th row of the grid. Really exciting race yesterday. I expect much the same today. And alongside me once again is Callum Brannigan. How are you, Callum?
Good morning, Dan. Very well, thank you. Hello to everyone tuning in from home and who have made their way out to Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit to soak in round 5 of the Victorian State Race Series. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for coming out to the circuit and throwing your support behind grassroots motorsport, because we're enthusiastic about it. We love presenting it to you, and we hope you get all the enjoyment as possible out of all of the racing action coming your way. But very excited for this second Saloon Cars race. I know how excited you are, Dan McCarthy. You are quite the Saloon Cars enthusiast, emerging in the last couple of seasons and doing an excellent job leading the commentary for the Saloon Cars community. You're sporting a very smart little name tag just to let yourself give yourself some presence amongst the paddock as well. But it's your efforts are very much appreciated by everyone throughout the paddock, Dan. But very much looking forward to this 16-minute affair. Of course, the time does start ticking down as soon as they come out of the pit lane to commence their sighting lap before they get gridded up on the track. It's a big thank you to the officials as well for all of their efforts. You saw that tidy package prepared by Blendline TV just a few moments ago from many people throughout the paddock, thanking officials for all of their tireless work. It is the FIA Volunteers Weekend, Volunteer and Officials Weekend, showing recognition for the 9,000 or 9,000 plus registered volunteer officials who support motorsport in Australia. So it's a big thank you to the guys and girls working tirelessly behind the field. Sun's out, guns out. We've got saloon car racing coming your way very shortly.
Certainly do. Sunshine, there's a bit of bite now, there's a bit of heat. It's getting to near midday, and the temperatures are certainly rising out there on the racetrack. As you see, Dornan slotting in, actually on that warm-up lap was behind Pridmore, so there's a little bit of reshuffling there, but Dornan does take his correct spot, 4th position on the grid alongside Daniel Johnson. So really now Dornan's the one flying the South Aussie flag up the pointy end of the field anyway, with both Jamieson and Vaughan going home early, as we detailed there just before. Jacob Prestopino yet to get a race victory this year. Won here last year at Phillip Island. Always does very strongly at this circuit. And he will be looking for position number 1. We are underway, and it's a good start from Prestopino in the green machine, and a good start from Lowndes as well. On the 3rd row of the grid, he jumped straight around the outside of Dornan. And in fact, he's jumped Daniel Johnson as well. In fact, he's on the outside looking at 3rd position down towards turn number 1. Somebody who's running a little bit out wide further back. Speaking of out wide, Karen Pridmore going the very, very, very long way around the outside at turn number 1. Has a look up the inside of Daniel Johnson. I think there's a bit of contact there. Johnson shuffled slightly wide. What about the start, though, from Adam Lowndes up to position number 2? Or Pridmore understeering. I don't know if there's a bit of a puncture there. Is that looking a bit low on the right front? I think there might be a puncture.
Yeah, something to miss on that car. The pace has dropped significantly off the turn 2 there. And you can see there it's looking very tidy as they come into turn 4. Andrew McSwain, he's got Kevin Stootman for company in the Tyre Power AU Falcon with Scott Dornan just ahead of them. So this is unfolding rather brilliantly, but not too sure what happened to Pridmore there. The car noticeably slower coming out of turn 2 towards turn 3 and 4, and we'll have to keep an eye on that as it unfolds. But Prestipino, what a start. We've been waiting for Prestipino to come to life. We saw glimpses of it yesterday in the closing stages of the race between himself and Daniel Johnson, who on screen right now. Beautiful move around the outside going through Hayshed, so he puts Lindorf back at position in the Casey Accidents Commodore. That's the blue one. He's now coming under fire from Dornan, who fancies his chances at a move, just showing the nose on the outside coming into turn 10. And the fast sweeping left-handers in 11 and 12. Must be an absolute delight driving one of these 6-cylinder family sedans. Obviously slightly different in technical makeup between the Ford and the Holden, but it's great to see the Holden Rondel taking it to the blue oval. A time-honoured battle. Prestipino onto the main straight there. Had it elevated sideways. Kevin Stootman in the background there as well. Had a bit of a moment there as he continues his hot pursuit.
Could see the passionate Prestipino family on the top of the pits really cheering him on as he came through in the race lead. Good move from Stootman up the inside of Griffiths, so that is a position made there up to position number 7. Great start from McSwain in 6th position, made up multiple positions on lap number 1. He's got a bit of damage still on the back of that machine from, well, cosmetic damage anyway, after spinning and hitting the tyre wall on the inside of turn number 1 on the run to turn 2 on Friday. So qualifying was all about regaining confidence, and so was race 1 yesterday. Looks like he's got the confidence back, because to be 6th, yeah, got to have a bit of bravery.
Adam Bywater, the number 2 Falcon there. He's just ahead of McLeod there in the number 82 machine. So this is a great exchange. Bywater had the tail of that car absolutely sideways through Stoner Corner there, coming through turn 3, and he was doing well to keep it collected, regather the car before firmly planting the brakes.
Oh, that was a big moment from Prestipino, and then somebody, that's Stootman further back. So that's how Griffith got by Stootman, and then Stootman returned serve just a couple of corners later. But really pushing early on. There's Prestipino sideways over the crest of the hill. Johnson looking at Lowndes. These are the title rivals. Johnson took the series lead yesterday, leads it by just 3 points coming into this one. But it's Lowndes ahead of him at the moment. It's so tight between these two, as it has been all season long. Johnson's got the lights on, trying to put the pressure on his mate in front. It's Holden versus Ford. Blue oval on Nash. Big Nash has got the bonnet up as he goes down into MG. And he's received the mechanical black flag, obviously there. That is dangerous, so got to bring that into the lane, get that fixed, and then he'll be straight back out there on the circuit once again. Look at this, the South Australian Dornan had a great round at Sandown. Unfortunately, when it came to the Nationals, he ended up having a bit of an incident with the wall, but still finished pretty strongly in that final race. Nevertheless, he's come back strong once again this weekend. The South Australian visitor taking it to the very best in Victoria as they blast out of turn number 2 down to Stoner Corner. Isn't that a great new camera shot that we have on the approach to Stoner?
It's a very high scaffold there. Look at Johnson up the inside, showing the nose at Lowndes. So no, we're just hearing no meatball flag yet. That hasn't been shown to the driver. So that's Nash Harris, who's having to contend with that issue once again after he was forced out of the race before it even began in race 1 yesterday. Have a go at Lindorf. He's coming under fire from Dornan, who's got a good corner exit there, maximising the track space there, as is customary in these large family sedans. Falcons v Commodores. Look at the heat haze as they come through the hay shed. And they're coming up to Lukey Heights. So Lowndes in the Pro Plum Commodore, the number 19 machine there, beautifully liveried, coming under fire from the blue oval. Dornan sending it around the outside. No issues with throttle application there in that VY Commodore.
No, got the bit between his teeth this morning. Yeah, come out firing as Dornan going around the outside at Siberia. No mechanical black flag issued. Oh, Lowndes has dropped back. Maybe a missed gear change or something, but Lowndes has lost 1, 2, 3 positions in the blink of an eye. Just like that, click of your fingers, he's back down to 5th position. All the hard work from that brilliant start has come undone, unfortunately, out of the penultimate corner. And we're going 2 by 2 down into turn number 1. Dornan swinging it to the inside, and he's up the inside, and he's got the move into second.
Daniel Johnson will be absolutely pressing on as hard as possible. Ever delight to talk to down there in the paddock is DJ, the club president for the Victorian Saloon Cars. So what does he do? He has to try and regain his composure here and decide whether he's going to go back on the attack of Dornan, who's clearly got race pace in the early stages of this race. When I say early stages, it's ticked by so quickly as the excitement has been unfolding. But just over 3.5 minutes remaining in this race. Now, there is Nash Harris in the foreground. Very wisely pulls over to the far left-hand side. Up the inside, Kevin Stoopman. He's got Lowndes for company. They go through turn 4, 2 by 2, doing a fantastic job. So the number 12 from the number 19, Stoopman's going to go deep under brakes through Siberia, but that is the long way around. Lowndes hangs the tail out, gathers it up. That is a good save.
Absolutely. Should play for the Australian Socceroos with a save like that one. Very good stuff as they go side by side through the hay shed. Awesome racing between these two, but Lowndes is going the wrong direction. I thought at first it might have been a missed gear with the momentum loss out of the penultimate turn, but it doesn't look like it because he's continuing to fall backwards. Here comes Griffith now up the inside. Oh, double lock-up at the front. He gets it stopped nicely, though, in the AU Falcon. They're going to go side by side. This is where Lowndes' momentum began to go backwards 1 lap ago. He's lost 4 places since then. From second down into 6th position now.
Andrew McSwain is looming in the background there in the Drive Events AU Falcon. Coming down to Gardner Straight, that is a sight to behold coming past the start-finish stripe as well. So it is Prestipino from Dornan, Daniel Johnson, Adam Lowndes, and we have Kevin Stoopman now making up a position on that last lap as well, so he climbs up into position 5th. But we said before, Dornan clearly has pace in this race, and you can see that's evidence. A 1 minute 50.2 makes him the fastest person on the track at the moment.
Certainly does, absolutely. Over a second faster than Prestipino on that last lap, and Prestipino himself set his personal best that time through. So Scott Dornan coming with an awful lot of pace. In just a lap and a half at that rate, he will be on the back of Jacob Prestipino. And the laps are winding down. We've only got a minute and a half left, so laps are running out, but I think Dornan will get that. Oh, Lindorf brings it into the lane. The race 1 winner yesterday is, his race has come to an early end in this one. Brings it into the support paddock, and that is race number 2 done for the former State Series champion. McSwain, you can see, there's a little bit of tape still and a bit of cosmetic damage at the back of that machine, but he's really performing strongly in this one. Here is the battle for the lead, though. Prestipino, what a start. Broke away early, but the South Australian Dornan has closed that margin down. And look, he's bringing DJ Daniel Johnson along with him as well. So top 3, you can see in the same camera shot. That is great to see in Saloon Cars, and what we've come to expect this year. So many different winners. And surprisingly, Daniel Johnson, despite leading the championship, is yet to win a race this season. Quite remarkable. But the consistency is what has got him to that position at this point of the championship. And it's Jacob Prestipino that crosses the line with 2 laps remaining. And again, last time through, losing a further 7/10 to the man behind, Scott Dornan. The margin now, 7/10 of a second. Dornan's there. If Prestipino makes a mistake now, he can pounce. He's having a look down at turn number 2. Very different lines between these two. Jacob going for a late apex, but missed the apex there. And now Dornan is right on him as they exit Southern Loop down to Stoner Corner. Prestipino goes defensive straight away down into Miller Corner. Dornan trying to go the long way around. They're both sideways down into the corner. This is awesome racing. Dornan slightly twitchy on the exit. Look, Daniel Johnson is right there. Top 3, line astern.
letting him know that he's there to mop up anything that might occur. But this is an enthralling race. Prestipino and Dornan have these cars dialed in, and they are driving them to an absolute T. They are on their ragged edge in terms of braking. They're maximising their braking ability, and you can see the cars squirming without even locking a brake. So they're absolutely at the limit in terms of braking. Now the pace, that's a tag from the rear from Dornan, and it's unsettled both cars, but they're still able to go through Lukey Heights. But here comes DJ. Daniel Johnson looming in the AU Falcon. Dornan almost dropping a wheel. The hard defensive line coming through turn 10, but Johnson's going to inherit the inside line as they come through turn 11. Just couldn't quite get the corner exit there. So Dornan clearly has the pace. He's attacking hard, but Prestipino doing a brilliant job defending because he is on the hunt for race victory. He's trying to improve on yesterday's performance, and he's in the box seat. This is the last lap, Dan. They're running out of corners, just over 4.5 or just under 4.5 kilometres of Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit remaining for race 2 of the Saloon cars.
Two of the most aggressive drivers in this field, top two, and you can see the way they're throwing the cars around, sliding everywhere, just trying to get the best corner exit they possibly can, trying to get the power down. And yeah, these two very aggressive drivers are gonna fight it out, duel it out on this final lap of the race. Prestipino, nice wide sweeping line again. He likes that line through there. Dornan's a little more shallow, and it looks to me like they're pretty evenly matched despite taking the very different lines. Is Prestipino going to defend down into Miller once again? He certainly is. Dornan forced to go the long way again, but this time decides not to. Or Prestipino, all locked up in the rears, gets it stopped. Great car control from the youngster. Manages to keep it in a straight line, and now defensive again into Siberia, although Dornan sticks the nose up there. He had a big look, couldn't quite do it. Has to slot back in behind once again, but Dornan certainly has the car pace. He's hounding the back of the young Victorian, looking left, looking right, everywhere for an opportunity to make his way by. Oh, look at that sideways from Prestipino. Around the outside, Dornan, that's not where you want to be. Oh, big twitch, he's run wide. Has he gone off? No, he's kept it on the road, but Johnson is going to take that second position away from him. So DJ moves up to position number 2. That was a big moment from Dornan. Lucky just to keep it on the road, and he's sideways again. Oh, he's thrown everything at it, the South Australian, but he's going to come up short. He's going to come up in 3rd position. I think Prestipino, barring a mistake at the final turn, is going to hold on for his first race victory of the season. Oh, pushing it. 2 wheels through the grass, but he's going to hold on. It's a victory for Jacob Prestipino. He holds off the charge ahead of Daniel Johnson and Scott Dornan. The top 3 separated by just 7/10 in what was yet another classic Saloon Cars race, and we're side by side a bit further back as well. This is Adam Bywater holding off Blake Harris. Both of those two charged from the back after issues yesterday, and they finished in 8th and 9th respectively. So great recovery drives from both of those two. And we look a little bit further back. Jeske, who's recently changed to the Falcon, looking to bring it home in 12th. It's going to be close though with Davies. He does hold on. And Big Nash Harris there finishing a lap down in position number 17. This on screen is a battle in the older class cars. Looks like Jaeger has got it at this point in time. Shembry throwing everything at it, but I think he's going to come up slightly short. So Jaeger in the Falcon, the number 70, looks set to hold on. So Holden wins outright, but in the older spec machines, it's going to be a Falcon that's going to take victory. And another machine, ironically, that is black and green. So Jaeger outright 14th position, and taking the class victory. Rob Knight appears to have disappeared on that final lap. Oh, there he is, just dropped a couple of positions there on the final lap, so maybe a mistake from the veteran.
Awesome stuff there for race 2 of the Saloon car, supported by Excalibur screw bolts this weekend. Jacob Prestipino, confirmation there, taking out race 2 ahead of Daniel Johnson in 2nd position. Scott Dornan home in 3rd. Kevin Stootman 4th. Adam Lowndes in 5th position, but he'll be on the hunt to return. Jackson Griffith, Andrew McSwain, Adam Bywater in position 8. Blake Harris and Andrew McLeod rounding out the top 10, Dan.
Certainly did. What a race. Brilliant stuff. Very much looking forward to their final race this afternoon. Should be a classic and a title on the line between Lowndes and Johnson. Sounds like supercars back in the 90s. After this break, we will have the historic touring cars. I can already see them coming down the lane, so they are not too far away at all. We'll be back shortly.
Welcome back trackside here, round 5 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. A big thank you to 888 Home Loans and a big shout out to everybody watching us on the live streaming today. A great friend of Blendline TV and Australian Motorsport, Gary O'Brien, writing plenty of stories for the publication he now works for at Speed Cafe and taking notes off all of the live streaming. A shout out to the GOAT. G'day Gaz, hope you're having a great day watching Blendline TV and the best state series in Australia here from the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships as the historic touring cars, just like Gary, historic, heading out on track.
Oh, he's taking a rib from you this morning, isn't he?
He certainly has. No right of reply either, just the way I like it. So, Darren Collins in the number 97. His foray into driving a Ford has been quite successful here this weekend. Of course, a very long-time Camaro racer. Now in the number 97 Ford Mustang. Brett Trengrove right alongside, so the Camaros aren't too far away from him. In fact, he's enveloped by the Camaros, and it's Brent Trengrove right alongside Glenn Miles in the number 16. Then we go to Peter Milliman. Back to Jervis Ward in the Creative Parrot Ford Falcon Sprint. Great to see the Falcon yesterday, and in fact he celebrated a couple of times with a couple of number 11s. I can't believe how narrow the tyres are on that car, and he still throws it around very, very well. The number 51 of Ben Dalson is the next one in the Valiant Charger. Jeff Munday in the number 68 Camaro. Richard Hill in the first of our Morris Cooper S's, number 12 there, celebrating with the Mini Club who are promoting this weekend. Reese Moyle, who does have Darren Hossack here this weekend, or at least yesterday, helping him out through the race weekend there in position number 9. Then we go to Graham Hill. Trevor Talbot, watch for the number 76, the Chevy Camaro, coming out of position number 11. Craig Miles there in the Charger there as well. Stephen Pillikers in the GTR XU1 and Adrian Moore rounding out the tight field, 14 cars for Just Cars, and they do a tremendous job of fielding these cars. This is these cars have to be presented in the manner they were in the day. The use of modern technology, I guess, tyres and brake pad material, maybe some gasket materials, is pretty much where the modern aspect of any of these cars come from, but they do have to be raced as they were in the day. Group NC rules is the majority of the fields here, but some of them Group NA and B, Appendix J, etc. So that is how we present them. They really do hark back to a magnificent time, and you'd have to say a golden era of touring car racing, the prelude to what is the upper echelon of Australian motorsport today. Whether you like it or not, it's touring cars that are the big scene in Australia, and this is where it all began. And we just see these magnificent cars, silhouettes that do make the heart beat, and certainly for many people, cars of their childhood or cars of their adulthood still racing out on track. Great to see some fans joining us here today. Obviously the property getting ready for MotoGP, but what a magnificent day to come and see some races here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit and these great cars. Dan McCarthy.
Hopefully it's like this for MotoGP. Of course, last year it was so muddy here after all the rain that we had. At one point it was touch and go whether the event was even going to happen. It was that much underwater.
Well, 2016 I remember it as well, and you couldn't see the difference between Bass Strait and the property here back then. There was that much water floating around the place. So green flag at the back of the grid. A magnificent day we have here today to see these historic touring cars going about their business, and we are all set to go at Ben Dahlstrom isn't on the grid. So there's a spot vacant next to Jervis Ward and his Falcon. Darren Collins gets away nicely. No wheel spin there. The Camaro beside him lights it up. The 68 gets away beautifully as well. That's Jeff Monday. Splits the lower capacity cars. Little RX2 looks to the inside as well. Goes with him through there as well. There is the Peter Milliman, number 43 Mustang, heading down into turn number 2. The number 12 Mini. How good is it to see a Mini out there? Richard Hill, not ideal conditions. He's hoping for snow and howling rain so that he can use all the advantage under the right foot. But boy, oh boy, out there. Mini Cooper S for so many years was the car to beat in touring car racing worldwide. And you just need to look at some of the footage from the Goodwood festivals and members meetings to see how many Minis are still racing out in the UK.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so many Minis. Great bumps further back. Oh, 68 machine. That's Monday, all sideways as he tried to go around the outside of the Mustang of Malulaman, just ahead, but couldn't make it stick there. Three different manufacturers in the top 3 is the Ford. Sprint ran wide there and I believe lost a position.
You want to understand where Supercars got the great idea of running Mustangs and Camaros from. There's the shot right there, isn't it?
Certainly is. As they come over the top of the hill. Yeah, as you say, absolutely. Mustang versus Camaro. See the same in NASCAR, of course, as well.
Oh, that's not what we wanted to see. The 21 has hauled up. That's Graham Hill. Don't be too concerned. It's a different Graham Hill, but very much loves his motorsport as well. That's not what we wanted to see. Was a Mini falling off to the wayside there, particularly at the event that the Mini Club put together so very, very well. Been an exceptionally well organised race meeting here this weekend. And Darren Collins charging across the line there in that orange and black Mustang. Boy, he grabs a bit of brake there. See that? It just sways, I guess you'd say, on its rear axle there. Very, very tough drive down into turn 1 there, all of these cars. Wow, look at that. What an amazing silhouette, that Camaro SS. Big tyres on the back. Oh, Trevor Talbot just sliding it around. I didn't notice Paul Stubber had joined us here this weekend.
Up 8 positions on that opening lap, Trevor Talbot, after problems yesterday from 11th on the grid, already in 3rd position and trying to catch the top 2 sideways through Stoner. This is the battle though on the racetrack between these 3. This is Ward, Malooman and Monday on the race circuit, and in fact Monday has overtaken Maloolan early on this lap, so these guys fighting for 3rd position. They were fighting for 4th position yesterday as Talbot wasn't there, as we say, already made up 8 positions. Oh, good exit though from Monday, draws alongside the Falcon Sprint but can't get through into the hay shed. Has to find a better overtaking opportunity than that. Hard to go too wide around the hay shed in any car, let alone these.
Yeah, certainly they start to move around a lot there. Jervis Ward, great credit to Jervis to continue to present this Falcon Sprint. Down the inside goes the 66 Camaro, massive lock-up. Left-hand front, that will have just about torn the Hoosier to pieces, heading down into that corner. And Jervis trying to fight back there, but he just misses out. He's got about 1,000cc difference between him and that car that's just gone past him. But Jervis up on the wheel, doesn't want to see that Camaro get away from him. And he's been doing this long enough to know very, very well that the chase is now on. There's just under 6 minutes left in this race. Muleman now ranging up in the 43. Have a look what's just behind though. It's an RX2 and a Mini. Oh, huge. Jervis Ward, massive lock up on the right-hand front. Is that an issue? He continues on and gets through.
Yes, somehow would turn that into an overtaking move. It wasn't intended to be, I don't think. Whoa. That was just trying to keep that under control, and did so and made the position. I think Monday just left him space. I think it's 1-1 in the locked front. So
I think I just saw Jervis put the hand up onto his forehead and wipe the sweat away after that one. That was a very, very decent moment down there. We'll be looking at that one at the end of the day. Here comes Milliman down the inside now on Monday, so it's really lit up for these guys. It's fighting it out for 5th, 6th and 7th on the road and doing a ripping job of it as well. really turning on the entertainment here. And it is great to see Jervis Ward back racing amongst the State Series historic touring cars as well. And back to the Camaro of Jeff Monday. And the 43 of Muleman, not normally in position 7, normally knocking on the door of the top 3. So not too sure what's going on with the 43 here this weekend, but Pete always presents a beautiful car, and black is always very, very hard to present a race car in, and he has got it absolutely shining.
Monday showed the nose, forced Ward to leave a gap down into MG, and this is where the Falcon Sprint is going to be vulnerable as they roar onto the pit straight with just 4 minutes left on the clock. Here we go. This is where the Camaro comes into its own. It roars alongside and will likely have the move made even before the start line, and does. That's the horsepower difference between these two machines. So a change of position. Monday back up to 5th. But he's so deep into turn number 1 once again. This time no lockup, and slots back in behind.
Gee, Jervis Ward has got the 26. He is brimming with confidence to hold tight on the inside there. That's the second lap in the row. Thank goodness this time didn't light it up with a massive lockup on that right-hand front. But we're just starting to see the difference between these cars, and the tail shot coming onto the straight tells the story to me. I reckon the Camaro's got about 3 inches more rear rubber on it than the Falcon Sprint. Massive rear tyres on the Camaro, and seems like the Falcon just missing out on a fair bit of rear tyre.
Well, these guys are fighting. Look, the little Tirana's caught them up, and is very much in the battle. Yeah, and the Mini's catching as well. That's Hill in the second of the Minis, as you say, coming into contention. Both Pillickers in the Tirana and Hill in the Mini, both set PBs last time through, and they have caught this battle. The battle now for 6th position as Monday has skipped away in 5th. The margin, you can see, is about 1 second there on the screens, but it's now Mluman who is applying the pressure to the Falcon Sprint and having a look down into MG. In fact, I don't think he's having a look. He's trying to defend from the Tirana behind.
3,310
around the outside.
Centimetres of cubes on that number 14, using very, very well. Goes through on the 5-litre Mustang and got another 5-litre, 289 Falcon Sprint in front. This is classic touring car racing of the era. The XU1 coming on strong, and look at this. Unfortunately, this is Reese who has parked it up just inside the top 10. He was. That's a real shame. Reese Moyle in the number 91, taking no further part in this one, or not at this point in time, as we see Monday just trying to shake the creative Parrot, and shake it off he does. A lock-up left-hand front, goes wide in the 68, holds onto it, has to get out of it, keeps it from looping, gets it on the black stuff, loses 3 spots in the process, and a Tirana coming on real strong with 1.5 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, Mluman getting back through on the Tirana, while we saw Monday fire off the road. Big unforced error, big front lockup, couldn't get it stopped. Now he's under pressure from the Mini of Hill behind. So lots of battle packs in this mid-pack. There is the machine still on the apex in Miller Corner. Really a strange place for a car to come to a stop.
He got a bit late in there and just looped it trying to turn in, and went out over the edge of the track there, just off the racing line. As we watch the car coming up, there it is there. There goes the Monday Camaro, parked up, and here is our race leader, the number 97, Darren Collins, a very healthy lead at the moment, 1.3 seconds to Brent Trengove, who has stopped, we've just been told as well. So it's going to be a lot more than that come 2 laps time. That's a shame. The 22 will take no further part. That was Brent Trengove. Sorry, I thought that was Monday.
No,
but Monday is continuing on just in front of the Falcon Sprint there.
So because of the demise of Trengrove. It's now a 3.7 second lead for Collins now over Trevor Talbot, who sits in second position. Miles sits in third, and then this is now the battle for fourth position. So Ward in fourth, Lumen fifth, and Pelicas in sixth position, and then the recovering Monday in eighth. So yes, all change there. Sorry, seventh for Monday, just getting hill as they go down towards turn number one. But yes, this the battle for fourth. It has been a battle all race long, but they've obviously moved up a position or two now, and it's Ward by a hair's breadth down towards Stoner Corner. Penultimate lap of the race. Time is ticking down. If Lumen wants to finish in fourth, he's got to do it soon. He's running out of time, running out of corners, forcing Ward to go slightly defensive down there into Miller Corner. Still yellow flags waving there, so not an overtaking opportunity at this point in time. And look at that Tirana, really performing strongly at this stage of the race. Really taking it to the much bigger machines out there on the racetrack.
Stephen Pilliker's using all he has at his control at this point in time. It is the bigger engines that just drive away as they come up the hill. All the torque in the world you would want for Jervis Ward and Mullerman, but Stephen Pilliker's are right in the shadow there. Last lap board has been out and being accepted by the field, and we have coming around now Jervis Ward. Gee, I tell you what, that didn't sound too good there. Did not sound real good at all. So last lap has been shown to the field. We continue on here as we see the field streaming around onto turn 12. Now this will be the battle that we've been watching all race long now for position number 4. Ward, Mullerman and Pillikers has weighed in the last 2 laps. And just off in the back there, that Mini is absolutely fighting its way to the end of this race, and we've seen it switching around there, which is Richard Hill and Monday just boring on by down the straight. And if there's anything that indicates late 60s, early 70s touring car racing, that's it right there, a snapshot of what was run there, an NC and an NB car against each other.
David versus Goliath, and this is what made touring car racing in that era so good. The bigger machine just pulling away in a straight line, and then as soon as they get to a corner, look at the Mini, hounding, but then we get to a straight again, and look at that, 1 car length, 2 car lengths, 3 car lengths, 4 car lengths, and he's absolutely miles behind. But they'll get to Miller Corner, and he'll be right back on the tail once again.
Geez, I tell you what, you put yourself into a Cooper S, you must be a very patient person. You must bring all of your patience and all of your commitment to every single corner on every single lap and poised to pounce. And we're just seeing that play out right now between, well, what is the behemoth of the era up against the mouse of the era, and this is exactly how it used to play out.
Look again, the Mini draws alongside, properly alongside, but by the time they get to the next corner, it's done. And here we are, race victor, miles down the road. It's Collins taking the win, cruising across the line in the end, ahead of Trevor Talbot. And then there's a big gap back to Miles, who sat in a very lonely third throughout this race. Here we go, the Mini back up the inside, down into MG. No, going to go the long way instead, and the Mini can go the long way around. Thinks better of it as the Camaro runs wide, back alongside into the penultimate turn. This is awesome. He's just hounding him like a fly. And he's the 68 machine of Monday's trying to swat him away, and does so. Finally breaks away and should now hold it to the line. Awesome battle.
It certainly has been entertainment plus here. Collins to Talbot, Miles, Jervis Ward home in 4th, beats off the 43 of Peter Mullerman. Stephen Pillikers hangs tough in the Holden and gets home into position number 6. Grant Monday beats home Richard Hill in the Mini for a tremendous run, those two. Massive entertainment. I wouldn't be surprised if Grant Monday really didn't see too much of that car. He knew it was there. He knew it was buzzing around him, but the Camaro sitting a fair bit higher up off the road. There it is, confirmation, final results. The 97 of Darren Collins has another victory here this weekend. His enjoyment of the FOMOCO after parking up and selling the Camaro is going onwards now. So enjoying the Mustang. Trevor Talbot in the Camaro in behind there. Glenn Miles, Jervis Ward in the Falcon, Peter Mullerman in the Mustang, and Stephen Pillikers in the GTR XU1. Jeff Munday, Camaro, Richard Hill Mini, Brent Trengove gets the, doesn't get to the line there, as we just see a couple of cars parked up around the track. Dan, fantastic race there for the historic touring cars. We have got the big bangers of Australian motorsport making their way out onto track in just a moment. Got a few cars to recover, so we'll be back in just a moment. Sports Sedans.
Graham Gilliland, welcome to the broadcast. We're standing next to your very familiar orange Mazda RX-7, but this weekend it sounds different. It's got a different flavour, a different note. Tell us about that.
Yep. We've been working pretty hard to actually put a 20B in it. It only had a 13B in it previously. We've been working for 6 months. A decision was made 6 months ago to do that. A lot of work. My wife, Annie, she's just had to put up with a lot with me not being there on the weekends, but we've come here this weekend. We've had some minor details. Yesterday we had 4 practice sessions, and we've actually gone as fast as we've ever been here. But I'm now learning having to relearn how to drive a faster car with an engine with more horsepower. Yeah.
So from that point of view, how much different is the new 20B versus the old 13B engine? Like, is it a massive power difference immediately?
Well, yes, it is. It's a handful.
We've got Greg Lynch with D. Smith.
That's what I'm trying to learn, how to actually, the 13B, you just put your foot flat on the floor and it just drive out. This, you can't do that. It'll actually jump sideways, and I've already tried it, and no, it doesn't work. That was yesterday. But we're happy with where we're going. But it's really getting ourselves ready we intend on going to the national round at Gold Coast in the end of October. So we'll be there.
Certainly something to look forward to. Big thank you to Graham Gilliland.
Thank you very much for everybody. Thank you.
Welcome back. Sports Sedans now out on track. Darren Smith here, and we've got Greg Lynch, who in May last year greeted the checkered flag for a win in his Holden Commodore. Now, Greg, just quickly, why are you in the commentary booth?
Well, unfortunately, I was racing in a Vic V8 event up at Winton in mid-July, and unfortunately, I had a rocker failure, and so engine's out of the car now, and just waiting on some parts, which we've ordered from the US to arrive, and, it's the usual thing.
It's waiting for that,
yeah. COVID's sort of created a whole lot of supply chain problems,
Yeah.
And so now it's just that patient wait for parts. Hopefully, I'm back here for Island Magic in end of November.
50k plate is the big lure at Island Magic, that is for sure. Great field of sports sedans. We've got one of the fastest cars, arguably one of the top 3 fastest sports sedans in the country, with the regular supercars racer in his Castrol Mustang, but Thomas Randall at the wheel of the family sports sedan here, the Saab out in front now. Very, very clearly, not wanting to weigh in on the championship, but very clearly they're trying to get lap records around the country with this car. So he'll be on pole position. And interestingly enough, from the second row of the grid yesterday, Dean Cam absolutely beat him to turn 1, 2, 3 and 4. And he sits right alongside in the Corvette.
Starting from the back of the grid.
Yeah, so that'll be interesting. We'll watch him charge through the grid here. Francois Habib, then Ben McLeod in that magnificent red Commodore. Not taking anything away from your car, Greg, but this is just another beautifully prepared red Commodore out there on track at the moment. Bill Timms, or William Timms, out there in the number 27, the all-black Mark car. Mustang bodied outfit, Michael Luft, Vin Stenter. Great to see Vin. He's got himself a Mustang out there as well. Nathan Baines, Gordon Lovegrove, David Shaw, Ran McGlurkin, Senior, not Junior, out there, Cam McKee, and Graham Gilliland down there in the car. We just saw a triple rotor on board, and for the Groove Train Eastland, we are away. Dean Cam braining them off the line, looks to their inside of the corner, and we've got a McGlurkin 300ZX stranded on the grid there, so let's hope we can get that cleared before Randall comes round.
That'll be Nathan Baines. Yeah, it's Nathan Baines down there on the grid.
Yes, it is.
Yep. the McClurkins have both gone home.
They have, yeah, they've had issues there. Have a look at this. William Timms goes around Nathan Baines, and I'll forgive myself because it's still kind of in the livery that ran it in. Ben McLeod off in that magnificent number 72. Gather it up, Ben. Point it back in the right direction. I think he'll be right. We don't want to bump too much around out there, but the outfield here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit is pretty smooth, being they run MotoGP here. Safety car has been dispatched. Great to see that car we were just looking at now, and Tim's off as well. So we believe there was a coming together down there at turn 2. So the number 27 is just running down on the exit there of 2, and we'll see what happened. It's coming to us in just a moment.
Here comes the replay. Ben McLeod on the inside going into turn 2. Yeah, slight tap and then a secondary tap there. That sent William Timms a bit wide, and obviously some steering damage, I would suggest, for Ben McLeod. Oh, and there we see it. Ben McLeod in the 72 car parked up.
That is not what we wanted to see. This car is a magnificent specimen of race car out of Black Mamba Racing, Sanderson Contracting, Phillip Island Cottage and Exotic Graphics Door, Pump Alpha Accident Repairs and Viking Windscreens keep this car going, and very proudly they all sport that Groove Train Eastland, the series sponsor, across the front windscreen of their cars. Safety car. Now, I guess for those of us that have tuned in because Thomas Randall was threatening to do a lap record, this is not going to play into his ball court, getting his eye in and lining it up for an ultimate lap run. But at the moment, we're watching the field being led around by Dean Cam, who absolutely charged on that first lap. And here comes the field down the front straight. Oh, that was awkward, wasn't it? That's an awkward coming together there. They both went for the same bit of track. I guess both of them could argue they had the line to cover that off. Not too sure why Ben's car wasn't going any further, or the Tim's car as well, because it didn't look like it was that ugly that it was going to tear a rod end out or anything like that. But hopefully we can get that cleared up and we can try and get this race underway. It's a time-certain race. There's only 7 minutes and 20 seconds left in this one. Graham Gilliland just moving the car around. Gordon Lovegrove there as well down in the field, both in positions 7 and 8. And there's 4 cars that haven't made it back around. Unfortunately, Nathan Baines, who did buy that car off Rand McGlurkin, and he's been doing such a good job with it, not getting off the line there. Great to see Michael Luff out there as well. Terrific to see Michael joining in with the Australian Sports Sedan Association of Victoria.
It's his first event ever in a car. He's actually come from a karting background, and he's built this car himself, done a whole lot of work to it. Features a small block Chev motor, and he's built so many things on the car himself, and it's just a real credit to him. It's a really well presented car.
They really are now. The sports sedans there's a lot of pride in the engineering. They're really very much a category that someone can eye off the rules and then just let their mind create what they want, isn't it?
Well, there's a bit of a story to that. Michael was actually hoping to make it into improved production, built the car as an IP car, but there were certain eligibility requirements that the car didn't quite meet, so he's been welcomed to the sports sedan fraternity.
Good to see there too, the space frame cars and the floor pan cars. There's numerous different categories mixed up in there. Of course, your car being a floor pan car as well.
Yes, mine was a road going car. Started, well, it still is. Little bits of it are left. There were a VT Series 2 HSV GDS 300. Which has slowly modified itself, with a bit of help from me, into a race car, and
had a lot of success early on in your driving with the HSV HDT Owners Club racing, wasn't there?
Yes, and then graduated into the Victorian Super Sprint Championships, and took out the title a couple of times, and then decided that circuit racing was something I loved and wanted to try some, real grid start sort of stuff.
you don't go back from that, do you? Once you've sat on a grid with 20 of your good mates, you don't go back, do you?
Oh, I tell you what, the nerves on that first event, though, when you normally do just a flying lap start from pit lane and to go into a grid start, it's something you never forget.
Yeah, I tell you what, you keep coming back for it, though, don't you?
I'm still trying to get it right. Trying to get it right.
Yeah.
It's been a great run from Dean Cam in really just one half lap of racing, really, to come from the back of the grid and to get himself into first spot.
Very much an unlikely race car driver, a big tall fella, has just come back from the USA, did some racing over there with his Chevron Formula 5000 car, did some of those awesome iconic events and had an absolute ball and really did acquit himself very, very well. Chas Talbot, another sports sedan racer, ex-president of the Australian Sports Sedan Association of Victoria, was over there with him as well as Bill Hemming from the Elfin team as well. So a great contingent of sports sedan guys dragged out their Formula 5000s and went to the US and did very, very well for themselves.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity that we get in Australia to be able to not only race on many of the great tracks here in Victoria and of course all across the country, but also to be able to go to other places and have a run there. Another sports sedan driver, Brett Dickey, also had a run at Pikes Peak again. So,
of course, Circuit of Americas as well. Brett, I guess Brett's probably more famous in the USA than he is here. He's pretty famous here. He's one of the big time. He's big time, Brett. Big shout out. I'm pretty sure he's watching. Of course, we love to see the Honda Prelude of his family racing team as well. But I tell you what, he's trying to string it all together to get to Pikes Peak again next year. And if you want to hear Brett's story, have a bit of a listen to the Race Fuels Grassroots Racing podcast. He told us the journey and the ins and outs of running at Pikes Peak there as well. So a big shout out to Brett, and we hope he can get over to the Circus of America and Pikes Peak again next year and join us in the sports sedans, hopefully for the 50k plate. I'll throw it out there for him. He's got no right to reply on air right now, but we'd love to see you back racing in the sports sedans, Brett. We'd love to see the Prelude out there on track. Field still being controlled by the safety car. You'd like to think we'll have lights out on this one next time around.
Oh, there might be
so we're just being fed some information from the sources around the track that maybe Dean Cam. Here we go. Here's some footage. Yes, down at exit of Siberia. Yellow flags out. Dean Randall clearly getting out of it and Dean pressing on there. So sadly, in this day of live television and recorded pictures, we now proceed now, I think, where
race is now being red flagged,
being displayed. So Dean was snuck by under the yellow flag there, but that it's not going to mean anything now because it's been red flagged. So recoveries are being a little bit slow here this weekend, but certainly sports sedans, Greg, they're very low to the ground, and trying to pick them up can sometimes be a real challenge, can't they?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. The cars are fairly low for aero advantages, and the track recovery staff do a great job, but sometimes things can just take a little while to collect and recover. Unfortunately for Tom Randall, doesn't really get to have a shot at breaking the lap record, which he did at Sandown.
He did, yeah.
Earlier this year. He was sort of hoping to be able to press on. He's had brand new green Michelins for this race, and he was hoping to perhaps on about lap 3 or 4 to really be able to contend for that lap record, which was set by Jack Perkins back in 2016 in the Audi of a 127.27.
So we now have to sweat from our teeth all the way through till 3:45 this afternoon when the sports sedans get back on track to see if the lap record will indeed get reset. I spoke to Thomas very quickly this morning, and he said the biggest problem they've got is that the track isn't rubbering up. This is essentially the only category on slicks here this weekend, so he did need some assistance from other categories to do so. But it was fantastic that he joined us up here in the commentary booth for Formula Ford this morning, a guy who won the championship in 2014. Greg, unfortunately, the Groove Train Eastland QP Lube's national blind supplies Victorian sports sedans have come back to the pits. That's not where we like to see them, is it?
No, it's never how you want to finish a race under red flag. We were hoping that there may have been time for a one-lap dash at the end. They're always a bit exciting. But unfortunately, for this race, it really amounted to really only about half a lap worth of racing. But look, they'll all be back out again this afternoon at 3:45 for our next race, and hopefully we can get a really nice clean race and give Tom a chance at the lap record.
I do like a static sports sedan display at a static sports sedan display weekend, but that's not what we're here for this weekend. We like to see the rolling stock rolling, don't we? So sadly, we tuck the Groove Train Eastland Sports Sedans away until 3:45 this afternoon. Make sure you're squashing your face up against the fence if you're here at the track, or right up close in front of the telly watching the Blendline TV live streaming. Greg, thanks for your time. We'll take a quick break because we're about to go into 944 racing.
Thanks again, Darren.
Chris Lewis-Williams standing to my right here. He's a familiar face in Porsche 944 competition. You sort of, not disappeared, but you sort of went away a bit, now you come back again. What's the story behind that?
So fortunate to get the CEO role at Benalla Auto Club, so 6 years, and it was just hard to race and compete at the same time. So we did a Shannon's round and sort of, disappeared from 17 to 20 what-ish. And dug it out of the shed. So we opened up a tyre power store in Benalla. James, the tyre tech's pretty keen to learn about race cars, so we play with the car. I found Dave, my old race mechanic, and said, do you want to go play? And it's been fun, very, very low stress. What's pleasing is we've been competitive. So a bit of an old bloke now, not the young bloke I once was, and it's good. A good bunch of guys in 944, and we race hard and we race close. So much turnover from when I came back, apart from Cam Bella, Mark Torbitts and a few of the other guys. Dickie Howe's always there, but big turnover of guys. But the cars are good, and the guys are Adam Brewer, good fast guy. So it's good fun. It's good fun.
So you're speaking to that point where you disappeared, came back, but you're immediately on the pace. It's almost like you never left at all, but right at the front there with the Jamie Westerways, the Cameron Bellas, the front runners who are really established, very quick guys in 944s, but you're really taking the challenge straight up to them almost immediately.
Yeah. I guess that was a little surprising. It did take me a while to get comfortable again. Like the first couple of rounds back, I was a bit off, Jamie and Cam and Adam. But yeah, look, Dave prepares the car really good, and you just get your head back in the game. Been go-karting since I was 12 or something. So, I think it's something I enjoy, and the car's great, and it's been really good fun. Really pleasing to come back, and a good bunch of guys to hang out with.
Chris Lewis-Williams, thank you very much.
Pleasure, thanks.
Welcome back trackside here. The 944 challenge is on the track here, and one of the good things about that is that I get to spend some time with Jack Atley, who is the expert commentator for 944s. One-time race car driver, probably like me, unemployable from here on in. Hey, mate.
Harsh words, Darren. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to arguably the greatest racetrack in the world, and when the sun is shining...
What's the argument?
Where else would you rather be? I don't know. Exactly. We'll just call it the best racetrack in the world, and especially when you've got a whole ton of Porsche 944s all set, all fired up, all ready to go racing.
Thanks, Greg.
On this beautiful track. We had a great race yesterday. Always close fought, hard fought racing in 944 racing. That's really what it's all about, but it's always close and tight, especially at the top. You've got the three-time champion in Chris Lewis-Williams, the Baron of Benalla, who came across the line for a win just ahead of the four-time champion Cameron Bella.
Pretty circumspect in that interview just before that race as well. Now, he's normally sort of a guy that's pretty upbeat about things, but pretty level-headed and circumspect about his time in the category, wasn't he?
A lot of respect between all the drivers, I would say, but absolutely. I mean, he's going to give the respect to a Cam Bella and a Jamie Westaway. These guys know what they're doing, and race in, race out, they just perform at a very, very high level, and they don't make a lot of mistakes. So he knows that he's got to be on the top of his game every race.
Certainly does. Mark Torbett's on the second row of the grid there, back to Michael Westaway. Joey Callick in the 1-800 Lasagna entry, one of the title sponsors in the 944s. Carter Fox, Josh Brisbane, Anthony Westaway, Manny Menazelma, Anthony Westaway, Tony Andrzejewski in the number 27 listed there. Jared Campione, who we've got to think up a nickname of. I gave Godfather.
Exactly.
Maybe cutting a bit close there, is it?
Maybe a bit early. Look,
early.
Jared's making his debut in the category this weekend, so we certainly wish him all the very best of luck. It can be a little bit daunting at the best of times, this place, but on your first race and your opening weekend, you want to settle the nerves and just enjoy your racing and learn all about the racing conditions all around you. But we wish him all the very best of luck. Just quickly, I want to mention, if I can, Michael Westaway. That's a fantastic performance to see Michael up back in the top 6. He's in the bright orange car. You won't miss Michael, but he's been out of the category for quite some time. So to see him back and up the front, sensational to watch.
Field forming up there just down the back of the grid. Lyndon Watson, John Vanoris, Jamie Mitchell and Keith Mariner listed on the grid sheet. There's the front row, and I tell you what, it's a deep front couple of rows there. I'd love to see the number 77 come sliding through for a podium at some point today. I'd also like to see that car number 3, and I'll be honest with you, I'm barracking for him. I have been for a couple of rounds. I just want to see that black car, the AVI technology car, get up there, but I tell you what, it's a big task ahead of him, isn't it?
Yeah.
Lights are on.
Lights are on.
Lights are off.
And away we go. Bella jumps beautifully. Torbitts goes with him. Keller shows Michael Westaway how to get off the third row of the grid there. Campione on his first run gets Carter Fox before they even get to the bridge there. But it's going to be Bella and Chris Lewis-Williams into turn 1. Brewer logs in behind them there. Clocks on for the next 9.5 minutes. Run down into turn number 2. It's Bella, and that is not what the following 13 or 14 cars wanted to see, because if he gets his nose in front, it is one of the hardest tasks to get through. But I reckon between Chris Lewis-Williams, Adam Brewer, Mark Torbitts, they're going to give him a hard old time here this morning.
Much better start by Adam Brewer there as he came into turn 2 and turn 3. And with the sun shining, the guys are streaming right down into what we used to call Honda hairpin. Cameron Bella in the Aqua car just takes the lead ahead of Chris Lewis-Williams there, the Baron of Benalla. Both very experienced guys. Ads Brewer hanging on in tight right behind them. And of course, you've got El Presidente, Mark Torbitts, sitting back in 4th. He's in the Pool Master entry this weekend, sitting in for Andrew Jackman, who's out with a shoulder injury. Great to see Jacko back in the near future. But Mark Torbitts there, just coming out of position 4.
Jack Atley, interesting to see there. No one attacking, everyone opting for the fast flowing line, and even if that means taking half a metre off the back of the ripple strip there with Chris Lewis-Williams, no one attacking, everyone just setting themselves up for the first half a lap here. So that was really interesting. Everyone choosing to keep the road speed up, keep the car flowing well. And what we've seen is no one attack anyone on this opening lap. Really, the only one that did anything off the start was Jared Campione in the number 88, and he grabbed Carter Fox off the line. So they line up behind each other here. This is really interesting in one make racing as Chris Lewis-Williams light the fire now and get onto the back of Cambella. He's close enough, and Ads Brewer is in the mix there as well. Torbitts just dropping a few car lengths back in the number 20 Poolmaster entry on loan to him this weekend. And they run down into turn 1. Bella's got a handful now. Lewis-Williams will have the inside running at turn 2. Can the tyre power entry come off best here? He's doing it for Benalla. If you need a good deal on a set of tyres, get up to Tyre Power Benalla. He'll make it worth your drive up the highway, that's for sure.
Absolutely. You can throw a blanket over this whole field at the moment. What they're all trying to do, exactly as you said, Daz, is just settle the nerves, settle in. We've got a long weekend. We had a pretty wild and woolly race yesterday afternoon, so today's a bit more steady. We know we've got a race this afternoon, but they're still trying to win the race. One of the key things they're all trying to do is sit in as close as possible to the car in front. Oh no, we've lost Lyndon Watson there. Now, we've had a couple of cars off. That's with Manny Menes-Selman by the looks of it as well. That's a real shame for both of those guys. So they've gone off at the high speed, turn one. Thankfully, that gravel has stopped both cars.
It's half a mountain of gravel down there, isn't there? There's such a massive beach that they've put down there, the MotoGP people making sure it's safe. We've gone safety car for a second race in a row. The 1-800 Lasagna 944's now come under control. It hasn't made its way around to where they are yet. Yellow flags, yes, waving at the top of the hill here. Brewer didn't see it. I would say his vantage point was obscured over to the flag point, but they'll see it now. There's the yellow.
Are we full course yellow?
We are full course. Safety car, absolutely. Flags and boards are out. Okay. So I would say that Adam Brewer, sadly, he didn't see the flag point of being obscured by the Bella car there.
It seems unlikely. You're right. Does as Brewer, the Black Widow Spider, as we call Adam Brewer, very experienced guy. But so he'll knows the rules very, very well. What a shame to see Lyndon Watson there and Manny Menes-Selman stuck down in that gravel. If I may say, though, the improvements they've done at Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, you can just see how much that stops the cars going into barriers or walls, and that's great to see. But yeah, it's a real shame to see both those cars off already.
I tell you what, if there's something we've got to thank our forefathers for, they've made some mistakes around the world over history, haven't they? But when they laid down this joint, didn't they? Weren't they on it? You know, all those years ago.
Absolutely.
They got a piece of land and they drew some chalk on the ground. They probably didn't even do that. They got a stick and drove around with a tractor and said, that's where we're going to put a racetrack. They got it right.
They certainly got it right. They certainly got it right. It is not only the most one of the most picturesque circuits in the world, with the stunning Bass Strait off the coast behind here, but it's also a great circuit to drive. All the drivers love driving Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit because it's fast and it's flowing. Of course, the other side of that is it is fast, and if you go off, you know you offer a fairly high speed incident potentially, but with all the safety precautions all around, and again, we thank all the marshals and the safety volunteers every weekend who turn out and they do a great job, but that's what keeps you safe and that's what stops you these days from hitting walls and hitting fences, and yeah, great improvements. So hopefully both those two drivers are all okay.
This is a great shot here, actually. We're about to see how a flagging team of two flaggies can work to combine yellow flag safety car board and the white flag, which indicates a slow-moving vehicle, whether it be a service vehicle or a slow-moving race car. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see someone pick up another flag at some point, being the yellow and red striped flag for deteriorating surface here. And wow, what great vantage points these trackside marshals have, don't they? They really can... As the cars approach them, they can see the eyes of the drivers. And let me tell you, you know too, Jack, that when you're a driver, you rely on those flag signals because you don't know what's around the next corner. If they're waving a blue flag at you seriously fast, you know someone's on your ginger. You might not see them in your left or your right-hand mirror. But they're the communication tool, and it's as simple as a piece of cotton being waved on a stick at you, and it sends a massive message, doesn't it?
Without a shadow of a doubt, you absolutely rely on all the marshals all around the track, absolutely. Some of the corners here are blind. You come over the top of Lukey Heights and you're at pretty high speed. You're around about 190 kilometres an hour in some of those cars. You're flat to the board, so you are absolutely trusting all those marshals on the side of the track. And of course, the medical staff is some that you don't particularly really want to meet, but you're glad they're there when you need them.
It is the FIA, the Federation Internationale Automobili weekend of volunteer officials, and we celebrate them right across the world, really. They're all over the place. We're going racing as it is every single weekend, and we really do thank them. Interestingly, that point you made about the blind corner, you know, we're all about in the next couple of weekends about to stock the fridge full of frothies and sit down and watch Mount Panorama.
Yeah.
There's a track that where all the action happens across the top, every corner's blind.
Absolutely.
Absolutely blind, and you need those flags to show you exactly what's on the track just ahead.
I've had the pleasure of driving in the Bathurst 6 Hour, and It's an intimidating track at the best of times, but you're right, Daz. With the walls and the blind corners, you 100% rely on all those flaggies and all those marshals. Again, they just keep things safe and they make the track flow at the best of times. They love motorsport as much as all of us. So it's a real shame in some regards to see this race cut a little bit short. But by the looks of it, Lyndon had a wheel, I reckon, come off that car. We're just seeing some footage now of the guys getting towed out of that gravel trap. It looks like the right rear.
Gee, I hope that that Disco, that Land Rover, keeps control of it getting out of there as well. It's keeping it all straight and recovered nicely. And that's not what you want to see. Your Porsche being ripped out backwards out of the gravel trap, but it's really the only way you can do it, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a pretty thick gravel trap. Do you reckon we'll get another lap in here, Daz? We've got a bit over 2 minutes to go. I think we're going to run out of time, unfortunately, which is a real shame because that was already heating up to be a great race, and you can just see how close the racing is in the 944 category. So we may run out of time here.
So just watching on the Blendline TV footage here from the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. The program for the rest of the day, and I guess the chit-chat around town, it's sort of been a little bit like silent whispers. There is another round coming, and it will be at the resurgent Calder Motor Raceway out in Keilor in Victoria, the last weekend of October. Entries will be open this week, so keep your eyes peeled on the Motorsport Australia entry portal and get your entries in for round 6 of the 2023 series. There's the Lyndon Watson, Don Watson Transport entry back under its own steam, so all 4 wheels on.
Both cars moving, yeah. As Daz was saying, they've pulled those cars out of the gravel. Both cars are rolling and moving, so hopefully they'll be back for race 3 this afternoon.
So we're forever hopeful. The field is being slowed right up by the safety cars, so we can probably buy some time to get this race back underway.
Might get one more lap here.
It could be. It could be one of those Porsche Club sprint days.
It'll be really on if we get one more lap here. You know, it's on at the best of times, this category.
That's row 1A, isn't it? The Porsche Club events, seat 1A in the aeroplane. Porsche Club members, that's where they go.
Absolutely.
Rarefied air.
Hello to all our Porsche Club members out there, of course. We love all our Porsche Club members and we love the badge and we love being part of this amazing mark.
Wow, look at this. Lights are off on the safety car.
Here we go. Right, we've got 1 lap dash in the Porsche 944 Challenge Series. Now, this category is close at the best of times, let alone when you know you've got 1 lap to throw everything you've got at it.
There's probably a bit of a question mark over car 3 at this point in time, and he's got a definite argument because I would suggest that Aqua car had obscured the flag point, but we were under safety car. Let's get this race done and dusted, and we'll call it as they come across the line. That's all you and I can do at this point in time. Jack, recovery has been done. Safety car is off. Chris Lewis-Williams lines it up, brings it around, and I think he's just easing it on now, and he has gone, and the field has gone with him. It's going to be tough to catch him and even get through in just this 1 single lap. There's the green flag, and away we go for 1-800 Lasagna. Down the straight, the 944s go.
Michael Westaway having a real big lunge there at Josh Brisbane in the green machine as they all plunge down this fast Gardner straight there. Chris Lewis-Williams, the Baron of Benalla, knows how to control the field, but a great performance there by Tony Westaway. Got round Joshy Brisbane as they head down into turn 3. And hopefully all the cars get through this time. There's the beautiful number 56 of Josh Brisbane. That is one of the best looking 944s you will ever see. It's a beautifully presented car, so best of luck to Josh there. Wow, let's have a look at Ads Brewer, the Black Widow Spider, having a real crack at Cameron Bella there in the Aqua car. Chris Lewis-Williams just has ascended to the lead. And
just got through on turn 2 there, so Bella, look at Torbert's up the inside now on Mark Brewer. Mark Torbert's, the Marks. Sorry, Adam Brewer, I've done it again.
Yeah.
I'll get over it. Adam Brewer, I'm barracking for the guy and I can't get his name right. That's how excited I am.
Half a lap to go, Daz, and there's only 0.3 of a second between the top 3 guys. So this is going to be a real classic fight to the finish.
Gee, have a look who's weighing in behind Torbert's there as well. It's the 77.
Cullick's having a real good crack here, and he's good under brakes down the bottom of Lukey Heights. So I reckon he's going to have a real good crack at Mark Torbert's in the Poolmaster entry there. Good to see Joey Cullick fighting for the top position again.
Fantastic shots coming out of Blendline Tebow on that run up to Lukey Heights. Mark Torbert's now got the bit between the teeth. The Poolmaster entry car number 20. Guy from Volvo down in Geelong. If you're looking for a Volvo, Mark Torbert's is your man. Head down to Geelong. He'll make the journey worth your while. If you're after tyres, talk to the guy who's taking the checkered flag now as we see Chris Lewis-Williams across the line with Cameron Bella into P2. Then it's Adam Brewer, Mark Torbert's, Joey Kellogg, Michael Westaway, Tony Westaway, Josh Brisbane, Carter Fox, Keith Mariner, and they stream over the line. Sadly, a one-lap dash, really. But I tell you what, the start of that race, I really enjoyed that everyone settled it down on lap 1.
Yeah.
And then they let fire on lap 2, didn't they, really?
Maybe they got through race 2 of the 3 races this weekend. Yeah, everyone was sort of finding their feet a little bit in that race. But great performance by Jared to come home in 11th. Jared Campione there in his debut performance ahead of the boss, Tony Andreski. Johnny Vanoris rounding out the field there as well. But we'll be back this afternoon for race 3.
Jack Atley, thank you very much for your time. And, of course, that will round out this round of the championship. We're off to Calder in late October, so keep your eyes peeled. The 944s will be on at 4:10, and we look forward to that rounding out our round here at Phillip Island. Thank you very much, Jack Atley.
Thanks, Daz.
We'll be back with more here trackside at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. We go into the afternoon racing. These are the 20-minute affairs. Formula V will be up on track next, and we'll have Steve DeVries and Dan McCarthy leading the way for us.
Well, the first group of races from today's proceedings have concluded, and now we repeat the schedule again. And albeit we add a couple of extra minutes onto these races this afternoon. We had 16-minute races this morning, 20 minutes this afternoon, and these ones are for the feature race points. So a couple of extra points on offer for the winners in each race, and working down the schedule as the Formula Vs head towards turn 4 here on the formation lap. Steve DeVries and Dan McCarthy with you for this one. We've had 2 cracking races so far, Dan, and 2 different winners. Can we make it 3?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Top 3 on the grid, all equal on points for the round coming into this one. So McCarthy, Collinson and Jones all on 56 points, all to play for those 3. They will start just ahead of Lee Partridge.
Then you go across the page to Brandon Taylor, who managed to get those brake dramas from yesterday sorted and drove the car to 5th place in this morning's first hit out with Andre Curran alongside him. Ash Clifford and Damien Spinelli, they actually kept with the leading group this time around compared to yesterday morning and yesterday afternoon, so they were in the fight right till the very end. Zach Barton, he was another one of the drivers that had some trouble over the course of the weekend, had a tardy start along with Lee Partridge this morning, and he's hoping if he can get a good launch, he actually thinks he's got some pace to hopefully latch on to the back of that leading group of cars. He's going to be starting next door to Charlie Richardson with Darren Power and Josh Munro just behind them. Malachi Windsor and Cameron Bell will be next, with Claudia Lennox and Mick Fisher in 15th and 16th. And the last two cars on the grid, Lucy Sidwell in the Sabre 01. And Brock Hamilton, who was a non-finisher in the first race this morning, he actually came to a halt just on the exit of Siberia. Just turns out there was an ignition coil on the ignition sensor that was a bit loose, so that shut the motor down and turned the power off. So it was a quick and easy fix, and he's going to have a little bit of work to do. And he's aiming at a top 10 finish if he can get a good start and launch down the grid. He actually had a fairly decent start, he was telling me, in race 2 this morning. Actually gained 4 spots by turn 1. So he's hoping he can repeat that, and then he'll be right on the tail of some of those cars in the mid-pack heading into 1.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting, this one. It's been a high-speed game of chess all weekend long. In the top 8, they've been so very evenly matched. It's going to be really interesting to see who's going to come out on top once again in this one. Although it's been a fight between 8 people in both the races so far, it's been the top 3 that have been the same on each occasion. A win apiece for Jones and McCarthy, or a win and a third each for McCarthy and Jones, and then 2 seconds for the reigning champion Heath Collinson. Looks like Heath, unable to defend his title now, too far back in the points.
Yeah,
really.
Best that he can do is salvage a 4th place finish at the moment. We'll look at the point standings in a few moments' time as we get set to go racing for what should be about 9 or 10 laps with a bit of luck in Formula V. 3rd race of the weekend. Great initial jump from McCarthy. Collinson's missed a gear change off the front row, and he's going to sink like a stone. He did that yesterday afternoon as well. That gear change from 1st to 2nd has caught a few drivers out this weekend.
Partridge was another one further back. Look at Partridge. He's very much in the midfield, about 10th position. So a bad start for both of them, and it was a bad start from both of them earlier on today as well.
Yeah, so a few drivers coming unstuck with that gear change. It's a very fast gear change. First gear in a Formula V is just for the launch. That's it. You do not use 1st and 2nd gear again around any of the tracks that we visit once you get going. It's all 3rd and 4th gear corners. So there's that 1st to 2nd. It's very, very quick. It only takes about a second just to do that from the initial launch, and then 2nd to 3rd, and then away you go.
Going 3 wide around Stoner Corner, a bit further back down the field. That was really tight further back. That's the number 12 machine we can see having a dive. That's Barton. A bit of a slow start for Barton, but already making back positions. I think Barton has slipped just outside the top 10, unfortunately, early on in this race.
Yeah, he has. Started in 9th place there. He's definitely lost a few spots at the start here. Surrendered that to Charlie Richardson. Looks like might be Josh Munro might have picked up position 10 after all of that as well, as Jones goes back to the lead of the race, and he's trying to skip away here. McCarthy's not letting him get away just yet, and then Andre Curran has now moved up to what's been probably his highest running position so far this weekend of 3rd. Dragging along Brandon Taylor, and the tardy starting Heath Collinson has managed to catch back up. He hasn't lost too much time, neither's Partridge. He did this morning as well. He got a really, really bad start, but by the end of the first lap, he was almost right on the tail of the group. It's still a tardy start again, but he hasn't lost too much time this time around.
Yeah, good recoveries from both. Collinson looking up the inside of Brandon Taylor, who's had yet another great weekend, but again, probably not quite the results he'd have liked come the end of the race, but great to see him fighting up the pointy once again this weekend.
Spinelli's had a bit of a tardy opening lap. He was right in the thick of the battle groups for the last 2 races so far this weekend, and he was right on the tail of that leading group of cars, but he's probably lost a good 10 car lengths now on that opening lap. Just looking at the opening laps there, he's definitely slower by a full 1.5 seconds, so he's very close to losing touch with this leading group if he doesn't put the hammer down, and hope to God that these 7 cars in front of him start to have a bit of an argument and allow him to catch back up.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, 7-car train at the front of the field, and it is very much a train at the moment. Here comes Curran up the inside, going into the Miller corner. I was saying to you just before the race, Curran hasn't had a podium in a couple of rounds, which is a bit of a dry spell for his high standards. But he's trying to put pay to what I was saying earlier on in this race, fighting very strongly in second and having a look for the lead there down into Miller Corner. Running very strongly early in this one.
Yeah, running very, very strongly. And he's the first to admit this is only his second season in Formula V, and he knows that he's made a couple of little boo-boos. Like, even in qualifying yesterday, he wasn't paying attention to the fact that McCarthy had latched onto his slipstream in the dying stages of qualifying, and that's what towed McCarthy to the pole position. So that's just a little bit of inexperience, and I guess focusing more on yourself more than what's going on around you. I mean, in a race sense, you do need to have your wits about you in Formula V because the car has an open wheel situation. You've got to be aware of where those surroundings are so you don't get entangled with another car. But in qualifying, I guess it's always sort of the blinkers on moment, isn't it? You're focusing more on what's in front of you rather than what you're doing to your competitors behind you.
That's where McCarthy is so strong. It's his awareness of his surroundings. We saw him time the toe to perfection to cross the line and take the win by just hundredths of a second in the last race. That's where McCarthy is so strong in the racecraft, although he is dropping back to fourth as we speak. Don't you worry, he's just playing it safe at the moment. The intensity will rise later on in this race, that is for certain. And now I'm just looking outside. It looks like the wind has completely died down. We were saying earlier that the wind direction has changed, but from what I'm seeing, I don't see much wind at all out there at the moment.
No, it was a cross breeze earlier today as well, coming across from turn 7 and 8, blowing back towards the start-finish straight. So it wasn't hampering the drivers too much, but it was very, very light. And as the day's gone on and the temperature's risen, that breeze has sort of dropped off. You hardly even feel it now. It was a nice cool breeze this morning. The air is not as dense as well, so a lot of drivers have been talking about the toe not being, you know, as, I guess, powerful. Like, you go out, come out from the slipstream, and if you've got a headwind up the front straight, it's like hitting a brick wall sometimes. Whereas at the moment, it's just a very nice, smooth, gradual slingshot down the front straight. And everybody seems to be quite happy in being able to use that to good effect, as we saw just a few moments ago, 3 wide down the front straight. And at the moment, Lee Partridge has gone back to the lead of the race. They've definitely dropped Damien Spinelli now. He started to he's lost touch, and he's a good 7/10 a second of a lap slower than them right now. So unless there's a mistake from this leading group, he's not going to be able to go with them over the course of the next handful of laps.
Clifford and Taylor are just about staying there as well, just hanging on. I think Clifford's just about in there, but Taylor's just slightly dropped off. Hopefully he'll get a toe on this lap and bring himself back into contention once again. But that's a change on this lap then, that Clifford has made up a place on Taylor in 6th position there. And we see side by side once again down the pit straight. Let's go 3 wide. Jones once again threading the needle through the middle. Did this earlier on today and it worked out nicely, and it looks like it is once again. He's got the inside line into turn number 1. Very nicely judged.
Very, very nicely judged indeed. Through he goes, back to the lead of the race. Brett Burden and Nick Kerr downstairs. We're very much keeping an eye on the Sabre 02 that's out in front right now. They've had a great season so far with the Silver Fox Racing. Oh, that was tight. That was very, very tight. Andre Curran sliding up in front of his teammate Heath Collinson there, and Ash Clifford. They all had to check up as they were coming out of turn number 2, and that's created a little bit of an air margin to the top 3. It's nothing they can't overcome in the next couple of moments, but that wouldn't have been an interesting moment for Heath Collinson there, with a car that just appeared in the front of his vision and said, hello.
Yeah, absolutely. 31 and 32 fighting each other, the teammates. And yeah, they probably don't need to be doing that at this stage of the race. There's still 7.5 minutes to go, plus 1 lap. So there's still plenty to play out. You don't want to lose these top 3, and they're at risk of doing that at the moment. That's quite a gap between 3rd and 4th position. They have to work together in these next couple of corners to keep themselves in contention, or else they'll find themselves fighting for position number 4. As we look a little bit further down the field, Barton has recovered back to where he started this race in 9th position, just ahead of the yellow machine. I can't quite see.
There's Darren Power there in the 44.
Yeah.
And then Charlie Richardson, who started in 10th place there, she's just dropped back to 11th. And Josh Munro behind her in 12th. So Josh was targeting a top 10 finish, and he's within earshot of being able to do so. He's been coming to grips with that Sabre 02 for the Beecham Racing stable all weekend long. Had a couple of little brake dramas late in the race. Just turned out there was a little bit of bubbles in the brake fluid, so they've bled all that out and smartened up that car. Sitting nicely in the tow there in that second group of cars coming across the start-finish line right about now. And then Spinello's on his own, just in the not even quite in the back of shot anymore. He's well and truly lost touch with this group.
Charlie Richardson's had a really good round. She's edged further and further up the field each round we've gone to this year, and had 2 finishes inside the top 10 already this weekend. She'll be looking to make it 3 from 3 in this one as we see them go side by side into Stoner Corner. Jones taking the lead from Partridge, and here comes McCarthy to the far inside. Going to make it 3 wide into Miller Corner. That looked really awkward, but they've all managed to stay away from each other. No, they haven't. Clifford's around.
Yep, Clifford is around now. I'm not sure if that's on his own or with some contact there, but he's dropped out of this group. And then there were 6. When McCarthy went down the inside at Miller Corner, I was more worried about what was on the inside of the circuit. All the dirt and the garbage and all the rocks and stuff were there. And, you know, it's not a place you want to be, because you've got to brake a little bit earlier for that corner in that situation because it's narrow. You've got to scrub off more speed to make the corner. You can't take the natural line through. So in order to go side by side, you have to be braking a lot earlier than your counterpart on your left-hand side. And I was worried that he was so deep in there, he might have not have been able to stop the car.
Yeah, I thought exactly the same thing, but shows what a good driver he is. Managed to do that quite easily in the end. And we look a little bit further down the field. This is Hamilton, Bell and Lennox on the track all together, and they're just behind the group that we were looking at just before of Power, Richardson and Munro. So some good battling out there.
Yeah, they're catching up. So Brock Hamilton started rear of grid after that DNF in race 2 this morning, and he's sort of dragging Lennox and Bell along with him. They're not too far off catching up to the back of Josh Munro in the number 25 machine, and then that'll make another interesting battle group coming to the line here. And Malachi Windsor tucked onto Bell's rear as well.
Bell's lost a couple of positions there in a couple of corners. I think maybe a missed gear shift. I hope a missed gear shift anyway. But no, continuing to fall down. So I don't know if it's lost momentum still from that missed gear shift or if there's a little bit of a problem, but sinking like a ship there at the moment is Bell. Now finds himself back in 17th position. Oh no, just ahead of Mick Fisher, but yeah, sinking like a stone at the moment.
And the timing just confirmed that the group behind these 4 cars on screen now is faster and catching them, so that's going to be very interesting to keep an eye on in the closing 3 3/4 minutes and the lap that follows after the timer goes 0. So that'll be an interesting squabble for the last 2 positions inside the 10.
Got to keep your eye everywhere, because although that battle's good, this one up the front of the field's great as well. Look, the director doesn't know where to look. There's too much action out there on the racetrack at the moment. This is awesome stuff. Round 5 in the V's really putting on a show. It really has been a showcase for the category here this weekend.
Darren Power's got a little bit of a turn of speed here. He's found a little something special in the last couple of races. He's now gone to the lead of this group and is currently holding down 9th place. Spinello is all over the rear of Ash Clifford as well, after Ash dropped out of that battle with that spin at turn 4 a few moments ago. And back to the leading group of cars. McCarthy taking his next turn at the head of the queue. The group still numbers 6 cars, although Brandon Taylor is about 4 car lengths back of the last car in the group, which at the moment was Collinson last time around. Looking at the 2s out there at the moment, the last car in the group is Curran, and Taylor might be at risk here if he can't latch onto the back of Curran in the next sort of few corners.
Jones there got overtaken by McCarthy and then gets straight back in the tow because he knew he was going to get shuffled back, and he has done, to 5th. This is fantastic. Curran out a bit wide. He's now swinging to the inside of Partridge. They're changing almost every single corner at the moment. Collinson's now at the head of the field from McCarthy. Big slide from Partridge. Oh. He's going to struggle to keep it on the road. Just about does, but he's going to lose 1, 2, 3 positions. In fact, they're going to go 3 wide into Stoner Corner as Clifford, sorry, not Clifford, that's Taylor, looks up the inside into Stoner. This is fantastic racing for what is 4th position currently. Oh, and then nearly into the side of Curran, but 3 wide still. How's this coming out of Miller Corner? Partridge, Jones, still side by side. They've been side by side throughout the entire first half of this lap.
Finally, Jones takes the position. Position number 4. Partridge from that one mistake about 4 corners ago. Just about losing the one position, but did well to just keep it on the road, frankly.
Yeah, he did really well. And 6 months ago, when he would have run wide there at turn number 2, that was grass.
It was.
They've put a whole bunch of extra tarmac down because of MotoGP regulations for the upcoming GP next month. But yeah, he had a tyre backside of that curb at turn 2, and as I said, 6 months ago he would have been around after that. So that is also started to split that leading group up a little bit too. McCarthy and Collinson sort of kicked away a little bit there with Jones towing in behind them, and then the next group has sort of lost a bit of touch, so they've still now got to catch back up in the next minute or so to have any shot at the win here. You can see here is that group. Kieran's gone to the lead of it. Have a look at the margin that Collinson and McCarthy have pulled. They're almost gone. They're going to be fighting for a win here, and this will be fighting for overall as well, because they are tied on points along with Jones heading into the closing laps.
I think what's happened there is because of Partridge's mistake, it's meant that Curran's been all by himself and had no towing buddy, and it's just left this.
No brakes. Brandon Taylor, is that a recurrence of the no brakes that he had in race number 1 yesterday? He's gone well wide there at turn number 1 and loses a bunch of spots there. Thankfully manages to keep it on the island, avoiding having to bring the car to a stop, but he is now out of that group for the minor placings.
Yeah, certainly is. So they're slowly becoming a group. Well, it's now a group of 3, and then further forwards, McCarthy and Collinson. I think it's a two-way fight for the victory now. They've got 2 seconds on the next pack.
Well, here we go. This is the next pack now, and this is what we were saying a few moments ago. The timing wasn't lying. It was saying that the number 5 of Brock Hamilton was charging and dragging that group of cars up to the next group, which he has now done. They are right with them here. And Darren Power's got a fight on his hands from 3, now make it about 5 cars lining up behind him, all wanting that 9th place on the road.
And the rest, there's a couple more tagging on as well. This is great for the just inside the top 10. It is still Power at the moment. Charlie Richardson's been shuffled back 1 position behind Munro on this lap. But any one of these has the speed to take it. It's going to be who times that tow right at the end of this race. Who's going to time it right? And that's what it's going to come down to at the head of the field, as well as Charlie Richardson looks up the inside and reclaims 10th position. She's got her eyes forwards. She's looking at Power ahead. Here we go, into the, up the inside. That's really tight between Barton and the 25 machine of Munro, and Barton has lost all the momentum.
Yep, that absolutely destroyed his momentum coming down the hill. Narrow, making a mistake, and rounded up comprehensively as we come to the control line for the second last time. This is the final lap. Last lap board is being held out at the start-finish line. So it's a race in 2 out in front, then a race in 3 behind them for 3rd place, and then this race still going on for 9th and 10th. The last 2 spots in the 10th. Looks like the group has managed to kick away. The group of 5 cars, a bit further back there, led by Hamilton, has now lost some touch. So it's down to Power, then Munro and Richardson for 2 of the last spots inside the 10. 3 cars into 2 does not go. Someone's unfortunately going to be left a little bit unhappy at the end of this one.
I think they'll all have a bit of a grin on their face because they've all been in a battle all race long. So in that sense, yes, all right, you might not get the result you want, but everybody out there in this race has had somebody to battle with. It's been a classic in Formula V's, and this one is going down to the wire. It's so close at the pointy end of the field. Then we have these 3 behind, but the 3rd car in that vision there is down a lap, so it is between McCarthy and Collinson, the reigning champion in the black and green machine, and the champion-elect looking ahead, McCarthy, looking like he will... Collinson, a big slide, and he's gone!
Big mistake, looking for the opportunity to drive out of turn 10 and put the pressure on McCarthy coming to the line, drops it at the critical moment and falls out of 2nd place. That gifts the win to McCarthy. His Christmases have all come at once, and he'll drive comfortably clear and secure the round honours. That was shaping up to be a finish that just fizzled out at a moment's notice. McCarthy will take the win. Now behind them, it is Jones with 2nd and Curran with 3rd.
Partridge shuffled down on the last lap from
to 4th position. And here is the scrap for 10th position. So it's power from Charlie Richardson as they come onto pit straight for the final time. Is she close enough to power? She's got a great run. They go to the inside of the circuit. This looks like it could be a photo finish.
Judging it. She's going to come up just a little bit short at the line. Timed it, but just needed to time it a touch earlier. She was a little bit too far back and just came up about a nose short, but she'll settle for 10th place. And Darren Power will be very happy with that one. A top 10 finish for him. And all the cars behind Josh Munro and that group of cars that were fighting over the last couple of spots inside the 10, they would have been pleased just to have a really, really good race with a lot of different drivers. So there's your finishing results there. It wasn't as big as what we thought it was going to be coming into that last lap. And Collinson, with that critical mistake at MG corner, ends up going from potentially fighting for the race win to finishing 5th behind McCarthy, Jones, Curran and Partridge. With Brandon Taylor, despite the brake issue at turn 1, finishing in 6th, with Ash Clifford and Spinello, who dropped out of that battle early on, and then Taryn Power and Charlie Richardson. What a race. Racing up and down the field. What a great conclusion to Formula V for round 5 of the Victorian State Race Series.
It certainly was. We were expecting a spectacular finish. Not quite the spectacular finish we were expecting, with Collinson looping it down at MG on the last lap, but nevertheless, a real classic in Formula V's. We'll be back very shortly. Formula Ford up next.
This segment's called We Knew Them Before They Were Famous, and this is Imogen Radburn. She drives this wonderful-looking number 29 McGale behind us, which is prepared by Cameron Hill Racing. So, firstly, tell us about your experience in Formula Ford so far.
So this is my second year. First year's in National, and then last year's I was in the New South Wales State Series. This year's been just a lot of learning and finding our feet in the National Series, I guess.
So how do you find the category as a development tool for your racing career, progressing forward?
I find that this category is like an amazing category to get started in. I've driven an Aussie car as well, a lot easier to drive than these. These are a lot more skill development and technique that you need to learn for the other categories moving forward. So I'm very glad that I was able to get put into this car rather than another category that I wouldn't be able to develop my skills as much in.
So how does having someone like Cameron Hill behind the scenes working and sort of pushing you, guiding you through your racing career as well? Is it handy having someone like a Supercars fully fledged driver helping you out?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously Cam can't be here this weekend as he's got Bathurst in less than 10 days. But even being when he's away, he still is committed to us, messaging us, calling us. But yeah, it makes it a lot more helpful, and seeing the ladder that he's built up that we can then take for ourselves and try and follow him up.
No worries, Imogen Radburn, thank you.
Thank you.
Race 3 of the Australian Formula Ford Series here at round 6 of the Australian National Championship for Formula Ford. Very happy to be here at Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. We've got 20 minutes of racing action coming your way to wrap up Formula Ford action, and of course you can see where champions are made. The stars of the future are here right now out on track, warming up their tyres and getting ready for their final hit out of the weekend. Matt Hillier has already broken out the champagne, or I should say the cordial, in celebration of taking out the 2023 championship. And my name is Callum Brannigan. Very big welcome to Tom Randall once again, superstar here this weekend, man of the people. Welcome on board, mate.
Good afternoon, Callum. Yeah, look at this. This is very unusual. We don't often see this. What has happened there?
That might be Nicholson, it looks like, and it's tagged with a Kent entrant. That's the 36 car of Mark Zellner. He looks like the front right of that car is a bit 6s and 7s, but nowhere near as much as the Nicholson Spectrum on the right-hand side. So here's a replay of the warm-up lap crash. Ooh. I don't want to cast any assumptions there, but it looked like they were trying to share the same piece of tarmac when they shouldn't have been. Nonetheless, they've come together, and that is race over for Nicholson. He's out of the spectrum, the number 98 car stuck on the right-hand side, and that's an added stress for the track staff to get the cars cleaned up, considering we've already got the cars around on the main straight to be gridded up, Tom. That's unusual.
That is highly unusual. That kind of reminds me of Malaysia a few years ago, Stroll and Sebastian Vettel on the cooldown lap coming together. So I don't know what's happened there just from that replay. I don't know whether Nicholson's tried to overtake him, but I mean, yeah, you shouldn't be trying to overtake cars. I might have to say that again because, yeah, like you said, that's highly unusual, and his race is over before it's even really begun.
Yeah, it's such a shame as well, because the drivers, the young guys and girls this weekend are having a huge amount of fun out there. The conditions are perfect for racing, if not just a little bit too hot, but you can see that the start has been delayed. So race control, working tirelessly, working behind the scenes to ensure everything sticks to a schedule and that racing proceeds safely. So a huge amount of work by the men and women behind the scenes working hard. You can see an official out there in the moment as well, roasting, baking in the heat of the tarmac. So we're just going to have another look at that incident again. So here we have Nicholson. It looks like he's coming from behind, and he's unsighted to Zellner's right-hand side. So something must have happened to the car as they were rolling out of the dummy grid and onto the track, and he was trying to make up the space because he was certainly coming from behind.
Certainly Zellner hasn't spotted him either, and he probably wasn't even expecting to do it. So
100%, because he wouldn't be defending, really, because he's warming up his tyres, and obviously they're well within their rights to use as much track as they want to get those tyres warmed up. So it'd be interesting to see how long they are held on the start-finish line. We can already see that a tow truck has been dispatched to pick up the car of Nicholson.
Something similar happened, I think it was at the Albert Park 2019 between Cam Waters and Scott McLaughlin on the out lap about turn 5. I think McLaughlin was weaving and Cam tried to go past and there was contact there. So it's certainly not the first time it's happened, but it's not something you often see in racing.
But it's often with these lessons that you learn once and they never happen again. So we're going to have a look at the grid now. So Matt Hillier starting on pole position. He takes that front start after taking out the tyres and more pole position in qualifying. So he pocketed $250 in cold hard cash on a big novelty check. Big congratulations to him, plus race victory earlier this morning means he's on pole position. Alongside Jake Santalucia and the Focus on Furniture, McGale, Connor Summers starting at a position 3 and Zach Lobko making it 4 McGales in the top 4. Xavier Kokai starting at a position 5 alongside Harrison Sellers. In position 6, William Lowing in 7th position, and Joe Fawcett leading the Victorian Championship coming into this weekend, still in a highly favoured position to continue his good form in season 2023. He starts out at position 8.
Yeah, they're going to have to try and get this car on the flatbed as quickly as possible because the time is counting down. We're now at about 12 minutes remaining in this race that's yet to be underway.
Yeah, it's a shame, and unfortunately all the categories get the same allotted amount of time, and it's up to them to try and maximise and use it. Obviously you've seen in sports sedans this weekend, you are behind the wheel of the Saab. It's great to see you back out racing in the State Series, but you're also actually lending a hand to James Crozier, who's sharing a garage with you in the E-Steel Spectrum. How's it tutoring James this weekend?
Oh, we have a lot of fun with James. He's a pretty cool character, and we've been going through a lot of data and footage, and I keep telling him, come on, you can brake later into Honda, and he's been showing some pretty cool aggression in the races. So he did a nice pass on a car in turn 1 in the race, but he's having a ball. I mean, we were looking back at Natsoft and seeing, I think his first race was back in 2007, and he's done a lot of racing. So he's such a great guy to be around, and you know, he just really enjoys these weekends away racing, and I love them too because everyone's just so friendly up and down pit lane, and you can pretty much pop your head into any garage, and everyone's really, really good and welcoming. So yeah, it's certainly a vibe that you probably wouldn't get at a supercars event.
No.
Can't just walk into, say, 888 or something, but yeah, everyone's just really, really nice to hang out with, and as we've said before, look at the sun shining, and I think we've still got a slight crosswind now, I think, down the main straight. So we had a bit of a tailwind in the first race, but yeah, I think the wind has shifted slightly, but not as intense as it was yesterday.
So it must be getting hot, and the tensions must be getting high in the cabins of these, where they're effectively canoes, 510 kilo canoes with a 1600cc Ford engine strapped behind them, through a H-Pattern 4-speed Hewland LD200 gearbox, and they've got the same R-Spec Yokohama AO48 control tyre. It's not a control category. There are different chassis manufacturers, but that's been part of the core of Formula Ford ever since its inception in Australia, all the way back in 1969. So more than 50 years of legacy and history in Australia, and the list of names that have come through Formula Ford. I think it was more than half of the field competing at the Sandown 500 just a few weekends ago got their start right here in Formula Ford, including yourself, Tom.
That is true. Yeah, there's been some great makes. You had Van Diemen, still plenty of Van Diemens running around in the Kent class, and you've got McGale and Spectrum. That's really been the two. That have been going to battle for years. So, Mike Borland knows how to build a race car.
Yep.
And I ran McGale back in the day in 2013 and 2014, but when I was racing back then, the Spectrums were always fast at Phillip Island. They're low and slippery, and we had some pretty good battles, and I've actually had a few battles at the go-kart track here as well. What about you, Callum?
I've had a couple of goes, but I'm nowhere near as handy as Dan McCarthy is behind one of these go-karts. He was boasting at the dinner table last night just how fast he was. In fact, I think he won a promotional event at this very same go-kart track against some fully fledged drivers, including Chaz Mostert, and that's his claim to fame.
I love the slowdown signs. Sometimes you think maybe we need them at the actual tracks.
We sometimes see some spills, especially when it rains and it goes off in the Blendline TV van when there's spins and crashes on the go-kart track. It's perhaps part of the highlight reel. So I don't suspect we're going to see anything like that, but it's always good to see that the go-kart track, it's a scale model of the actual Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit as well, so it's always good fun. Phillip Island, a lovely part of Victoria. Got a good scrap here. Someone's coming around the outside there. Look, that's a good... I don't know what position it's for.
Centre of
don't know who they are.
I think. Heading down into Honda, and he's got the run. Oh, here he goes on the brakes. He's pulled it up nicely, and he gets the exit as well. They're like a lot of good head lean there, and I think he's got the sunglasses on too. He's got the clear visor with the sunglasses. That's peak race driver spec, I'd say.
It's a bit. I was just going to say, I should give out some love to the corporate partners for Formula Ford Australia, especially in the National Series with Yokohama Tyres, throwing their support behind Grassroots Motorsport and Formula Ford. Dick Johnson Racing, we've got the 2-minute signal as well being displayed to the drivers, so we're not too far away. Dick Johnson Racing, the prize to the drivers is a test drive in a fully fledged Dick Johnson Racing Mustang, which we saw Valentino Astudi just a couple of months ago behind the wheel of Anton De Pasquale's car before he actually stepped up in a Super 3 driving what he called a Datsun. It was actually a Nissan Altima. So it's great to see him, the defending Australian champion, stepping up in the supercars. So that's one of the prizes on offer to the young drivers. Big thanks to Racer Industries, Castrol, who Tom Randall's obviously very much affiliated with the lubricants company, Ferodo Racing and Norwell Motorplex. So it's a big thanks to the corporate partners for supporting the young stars of tomorrow.
Well, just on that, I mean, it's such a great initiative for all the drivers that are in Formula Ford to be, well, not only trying to win a championship, but try and go for that opportunity with DJR, because DJR know just how important this category is in Australian grassroots motorsport. As you said earlier, there's over nearly half the field in supercars that have come from Formula Ford and been successful in Formula Ford. So, I still believe it's one of the most important categories if you're trying to make a career, whether that's overseas or in supercars here.
100% agree, but are there many synergies? Obviously, supercars evolved over the various generations over the last decade or so, but are there similar synergies now with the new Mustangs and, I don't know, you haven't driven a Camaro obviously, but between a Mustang and, say, Formula Ford of today?
Well, maybe not that one, but yeah, I mean, there's plenty of similarities. I mean, the new cars, especially the Gen 3 cars, have a lot less aerodynamic aid compared to its predecessor, and we still right foot brake and heel toe in the supercars. That's how, I believe you go fast and look after the tyre, and that's certainly something that the guys and girls do in Formula Ford as well. Right foot braking, you learn about mechanical sympathy with the gearbox. It's, as you said, it's a Hewland 4-speed H pattern. You've got groove tyres, so you're really relying on mechanical grip and trying to maximise that. And not only that, you've got the best racing, because there's no aero in a Formula Ford really, so there's no aero wash, as they say, and you can really learn how to race a car without overstepping the mark.
And apart from all that, it's just jolly good fun at the very same time. So a lot of young drivers coming through here. So again, we'll remind you, Callum Brannigan and Tom Randall joining you for the third and final race for Formula Ford. They get an additional formation lap. Obviously, the cars have cooled down, and it's going to be 10 minutes in duration, we're being told by race control. So 10 minutes on top of what we have at the moment. So that will be a 15-minute race in total. They're about 14 minutes by the time they have gridded around. but we're very much looking forward to seeing, it was 35 cars, it's now down to 33, sorry, quick math.
Well, speaking of numbers, Tony Shebeki has been kind enough to just send me a photo. Fun fact, 32 of the 54 drivers at Sandown 500 got their start in Formula Ford. So there you go. There's certainly some good history in this category. And great pedigree as well.
100%, and who's who of motorsport, and like you've got names like Senna joining that list internationally, so it's not just domestically here in Australia, it really has a long legacy and history internationally that continues to this day. It was flourishing in Australia at the moment, so if you're fast in a Formula Ford, chances are you're fast. Have a go at Matt Hillier.
That's a way to warm up some tyres.
He's having a crack. He's really just trying to drive as much energy into those Yokohamas. They get one set of Yokohama AO48s at the start of the weekend. That's from the very beginning of qualifying all the way through to 3 races. So as the tyres go through a few heat cycles, they start to wear down as the weekend or the races progress. The tyres do get a little bit aged, but these tyres are a lot more durable than previous tyre manufacturers that have been employed by Formula Ford in Australia. So with these Yokohamas, they're a slightly harder compound, but they're a lot more durable. So if you do have a privateer team, not saying they won't, they're usually sort of featuring at the front, not saying they won't, but if they want to, they can maximise those tyres and try and make them last over several race weekends.
James Crozier is a great example. No new tyres for him this weekend. He's just trying to have some fun and probably save a couple of bucks. But yeah, I actually personally never got to race on the Yokohamas. I'd finished off with the Avons. I think they did maybe one more year before they changed the Yokohamas, and it's amazing that the setup difference between trying to maximise speed out of an Avon on these cars compared to a Yokohama. But I mean, it's been a few years now, so everyone's, I think, found the key to these tyres. And as you said, they're a very durable tyre. They're quite good under braking. I've seen on data you can really maximise the car under brakes, which I think, again, that can translate to further categories, whereas with the Avons, they didn't quite have the longitudinal grip. So the brake tracing now that we see in Formula Ford is a lot closer to what it is in like a Gen 3 supercar.
And it is very much a data-driven sport as well, apart from all the drivers being on the radio to the teams and their engineers, but between sessions, they're flat out looking at data, the lines, traces, things I'll never understand from a Motec data download, but it's all about trying to find any margin you possibly can, and it's the best place to learn it too, because it's exactly what you do for a full-time job.
Absolutely, they use Motec as well, so looks like the last cars are just rolling in, so we should be getting the green flag just very close. And green flag, we are set for a start.
So delayed start, 10 minutes tacked on top of the delayed start, but we have got just over 13 minutes of racing action coming your way as they get underway. A very smart start there from Matt Hillier. Further back, we've got a stalled car, and it looks like one of the Kent entries at the back there. It looks like Peter Fitzgerald in his Spectrum, but as they head down towards turn 1, it is Matt Hillier leading the way from Jake Santa Lucia, with Connor Summers just behind there as well. But they're running wide. That's Cody Mains Ruddy. And behind him, can't quite see the number, but that looks like the number 27 entry, both having an off-track excursion there. Lucky to get back on track there, so nice and clean in terms of their rejoin, giving plenty of respect to the drivers as they were coming off the grass and back onto the tarmac. But as the battle rages on at the head, that's Harrison Sellers who's having a crack at Zach Lobko with Xavier Kokai now up the inside, with William Lowing featuring in the background as well. So they're immediately on the pace, but Matt Hillier sprinting off the start there, but he's leading a Sonic Motor Racing Services 1-2-3, Tom.
Yeah, good start. We may be potentially going to a safety car, as there's a car still stopped on the start line. I don't know if that was James Crozier. It's a red
Spectrum. I thought it might have been the Fitzgerald car, but we'll find out as the fields go past the timing beacons around the track and the timing screen cleanses, and they have called a safety car. So this is the first safety car of the weekend. I don't think the drivers have quite queried onto that one yet, but they'll see the safety car boards and flags, which this weekend it is a BMW, which will be leading the way. Now, that might have been the car of Crozier. Unfortunately.
It was, yep. Can confirm that is James Crozier. So I don't know whether he's had mechanical issue off the start there, and that's a shame for James because, he was looking forward to having a really, really fun race. But, the safety car came out just as they were going into MG. So I think they would have been fine to race until that flag point into turn 11. So, yeah.
Still extremely spirited, and in heat of the moment, how hard is it to just pull yourself out? You have to turn it off like a tap, don't you, when you're really charging on, but you have to take the throttle completely out. How hard is it to switch?
It's not easy. I mean, I'm sure that their engineers would have been on the radio to them as well saying safety car, but it's tough because especially that first lap, your eyes are on and your heart rate's up, and you're trying to look for every which way of where to go, or it could be 3 wide, and as we saw, there were quite a lot of lockups into MG, so thankfully everyone got through all good, and I don't think a restart will be too far away.
Slightly off topic, how are preparations for the big one, the Bathurst 1000?
It's all hands on deck at Tickford, so yeah, preparing 4 cars, and we had the Sandown 500 last weekend and then a ride day on the Monday, so there's a lot of work involved in completely stripping the cars. You know, different components need to go off to sub-assembly and be serviced, and you know, there's still a couple of little teething issues on these cars that supercars are working pretty hard to sort out. So, yeah, to say that it's a frantic time would be probably an understatement, but I think there were some guys in the shop yesterday working hard. So the cars, I think, are being loaded on Thursday or Friday this week. So, yeah, it's pretty nuts to think that it's only a week and a half away. So that I feel like it's just come up so fast. So I'm pretty excited to go to the 1000 though. I think it should be a great event.
Very much looking forward to it. So you can see now the field has come under control from the safety car. So we'll go through the field as it stands. Matt Hillier leading the way from Jake Sandalucia. Connor Summers in position 3 in the number 71 entry from Zach Lobko. Xavier Kokai in position 5, Harrison Sellers in 6th position, William Lowing in 7th position, Tom Davies in 8th. We saw him spectacular opening lap of this race. He's ahead of Joe Fawcett in the number 23 Spectrum. And Damon Woods just ahead of Jack Bussey, who's down from Queensland, always makes the trip down here along with his father. And they've got John Martin behind the scenes actually helping them out. And John Martin went on to massive things racing internationally, especially in LMP2 sports cars, as well as a handful of Le Mans starts. But John Martin, a very handy steerer, but an even better engineer and a good guide and a lot of advice for these young drivers. I think I saw Angelo Mazuris as well, helping out at the Sonic camp as well. So it's good to see that once drivers do race in Formula 4, they come back, or I guess they can't help but come back and lend a hand, because there's been so many people involved in Formula 4 over the more than 5 decades that have helped out young racing stars, but they can't help but just give back and try and help promote and help push young talent through the ranks.
Well, like we said before, it's such a good proving ground to start your career. So John's he's a very credentialed driver, very experienced driver, and he's the perfect guy to have around. So, yeah, lights out. Now it's about making sure that Hilly can nail the restart. So he obviously can't go until he sees the green. Then he has control of the field, and no overtaking or overlapping until the control line. So I think it's going to be on down to turn 1.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. Rubbing hands with glee. Now, as we said, Hillier is the effective safety car. Now, the long slipstream effect down the long straights around Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit means he's going to wait as long as possible, so not to give any opportunity for Jake Sandalucia to slipstream past. So they're going extremely slowly, holding the speed from the safety car after it comes in, and the drivers are doing extremely well to keep themselves in check.
He might wait all the way to the line here, so let's fingers crossed everyone can... Here we go, and he's away.
So here we come. It's Hillier from Sandalucia, from Summers, from Lobko. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. Here comes 33 Formula Fords, spearing down towards turn 1. Xavier Kokai, a very smart restart there. Might have caught Zach Lobko napping there, but there is Harrison Sellers as well. He's going to take the advantage up the inside, coming through the southern loop. Plenty of space given between the drivers, but that is great racing. That's a fantastic restart from not only Kokai, but Harrison Sellers as well, to take an opportunity where one presented itself. It just got over 6.5 minutes remaining in this race. He has it, I guess, at about 4 laps of action. Jake Sandalucia at the head of the field now in the number 4 car. Locked brake in the background there, that was Harrison Sellers. It looks like he had the car ever so slightly crossed up, and he's been sent off to the left-hand side there, coming through turn 4.
Apart from Sellers, it was a pretty nice, relaxed, tame restart from everyone. Kokai managed to hang tough around the outside and not let Sellers through, but yeah, so far, so good.
Imogen Radburn doing a great job in the car. Helped prepared by Cameron Hill, a familiar name to you, Tom Randall, one of your combatants at the Repco Supercars Championship, and she was in a great dice there with Cody Mains Ruddy, but it looks like we've got a recovering Jack Bussey featuring in that battle as well. Too wide coming into turn 10. Cody Mains Ruddy up the inside of Imogen Radburn there, so that was a very smart move, and that's Kokai's gone around. Harry Blanchard taking evasive action, and it looks like it's knocked the exhaust pipe off the back of the number 10 Spectrum. And he's looking like he's going to get that car turned around, so that shouldn't prompt another safety car. So it's green racing. There he is indeed, does a little flick spin, gets the car back on the road. Meanwhile, at the head of the field, it's Jake Santalucia to the left-hand side of the screen. It looked like he pulled out of that one. It didn't quite look like he was pressing on with Matt Hillier taking the outside line. Matt Hillier using all of the room, doing a sensational job after clinching the 2023 title in the previous race, but he's still going to press on just as hard as he has done so far in season 2023. Now that's Eddie Bezic in the number 30 car. He's made the last two races. He actually started from pit lane, and he's just tucked in behind the car of Harrison Sellers. Just something else caught my eye there, and that is up the inside. Damon Woods having a look at Tom Davies, so the Liquor Legends car around the outside coming under fire from the Apex Steel number 56 Spectrum. Extremely close stuff there with William Lowing also featuring, as well as Joe Fawcett, as well as so many names. It just runs all the way up and down the timing screen. No matter where you look, there is a battle in Formula Ford.
Absolutely. It's such a shame for Xavier. It would be nice to see a replay of what happened there into MG, where the two have just tangled on the exit, but thankfully everyone managed to avoid a stationary Kokai, and he had a tough race one, didn't he? He had an incident there, fell to the back, and did a storming drive in race two. So I was looking forward to seeing what he could produce in this one, but we've only got about 4 minutes to go here, so looks like Santa Lucia's just got a tiny gap over Hillier, but as we know how strong the toe is here at Phillip Island, and Summers is going to get the benefit of a triple toe, and Lopko's going to get the benefit of a quadruple toe.
This is incredible stuff as they fan out going down towards turn 1, and there's another ensuing battle for position 5. But that's got about 15 cars in that battle, so we won't try and even get through the list of names because the race will be over by the time we do so. But they're sorting themselves out. Matt Hillier at the head. Zach Lobko now sorting himself back into position 3. Wait a few moments there. You've got Damon Woods leading. Tom Davies contact there. That's Glowing there, sorry. And then McGale making contact with the back of Tom Davies there. Very lucky to get away with that one scot-free, but that would have rattled the head ever so slightly.
Right. Lobko down the inside. Can he pull it up? Oh, it is tight into Honda. Summers just able to hang around the outside, and I think Lobko's going to have to just slide in behind him.
Discretion is the better part of valor that time around for Lobko. Meanwhile, for position 5, there's also Eddie Bezic featuring in this battle in the number 30 car, streaming past. He's just ahead of Jack Bussey.
Got a couple of Cape Barron geese just having a great, spectacular view heading into Hayshed.
The driver's eye picking out all the stuff that you dumb commentators normally can't, so it's fantastic to have Tom Randall on board, calling the action for race 3 of round 6 of the Australian Formula Ford Championship, with thanks to Victorian freight specialist Tom Davies peeling out the number 43 car, having a look around the outside. Eddie Bezic also taking advantage of Joe Fawcett coming through turns 10 and 11. Harrison Sellers trying to recover from that start, which was a little bit lackluster, probably by his own standards. So we look forward to seeing the battle for P5 unfold. Meanwhile, at the head of the field, it's Hillier who's starting to stretch his legs in the number 2, the champion-elect after an outstanding season. Someone's off there as well in the distance. Who is that? It's McGale, and it is Nico Mendez in the number 55 entry. Very spirited stuff too, wide into turn 1. No matter where you look, there's a battle. Can't keep up with all the action. Jack Bussey hung out to dry there, as is Cody Mains Ruddy. They're on that extended apron, as Tom Randall was talking about earlier this morning. A lot more space for the drivers to race, and it really encourages this hard, close racing.
Yeah, it does, absolutely. I mean, it's going to be perfect for the MotoGP guys, but also for this racing, we'd see years gone by not having that could introduce potential drama into Southern Loop. But Matt Hillier on that last lap, so the fastest lap of the race, pretty much on his own. So he's just put his head down. He's gone for it, and he's produced about a 1 second gap over Summers. So I think if he can just keep his eyes forward, I think he's broken a toe.
Absolutely. Bailey Collins on screen there in the number 96. Now, you had a chat with him between races, and he actually lost third gear in that last race. So the ever eagle-eyed Tom Randall picked him out from the timing screens, and he dropped a few positions, and it was due to a mechanical issue with gear 3 in that Hewland gearbox. But obviously they've got that car turned around, and he is on the recovery drive. He's currently showing in position 12. Jack Bussey locking up a break. Up the inside of Tom Davies, number 43 versus 74. Joe Fawcett waiting just behind to mop up any positions possible. And Harrison Sellers just behind with Cody Mainsruddy as well. Bailey Collins and Lachlan Strickland as well. So a huge amount of names duking it out for position 5.
I'm not sure.
And Bailey Collins is off, coming onto the main straight, but he gathers it. Just enough space for him to remain composed. Keeping it on track there. This is highly energised stuff.
I'm not sure I want to be Damon Woods at the moment. He's got a train of about 8 or 9 cars behind him, so there's about a 4 or 5 second gap between himself and Santa Lucia. So he's got a bit of work to do to hold everyone up and hang on to P5. So it looks like we'll have probably one more lap of racing after this.
We'll await confirmation from race control as that comes around very shortly. Again, it's a big thanks to VFS, Victorian Freight Specialists, supporting grassroots motorsport and Formula Ford action. Damon Woods coming under fire from Eddie Bezic. Tom Davies having a look there, and that's a lock break. Is that another lock break from Harrison Sellers?
I think it is. We've had 2 cars come together also at Honda.
That looks like the car of Matt Holmes involved there. So the number 41 entry, that is indeed 41, driven by Matt Holmes from Tasmania, one of the more gentleman senior drivers in the field, and it looks like he had it coming together there with the Lowing car, I believe it was. The battle still rages on for position 5. So Damon Woods is ever so slightly recovering, and he's showing a little bit of pace, but he's definitely under fire, and this is not helping their chances of trying to chase down position 4. They're holding each other up, driving well and truly off the desired line, and yes, they do get a all-important slipstream, which could be worth up to a second around the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, but in racing each other, they are holding each other up, and it's just allowing the gaggle of cars at the head of the field to stretch their legs. Now, last lap board has been shown to the drivers, and they're too wide once again coming onto the main straight.
Lobco and Santa Lucia having a nice little battle, and looks like Santa Lucia's got through on Lobco. So, he's gone really wide, over-committed into turn number 1, and he's just cost himself, third place.
That was a huge moment there as well. That's one of the fastest, sensational save, but that's a huge moment for Santa Lucia, unfortunately, but did well to get it back onto the track, and once again he'll be thanking his lucky stars that there is an extended apron for him. He's come back onto the back of Lobco though there, so got a smart exit coming out of turn 2. Damon Woods and Eddie Bezic, as they were the last lap around, side by side coming into turn 4, but Bezic now takes that position away from Damon Woods.
Excellent pass around the outside. That was really nice.
And Tom Davies having a look. He's coming under fire from Harrison Sellers as well. So this pack of cars, the battle pack has been glued together for most of this race, and it's been enthralling stuff as they've got a handful of corners remaining around the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit to conclude racing for round 6 of the Australian National Formula Ford Championship. It's been a fantastic addition to round 5 of the Victorian State Race Series. Deep under brakes into turn 11, Harrison Sellers unsettles himself. The car's brake balance has not been on point in this race with Joe Fawcett around the outside there, but here comes Matt Hillier. He's going to come across the line. It's been a classy weekend for the young man, taking out the title, and he takes out a pair of races on Sunday. Big congratulations to Matt Hillier, home in first position with Connor Summers in second. Zach Lobco comes home in third position, just from Jake Santalucia in fourth position. Eddie Bezic is the victor of that battle for position 5 from Damon Woods. Jack Bussey making up a position on that last lap. 3 wide with Bailey Collins moving slowly across the start-finish line there as well. This is the battle for the Kent honours now. So this is Richard Davison against Peter Fitzgerald, the number 17 car just behind the car of Richard Davison. That car of Davison looks absolutely beautiful, doesn't it?
It really does, yeah. Had another good chat with Richard, so I think he's forgiven me after putting the mockers on him earlier, not getting the clean sweep. But yeah, he's had a nice race out there, and he's going to come home and take the win in the Kent class as well. But yeah, again, Bailey Collins, I think another potential issue. So he can't find too much luck at the moment.
So they're going to be side by side as they come over the line, and it's actually Peter Fitzgerald who pips him.
I put the mockers on him again. I can't believe it.
You're going to be throwing hands down to pit lane, so we'll get a camera down there a bit later on to get that action.
Commentator's curse strikes again.
There you have it, race 3 results. Matt Hillier from Connor Summers, Zach Lobko, they complete the podium. Jake Santalucia in position 4 with Eddie Bezic in 5th, Damon Woods in 6th, Jack Bussey in 7th position, Tom Davies 8th, Harrison Sellers and Joe Fawcett rounding out the top 10. Lachlan Strickland at 11th, Kobe Williams, Kyle Cotter, Nico Mendes in 14th position. After that, up and down race, Fraser High, Bailey Collins, Imogen Radburn in 17th position, Lachlan Evanet from Harry Blanchard and Ethan Fitzgerald rounding out the top 20. Carly Fleming, double duties this weekend. She's also racing a Hyundai XL in 21st. From Xavier Kokai, dropped out of that race, obviously, down in P22.
We never got to see what actually happened there, but yeah, it was a bit of a shame for him.
Paul Ziddy home, and we've also, it looks like James Meaden in the background there in that yellow Van Diemen, not completing the race, but that was a highly energised way to finish Formula Ford racing action for this weekend. It's a big thanks to Tom Randall for joining us up here in the commentary box. You're always welcome anytime you want to come, mate.
Thank you very much. Just add it to the list of another exciting Formula Ford race.
Big thanks to Tom, and go well for the Bathurst 1000 coming up very shortly. So, improved production coming up for their third and final race of the weekend. We will have Stephen DeVries and Dan McCarthy joining us up in the commentary box.
Improved production rolling out of the pit lane for their third and final race of the weekend, with thanks to Prestige Hino, Melbourne's most awarded Hino dealer. There's 20 minutes on the clock according to our screens here, and Danny Timewell's had it all his own way so far in improved production land this weekend. Some news coming through in the last hour or two. We have been advised that a number of people are going to be paying a lot of attention to this, Dan McCarthy, both here in Victoria and interstate, that the Motorsport Australia have approved the regulations for the round that is due to be coming up at Calder. We've been talking about it for months and months and months here on the broadcast. It looks like it is going ahead based on the fact that Motorsport Australia have improved those regs. So please keep an eye out on your social medias, and you will be seeing the entry lists coming out, or entries will be opening over the course of the next couple of days, it is planned. So we're looking forward to seeing that over the next couple of days. So Calder Park going ahead last weekend in October. Categories in the makeup still yet to be confirmed, but the regulations are approved. The race meeting is going ahead.
Great news, great news. Very much looking forward to getting there. I myself have never even been to Calder, just the time period that I've been born in, and no racing there for nearly a decade. So good when we get back there. So Danny Timewell will start from first position. He's 2 out of 2 for the weekend. He'll start alongside the championship leader Luke Gratchcumbo. Matthew Logan 2 thirds. He'll come out of 3rd, and then Ian McClellan in position number 4.
Rick Hogan and Jin Wook Song had a great exchange in that second race of the weekend earlier this morning, and Rick just managed to get the upper hand on Jin at the conclusion, so he'll start out of 5th with Jin in 6th. Andrew Tickner is 7th, and Grant Ogle's having another great weekend, backing up his Calder performance in the XR5. He's going to start out of 8th place. Andrew Rhodes-Anderson, the man we always talk about being the hard charger, started pretty much second to last, drove all the way up to 9th place in the VN Pakenham Tyson Moore Commodore. There he is on screen there. He'll be looking to move a couple of spots further forward. Wayne Twister's had a good weekend. Had to do a little bit of a repair to the exhaust on his BMW E46, but it seems to be holding, and he's trucking along quite nicely in 10th with some good top 10 finishes, ahead of Richard Opie and the under 2 litre car there of Peter McLean, the Subaru BRZ. Ahead of Richard Valentich's Holden LH Tirana, the VY Commodore of Scott McLean, Paul Clough in his Mazda RX-7, and Stuart Dearden's green-eyed Tribute, the EB Falcon. Stephen Theologiou in the WRX comes next with Wayne Decker, Stephen Gorman and Paul Theologiou rounding out the 20 with Bradley Ross and Connor McLeod and Peter Fleming bringing up the rear. Glenn Boyd was a non-finisher in the second race this morning. He's unfortunately done a clutch and his car is on the trailer and in the paddock. So he won't be taking any further part in this one, but it's been a pretty interesting field so far. We haven't had too many cars drop out of contention. We've started with 24 and we've got 23 for the final race of the weekend.
Yeah, it's been a good field of improved production here this weekend. It's been dominated by Holdens, that is for certain. We got the first 7 all Holdens, and we got as well the Rose Anderson car as well on that 5th row. So 8 of the top 10 are Holdens. A very good weekend if you are a General's man in improved production. Then we got the Ford Focus and the BMW in there as well towards the back end of the top 10. Yeah, it will be interesting to see if Luke Gretschkombo can go with Danny Timewell in this race. It's been one-way traffic so far this weekend. We are lit up. We're ready for the start.
Well, Danny Timewell rolling a little bit at the start there. He was behind the grid box, but he gets away nicely. Rick Hogan with a fantastic start from the 3rd row of the grid. Outpaces McClellan, outpaces the Mack Trucks entry of Matty Logan off the start-finish line, but loses the horsepower race down to turn 1.
Yes, certainly lost the horsepower race. Was ahead of them, not even alongside them, ahead of them. McClellan using all the road on the inside. There's going to be contact, and there is. But Hogan manages to keep it all facing in the right direction and holds on to the position. As McClellan with a little bit of a slide on the exit of the corner. Good racing, but look at the horsepower of the Monaro. Flies by on the run to Stoner.
That was properly tight going through turn number 2 after McLennan dropped 2 wheels on the inside of the new asphalt. Luke Gretschkombo now sending it up the inside of the VF Commodore Danny Timewell. That's a nice move, something Danny probably wasn't expecting at the start of this race. Gretschkombo goes to the lead at turn number 4. Matt Logan's going with them as well. Now, this is what happened in the early going. These 3 sort of broke away early, and they were the first 2 or 3 laps. You know, it was Luke and Matt just shading Danny for the opening couple of corners, and then Danny eventually managed to move away. But remember, we talked about this in the morning session. The best of the conditions were going to be in the morning when the track was a little bit cooler, the air temperature wasn't as hot, not as much UV on the track. It's a completely different ball game now. Has everybody got conditions nailed perfectly? Have they got their cars set up, tuned into these conditions?
Yeah, I was out there just before. It's certainly the hottest time of the day so far, and it's half past 1. It's just getting a little bit warmer. We've already hit the predicted high for the day, and we seem to be soaring past it. So really warm conditions, particularly we keep saying for September. If this is Island Magic, we'd sort of expect it, but not in the final round of Vic State in September. It's something quite bizarre, but Melbourne turning on the weather this weekend.
It certainly is. Like, we've had plenty of times here at Phillip Island in September where the weather's been nice. It's been nice and sunny, but the temperature just hasn't been there. It's been sub 20 degrees. It's still been quite cool because you've only just exited winter and coming into spring. But absolutely pristine conditions this weekend as we focus in on battle a bit further down the order. The LH Tirana of Richard Valencic coming under some pressure from the second round debutant in the category, Scott McLean, aboard the Positive Money VY Commodore there. So he's putting the number 15 machine under some pressure. That was for 11th place overall. And then you go back to the BMW of Stephen Gorman putting some pressure on Paul Clough in the RX-7, and then the first of the under 2 litre cars, the only proper under 2 litre car that's here this weekend outside the XLs of Peter McLean, having a look up the inside of Gorman here at turn number 4. And the word on the wire is that there's a couple more under 2 litre cars to come into the fold for improved production next year. There's some cars potentially coming out of New South Wales down to Victoria, so it'd be nice to have a few more under 2 litre cars in the field because New South Wales has sort of led that charge for many, many years. They've had some very strong grids of both overs and unders on a regular basis, and I think 1 or 2 cars that maybe used to belong to Matt Harris, who's a great pilot up there in New South Wales. Some of those will be coming home to Victoria as Andrew Rhodes Anderson has started to make his presence felt in the top 10 and putting Jinwook Song's VE Commodore under some pressure.
No, that was actually Song getting back through on Rose Anderson. So Rose Anderson made his way up to 6th position on the opening lap, but Song now getting into gear and making the position up, but Rose Anderson won't let him out of his sights as they cross the line 6th and 7th. Just a few tenths between them, half a second as they cross the line. And look, that little Ford Focus is keeping up with them early on in this race. Do you think tyres with temperatures like this will play a factor in this slightly longer race?
I think so. The longer the race goes on, and obviously the track conditions are going to have to tune for this as well. So a lot of drivers will be thinking about this before they went out to dummy grid and what tyre pressures they wanted to set and set the car up for the long run rather than the short sort of sprint that we had this morning in the much cooler conditions. Been a change of position here as well, has there? Or is the field just closing up a little bit more? No, Valentich is still leading, but Paul Clough has found a bit of speed here in the RX-7, latching onto the back of Scott McLean's machine. But the horsepower race, as we always say, just sort of wins out at some of these drag parts of the circuit. So front straight, turn 2 to turn 4 is another drag strip. Up the back's always a bit of a horsepower run as well. And then all these other little nimbler cars have got to make it up in the corners, just like Peter McLean's done there, pouncing on the opportunity at turn 4.
How good does the Mazda sound? Sounds fantastic, wailing, high pitch, such a unique sound that the rotary machines make. Listen to it out of Siberia.
Yep, that unmistakable sound of a motor that goes brap, I think is probably what we've been commonly known for a little while. There's still plenty of them around though, isn't there? There's a lot of RX-7s in garages. I know there's a couple of fast ones still down here in Victoria. Former national champion Zach Hudson in Queensland has got a very, very fast one up there as well. So there's plenty of them around. It's just a matter of need to see more of them.
Yeah, absolutely. And through once again goes the 86 around the outside, and now putting the pressure on the much bigger, much more powerful Holden. Oh, no, we've lost a car.
That's Andrew Tickner being dragged in by one of the recovery vehicles on the backside of the circuit down near turn 6. So great work from our officiating and recovery crews to get that recovered under localised yellow flags. So both the VH Commodores, unfortunately, out of this one. One didn't start and one has failed to finish.
That's a shame as they cross the line. It's so interesting to see the strengths and the weaknesses of these cars. So back through comes the Mazda as they head down in towards turn number 1. But this is where the Toyota looks so strong. Made mincemeat last time through.
Oh, sounded like it was on the rev limiter there for a minute as well, coming out down through turn number 1. And Clough goes back through.
And I've called it Toyota, and I've just realised it's a Subaru, so I apologise for that.
You are easily forgiven because it is the same body shape. Yes. Basically, the badge on the front's a little bit different. The joint collaboration, obviously, back in the day, there's such a popular car, wasn't it? The Toyota 86, the same chassis, same body and everything. Just the Subaru never really got as much fanfare.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, a lot less Subarus sold as part of the deal. I understand Toyota had to sell X amount for every one that Subaru sold as part of the deal. But both a major success globally, the BRZ and the 86, as you say. Great run through Siberia, and he's got the momentum, but you can't do much with it into Hayshed. And with the speed of that Mazda in a straight line, he can't do anything with it anyway. Look at the margin that the Mazda has pulled out through there. That is remarkable. So they sweep over Lukey Heights. We look at the race leader, Luke Gretsch-Combo, who is coming under pressure from Danny Timewell. The margin has been slashed back to 1.1 seconds. Danny Timewell, fastest lap of the race last time through.
And Matt Logan's got to start pulling his finger out as well in third place too, because he was starting to slip back into the clutches of Ian McLennan, and Matt's just turned his best lap of the race as well. He was 0.7 of a second quicker than Ian last time around. So that battle for third place might not be decided just yet. They're not quite emerging into the backer shot yet, but that time well spent, VF Commodore's getting ever closer to the rear of car number 55. The man who's in the box seat in this year's Victorian State Race Series Championship. Lock up on the inside front for Timewell. He's pushing, trying to put the champion-elect under some pressure, and they are currently tied on points as it sits right now. Because remember, this race is for the feature round points in state series titles. So there's 40 points on offer, not the 30. Danny's got the 2 wins so far this weekend, but he also has the pole. And at this stage, they will be tied on points if Gretsch-Combo can finish ahead.
Absolutely, as they swing it into MG. Timewell closing. Really high quality battle. They might not be jostling side by side, but lap time wise, they are very, very tight. And it's a really high quality duel, albeit 1 second apart. But once Timewell begins to close that in, might force Luke Retchcumbo into mistake. Let's see as they come through this time. The margin, 1.1 seconds again, yes.
I thought Danny may have lost a little bit of momentum coming out of MG and through the second to last turn because the gap looked like it elongated a little bit, but he made it all back up down the straight. And Paul Clough has definitely pulled his finger out now. He's pulled away from Peter McLean and putting Valentich under some pressure over the top of Lukey Heights. And ahead of Valentich, it's Scott McLean who's managed to clear that Tirana as well. A little bit wide there for Paul Clough, and almost an invitation for McLean in the BRZ to go through at turn 10.
Yeah, I think he tried to get a sweeping line to get a good exit, but never made the apex, and ran wide there. But should get good run out this final corner, down the pit straight. Luke Retchcumbo, PB last time through, matching Danny Timewell. And here we are though, look at this in the first half of this lap with traffic, as you say, the XL and now the Falcon as well. This has really played into the hands of Danny Timewell, as you say. Won the first 2 races of the weekend, but it's the championship leader in this one that leads them. This is really, really good racing with 4 minutes left on the clock. Timewell is now there. It's a duel on the racetrack.
It is certainly a duel here. I think Retchcumbo may have come across one of the XLs, possibly Peter Fleming, at a bit of an awkward moment in the track, because when the camera shot cut to the race leaders, they had just passed one of those XLs, and then they caught Brad Ross up the back as well, but thankfully he didn't give them any troubles to worry about. There is another one of the XLs on the track there, just ahead of them on the shot, which is Connor McLeod, but there is now nothing in it at the start-finish line, and a new fastest lap for Timewell that time around as well, a 44.6, so he's got the eyes on, he's got the lights on for maximum intimidation, and he is charging with 3 minutes to play here.
They're about to get to the XL, that's why the lights are flashing. The XL keeping to the outside line, trying not to get in the leader's way.
Oh, it's awkward.
It's going to be awkward on the exit for Timewell, I think, potentially. Oh, it's very tight, but they both managed to get away with it. That was very well done by the XL driver.
Not much that McLeod could really do there as well. Caught an opportunity on the bad opportunity to racetrack. You just got to stay as high and as wide as long as you can, but you don't want to go too far because you'll end up in the marbles. Therefore, you'll then end up on the outside of the track. Oh, bit of a moment there. Seesawing at the wheel for Luke Retchcumbo, and he loses the spot to Timewell at turn 4.
He'll be kicking himself with that one. Yeah, just mid-corner. Big tank slapper managed to save it, but ran wide, and that was all the invitation
Has he got an issue
Timewell
here?
Needed. Yeah.
Has he got an issue here because he's losing some sort of, he's losing some time here to Timewell up the back. The gap has absolutely exploded in the last 10 seconds or so. Has he got a little issue? Has he gathered it up and sorted it out? There have been a couple of little gremlins this weekend for car number 25. They did have a sensor problem on Friday, and they had to take the car home and sort it out and bring it back. But Luke was talking about some sort of little unusual moments on throttle in the car in that second race, where it was sort of blipping for no reason, almost like a shift cut was being engaged or something like that, but without even touching the pedal or the clutch or touching the gear stick. It was just doing some unusual things. So maybe he's going to manage an issue to the flag here and just try and bring it home.
Let's listen to it as it passes the commentary box. Oh, it doesn't sound quite right.
Doesn't sound at full power.
No, 5 seconds slower than what he has done previously that time through. There's 2 laps to go. He'll hope to limp it to the finish in second position, but he's got not one but 2 machines hunting him down, Logan and McClellan, who are just coming out of the final corner. And actually, Logan's disappeared. McClellan and Hogan have both overtaken Logan. So where has Logan disappeared to?
The Mack Trucks entry is come off the circuit somewhere. I haven't seen him come back in through the back of the pits. Oh, he's actually had a mistake. He's had a really bad lap, a 1 minute 58.9. So he's been off the circuit somewhere. So he's surrendered third place to the Pro Cut Monaro of Ian McLennan. And Rick Hogan was right on his hammer going across the line. So that will be an interesting scrap for third place. as much as this will be an interesting scrap on the screen here for 8th and 9th, Wayne Twist is really honing in on the back now of Grant Ogle in the XR5. Didn't see this one coming.
No, absolutely not. It's very interesting out there on the track, but yeah, Gretsch Cumbo might get away with it despite the car sounding sick. The margin to those cars behind in 3rd and 4th that we're looking at on the screen is 20 seconds, so despite him ailing out there, 20 seconds with 2 laps to go, he might just about survive and hold on to 2nd. Crucial points for the championship. The championship leader with a sick machine. But this is a great battle as they're now negotiating their way through the traffic. McClellan wide.
Yeah, he ran wide. Just got distracted a little bit by the traffic, and Hogan's up the inside. He moves it right over. Oh, that's properly tight like a fisherman's backside going down the hill into turn number 10. And it was maybe a little bit naughty there for Rick just to move it over, but McLennan gets back through, and this is not over before the end of this race. There's still another 4.5 kilometres to go.
We apologise if we offended any fishermen out there as they come around to start the final lap of the race. This is mighty tight. So yeah, Hogan briefly had that position, tried to close the door, but there was still overlap, and McClellan stuck it back up the inside down into the turn, and he's pulled away. He's pulled away, that is for sure. Half second as they cross the line, but the power of that Monaro means that it is already over half a second. But look at the Commodore closing back in on the Monaro as they sweep around Southern Loop. He is edging closer. He's got the lights on. He's showing his ambitions to take the position. And look at that, the margin's just extinguished completely. He's right there.
Great exit speed from Rick Hogan there. I think it looked like McLennan had a little bit of a moment through the application of the throttle coming into the out part of turn number 2. And then Logan has caught these two back up. So he's just in the back of shot there. I don't think he's going to have enough to throw at either of them for the last spot on the podium. He might grab one, but I don't think he'll grab both spots.
I think you might be right there.
Hogan properly trying hard there as well, using all the ripple strip on the outside of Siberia. Take nothing away from this man, though. It's been a great weekend for him. Pole and all 3 race wins and all 3 fastest laps throughout the weekend. He didn't lead all the laps. He had to be content with sitting in 2nd place for a couple of laps in this one, but he takes the win. Danny Timewell with 3 from 3 for the weekend. Gretsch Cumbo's going to bring the GC Electrical Centre home in 2nd, but there's a bit of an issue here. McLennan's using Paul Theologiou as a pick, holds Rick Hogan up. Is that going to be enough to drag him to the line with a 3rd place finish? It might be enough considering the mumbo that is under car number 115's bonnet.
That was well judged, using the traffic to his advantage, but this is going down to the line here. There might even be 3 wide.
Logan's going to grab Rick Hogan at the line there. Good run out of the final corner. So I did say he might get 1, but he probably wouldn't get 2. And Matt Logan at the death pulls out a 4th place, and that's actually good enough. That was critical for Matt Logan because he grabs 3rd place overall for the round over McLennan by a solitary point.
Yes, absolutely. And the battling still going on further down the field. This is between Valentich and Gorman out there on the circuit. And it's
Stewie Dearden, actually. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Stewie Dearden, the EB Falcon, the Green-Eyed Monster tribute. So there goes Steve Gorman in the BMW, picks up that spot there. So where are they? They're down currently in 15th and 16th place. So that's switched back to where it was. So Gorman was ahead on the last lap. Dearden's taken that position away, and then he's wrestled it back. But not quite over just yet. I think Dearden may concede here. No, Gorman leaves him some space. Very fair racing.
Certainly was around the final couple of corners. There's no doubt the Falcon will have the grunt. Does the BMW have the better track position? It's going to come down to yet another drag race. We've seen it so much this weekend, and it's going down to the wire. Good exit from the Falcon, draws alongside towards the pit wall, but it's not going to be enough.
No, Dearden unfortunately can't make up the places there. So there's the confirmation of your finishing order there. Danny Timewell with a comfortable margin over the ailing Luke Gretsch Cumbo at the flag there, and McLennan coming home for 3rd. While we got the final results on the screen just there, just a couple of quick reminders for some of the improved production drivers. There is no Rev Heads review video this week as well, with Peter and his lovely wife Tanya being overseas, so they'll be back for the next round at Calder Park for that video there. And we'd also like to send a little tribute to Shane Wall and his family at this difficult time. It's been 3 years since his son William passed away. Shane's been a very, very big fixture in the paddock with the Traction Tyre Centre guys and the Yokohama Motorsports. So at this difficult time, the improved production Victorian field would just like to acknowledge that and pay their tributes and say we are thinking of Shane and his family at this time. So next, with improved production off the field, comes the combined grid for the weekend between the BMW E30s and the Hyundai XLs. Racing's been a cracker, and it should continue in a few moments' time.
Welcome back trackside here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, like it has been all weekend. E30s and Hyundai XLs sharing the track here this weekend, and it's worked out pretty well so far. Both categories have had some really good competition. There has been a little bit of, I won't say tangle-ups, but certainly they've joined each other in the track sort of towards the end of the session, and has created some really good racing as a bit of a synergy in one-make racing that comes together in this sort of situation, and we really enjoy it. I'm Darren Smith, and Dan McCarthy, as always, continues on about the 18th day in a row of being on air on Blendline TV. Big program for you, Dan. Long time since you've been home to Adelaide, I reckon. You've been over on the eastern seaboard for a while.
It's been good. Good to go to lots of motor races in what's turning out to be some glorious Victorian weather at the moment in September. So, yeah, very much enjoying myself at the moment, but I'll be making the trip back home tomorrow.
Well, I tell you what, as of 5 o'clock this afternoon, we throw it over to a little known entity called the AFL to keep us entertained for the rest of this month. And then, of course, we go to...
What's that?
What is that? Or the NRL, something like that. 3-letter acronyms for something, I'm not sure. But certainly we'll be off to the Shannon's Trophy Series coming up soon as well in October. Here is our grid. We're up to position number 5. Seth Boycart's in number 5. Number 6 there, Paul Schiff. Tristan Blofeld in position 7 and 8 there. Royce Lyon on pole with Ash Rogers right alongside Brian Burke. Jesse Bryant's out of 9th. Raw's Plant in the Upflow Racing, the non-alcoholic beer. Give it a try. It's actually good stuff. Donovan Mollenhagen, Better Deal Home Loans. Shannon Cooper for Bell Motorsport in the number 90 there, and Adam Trapsky in the 666. The number of the devil. I'm not sure what he's trying to channel there. Jesse Keogh will be the car 13 on the road with Martin Taylor in the mix there. Then Simon Schiff, and we go to James Lodge. We'll be right alongside Cadell Ambrose, Harry Tompkins there, Blake Tracy, Charlie Nash in the 155, and we're in the XL field now. Larry Merriweather, Cisco Morales in the 87, the 104 of George Elias, Stuart Bruckner in the number 2 there, Norm Lee and Carly Fleming in the PGS Kinetic Motorsport XL rounding out the back here. I really like what the E30s do here. Almost like a rolling start, isn't it? They bunch themselves up around turn 12, get themselves nicely positioned, and the idea of this is absolutely perfect. Get everyone almost to stop on the line together. They all engage first gear, and we don't sit in the starters' orders for too long at all. As we just see down the back of the field there, just joining on with the crew there in the E30s, and here come the XLs just to join on there. That's James Lodge coming around, and look at this, all applying the brakes at the same time. Royce Lyon and Ash Rogers, and Brian Burke has fought his way up to start P3 in the final race for the weekend. And we look set for a race start. Jesse Bryan there. This is a good looking field. Seth Burkhart's, Paul Schiff, Blomfelder, Raw's Plant for Upflow no alcohol beer. Give it a go. Can't hurt you. That is for sure. We are set in the garagistic BMW E30s. The Hyundai XLs are all set as well. Green flag at the back of the grid. Let's get this underway. Still got plenty of racing to go this afternoon.
Lights are on.
MGs, HQs, saloon cars,
Lights
historic
are
touring cars, sports sedans and 944s still to go. The BMW E30s are away, and we head off into the afternoon. Someone not getting away from the grid there. That's the 901. That's not what you want to see. And that's Seth Boycart's just crawling in the Klaus Kenny lawyer's outfit and grabs a gear now and gets underway. That has really made a troubled start here. Have a look at the front of the field here. Jesse Bryant. Has he been holding back all weekend long to lead the last race of the weekend? This is where Jesse likes to be. I've been saying it all weekend. He likes to be in front and he likes to lead the race.
Very even start in the XLs between the two on the front row, Lodge and Ambrose, and they're still side by side as they hurtle down towards turn number 1. Tompkins and the 195 machine of Tracy side by side as well. So very equal starts on the front 2 rows, and then Nash in 5th position. Ambrose looks like he's going to hold on a whole position and take the lead. All running wide. They're really wide, Lodge. Lots of mid-corner understeer, and Tracy has got through on Tompkins, and now having a look at the bad exiting Lodge down into Stoner Corner for the first time. Yeah, Lodge going defensive already into Miller, but Tracy might have the overlap. No, not quite. They're both squirreling under brakes. Side by side around Miller turn. Tompkins is there to pick up the pieces as well, as is Nash. Nash in the fight in this final race after just recovering really in race number 2 from his spin in the opening race yesterday.
Important announcement for those watching online here. For uninterrupted coverage, check it out at bledline.tv/live. Pretty important there if you want to keep watching us. Facebook can be interrupted, but check it out on YouTube or at Blendline-Live TV, and you can see all of the action all day. The BMW E30s for Garagistic are getting really jiggy with it at the moment. Interestingly enough, Brian Burke isn't going with this front trio at the moment. Around the outside goes Ash Rogers. Sweeps around the outside, leaves plenty of room for Royce Lyon to follow him through. He takes advantage of the hole in the air as well and gets up the inside of Jesse Bryan. Wide entry to turn 2 for car 50. Ash Rogers choosing a very interesting bit of real estate there, I guess, with the idea of Jesse Bryan trying so hard he's gone off to the grass. Here comes Brian Burke, the number 27. Didn't need any more of an invitation than, thank you very much, the door is open. I'll put my foot in and we will drive on through there. So the 27 makes up a spot as Jesse Bryan is trying his absolute hardest, and he just drifted off the track there. So not great. Led the first couple of corners in the E30s.
Last time we saw the XLs, it was Ambrose at the front. He's been shuffled back to not 2nd position, but 3rd position behind Tracy as well. Although he looks quick, like he wants to change that quick smart. He's got the run on Tracy. Tracy's got a good run on Lodge. This is great racing between the top 3. It's been a tale of 2 in the race earlier, but Tracy's joining them this time, and he's going up the inside of the 139 of Lodge, and Ambrose wants to follow through as well, and he is going to do so, but now will be on the outside for Siberia. Really awkward place, the outside of Siberia's. Quite a bit of camber though on that corner. If you can stay there, you get a good run off the corner, but no, Ambrose unable to do so. Slots back into 3rd. Now it's Lodge again, applying the pressure to Tracy as they come up through the hay shed.
There is one advantage for the line that the 194 of Ambrose just took there. You get to flow the car more, and we won't find that out until the top of the hill here, whether he's been able to gather up 1 or 2 kilometres an hour more on pace, and it looks like he might be. He's right up onto the back of Lodge now. It's up to him now to try and get past here, but what he's done, and Cadell has brought the other 2 behind him along, and that is the Tickford Racing entry, and Tompkins there as well. Back at the front of this race now, there's the 54 in that fantastic livery there, Paul Schiff, BMW E30 in what was a cigarette company livery, and I do like what they've done with the Southern BM Classic and that livery there. Tricky old livery to get right, lots of colours and lots of layers to it, but gee, it looks good on the side of a BMW. Certainly harks back to an era, a changing era of touring car racing here in Australia, from Group A to the 5-litre rules, where the BMW M3s are allowed to run wild there for a season or so. Here we go. Out in front now, this is Ash Rogers, who's been taken by Royce Line since they last crossed the line, and Royce just driving very, very nicely in season 2023, really showing the talent. Had a drive of a cup car at Winton with Andrew Hall. We thank Andrew for showing the way to a talent in the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships as we go back to the XLs, and plenty of swapping of places.
Yeah, Lodge was bump drafting Tracy down pit straight, electing not to swing to the inside but to nudge Tracy along in a straight line, and then around turn number 4 now. Lodge just unable to swing it to the inside. Oh, big slide, major slide by Tracy. Great save, Lodge. Take it to the outside, getting off the road, trying to escape from that.
It didn't even drop a spot either. That could have been nasty if he tripped himself up then, that's for sure. Ambrose now got the mirrors filled with the battery stop car behind, and Lodge filling the windows in front. And the 194 to the 139 and the 195 to the 139 and the 194. We've got some big numbers stacking up in XLs, haven't we?
Certainly do. And then 155 at the tail of the quintet. In fact, he is being dropped, I think, Nash now. The top 4 have broken away from him. Nash in the Tickford machine just struggling to stay with them. Doesn't quite have the pace. But nevertheless, a good top 5 performance. I think he'll be reasonably pleased with that one. But there's still 7.5 minutes to go. A lot can happen, and more bump drafting on the pit straight. Lodge bump, bump, bump as they go down towards turn number 1. Tracy to the defensive inside line. He won't want to slide like he did last time. He'll probably take it a little bit easier this time, and that might leave him vulnerable to Lodge, and does. Lodge having a big look, but Tracy again defending the inside line. Tracy looking for a nice second apex to get the run down towards Miller Corner, and they're going to come up on a bit of BMW traffic, but he stayed to the left-hand side. That's good. That means that these Hyundais can get on with their race, and now it's Tompkins that looks like he's struggling to go these top 3. Here we go, down into Miller, defensive on the inside. It's the 195 machine, all squirrely under brakes. Lodge could not be any closer if he wanted to be. If he was any closer, he'd be inside the boot of the car in front. It's that tight. And as I just said that Tompkins has fallen behind them, just like that, it's back to a 4-car scrap out front.
Gee, I tell you what, you don't want to be going down the main straight past the control tower or touching anyone in front of you. That is for sure. The idea of bump drafting, I think, is best kept on the super speedways of North America, but that is interesting stuff there. They don't. That's not recognised in the rulebook run under the NCRs of Motorsport Australia. That is for sure. So got a good eye now on the BMWs as they come across the line to complete lap number 4. It's Royce Line, Ash Rogers. Here we go. Overtaking manoeuvre at the top of Lukey Heights. The 901 plunges down after a horrendous start there. Seth Boycart's trying to fight back right round the outside of the 25 and gets the job done. That was Donovan Mollenhagen. And they're being very kind to Donovan this weekend after 4 years out of the car, and certainly carving himself a career as an E30 commentator during that period. But it's great to see him back behind the wheel and doing what he loves to come to the racetrack to do. Great shots here. There's the 54 coming down now as well. That is Paul Schiff in the Southern BMW Classic outfit, and coming under great fire now. By the, is that the 25 there? Is that Donovan? We'll keep an eye on that field as we look to the top of Lukey Heights. Getting a good shot of the cars. It's a nice long shot, beautiful ocean in the background. And sweeping around what is traditionally called hay sheds. Donovan Mollenhagen in the number 25 there. Doing a good job. Was a bit sore and a bit tired and sorry for himself last night. He said he's remembering muscles that he hadn't used for a number of years, and putting a helmet on the head and making your head 1.5 kilos heavier doesn't help as well with the shoulder and neck pain. A lock up there on the number 7 of Raw's Plant, being hotly pursued now by the Tristan Blomfelder entry. as they sweep around onto the main straight. This group are fighting it out for 8, 9, 10 and 11 on the road. At number 7, currently the last car in the 10, Rory Plant. And he is going to take 40 points out of this weekend. Royce Lyon at the moment is taking the perfect 100 from the weekend. Leading the way over Ash Rogers, and here's a swap for position there. Donovan Molenhagen makes a pass on the 54 there of Paul Schiff, and starting to lurk up behind Paul Schiff there as well, working very, very hard. And we're starting to see the XLs mix it up in the tail end of the field of the E30s, but it's Royce Lyon leading the way here. And in the XLs, it looks like it's James Lodge leading the way. Tracy, sorry.
I was going to say Molenhagen enjoyed commentating so much with you, Darren, he decided I better get motor racing again, and he'd always made a mistake. He's gone on the MotoGP joker lap, or long lap penalty, I should say, and it's cost himself a couple of positions there. That's a shame, but that's just dusting off the cobwebs, getting back into it.
Let's call it race fitness there. He's got it all laid out in front of him at the moment. Car sounds good, looks good. You'd have to say just a bit of brain fade there, but we'll forgive him for that. We'll cheer him on for getting back out there.
I can't believe it's been 4 years.
Yeah, he became quite a good commentator in that time, didn't he?
Yeah, certainly did. Tracy holding on around the outside, but a bit of a lock-up, and through comes Lodge, filling that gap. But it'll be Tracy with the inside line into Siberia. This is really good racing. Oh, there's a bit of contact there as Ambrose finds himself getting involved. He's looking left, right, just trying to pick up the pieces as these two fighting tooth and nail in front of him. And Tompkins is still there as well, waiting in the wings just behind. But yet Tracy, and then the 139 of Lodge and Ambrose. It's been great racing in the XLs this year. Maybe smaller fields than what we've come to expect in recent years, but real quality racing.
It has been. The bang door handle to door handle bumper clash fest we've seen over the last couple of seasons has been sort of put to one side for a really good race without all that sort of coming together, which you do get with big fields, and it's not just XLs. I'm not singling them out in any way, shape or form, but great to see Martin Taylor also in the E30, just shifting out of the way there for these guys to come through. He doesn't want to, he has no place to play in the race as far as the XLs are concerned, and just giving them plenty of racing room, which we really appreciate, to let them get on with it, because they are actually running for a title. Royce Lyon has done the fastest lap of the race, a 1:53.16.
This is so tight down towards turn number 1. You were saying earlier in the HQ you could throw a blanket over him, you could throw a bathroom towel over them there. It's that tight between the top 3, running a little bit wide. Tracy again opening the door for Lodge, and Lodge has shown in this race already that if there is any sort of gap, he will put that white Hyundai up the inside and fill that gap that has been left. Ambrose sort of biding his time, it looks like to me at the moment, unable to really make a move. Here we go, Tracy, very defensive this time. Lodge trying to swing it all the way around the outside. Had a bit of overlap there, but going to be shuffled out potentially here.
I like the way Ambrose is switching his running partner there. He was right behind Lodge, then he went, no, it looks like it's going to be best to go with Tracy. He switches again. They go both going to sneak up the inside, and the 195 in one corner is going to drop 2 spots. And it'll be Tracy and Ambrose that go through. Not getting out of it, though. They're going to go side by side with the 194 of Ambrose. This is brave stuff by both of them. Lots of trust. This is probably something we wouldn't have seen 12 months ago in XL racing, as Ambrose brings the 194 home. Got great drive out of Siberia, and it really starts to tell as you crest the hill at Lukey Heights. Under brakes, the 194 gets a little bit squirrely. He uses it to his advantage. You see, that car was swinging left. He turned the wheel. That's great car, great racecraft and car control.
Tracy did an identical thing the lap previous, so Ambrose goes, oh, I can do that only better, because now I'm in the second position.
That's the race leader, Royce Lyon, and lots of smoke billowing out. He's starting to fall into the clutches of Jesse Bryan. And Brian Burke goes through. This, you'd have to suggest, is terminal. And there's 1.5 laps to go in this round for the garagistic BMW E30s. That's not good. That's a constant plume of smoke, and the car is definitely slowing. So that is not what we wanted to see for such a talented race driver, for top line concreting. As we go back to the XLs.
What would you do in that situation with a lap to go? Would you try and bring it home and try and take the round win, or would you save the money with potential engine failure?
Yeah, well, when you look at take the bigger picture into account, Royce has got a really handy championship lead, so probably try and harm minimisation on the bank balance and not do too much engine damage. But if he's going to do that, he's best to turn it off and pull it off the track right now. Well, he's going to try and finish, though. Some interesting thinking there. If we look at it, Royce line is dropping down. He did have 100 points on the scoreboard. It's now dropped down to 89. So they're still valuable points, but that smoke is not getting any worse, and we can't hear particularly, and we can't hear any death rattles or anything nasty coming out of that car. There's definitely something not right. But we go to our front car on the track, car 50, Ash Rogers. Doing a ripping job in car number 50 here this weekend. Really good drive. The 2.5 litre 6-cylinder under his right foot, doing and responding to everything he wants. The steering wheel inputs working well. Jesse Bryan and Brian Burke, two of the wiliest competitors you'd ever want in the mirror here. You probably wouldn't want them in the mirror. In fact, you'd want them further back out of sight of your mirror with the last lap now halfway around. So Brian Burke in the 27. You get these guys, they get a sniff of, like a shark, they get a sniff of blood in the water and away they go.
Absolutely. Up through the final sequence of turns, Burke has certainly closed the gap to Brian just ahead. And in fact, all three of them are closing up with a couple more laps. It could be a very different story. I think Rogers has got the win, barring a mistake. But the fight for second sees Brian go defensive on Burke. Burke's going to try and go the long way. A little bit of a front right lock-up, and that'll cost him momentum. But he has got a nice late apex. But the initial turn-in isn't what the 27 machine would have wanted as they swing it into the final corner. If Burke can get a good run, I would not say it's over just yet. It's going to be a drag race to the line. Out front, though, in the red number 50 machine, it is going to be Rogers, who takes the race win, and with it, the round. Second place to Brian, and Burke just 2 tenths behind his PB on the final lap, but coming home just short in third.
Royce Lyon continuing out there on track with an ailing car, still pushing to the line. Let's see if Boykarts, who did fail to get off the line and pushed hard, but we go to the XLs. It's Lodge leading Ambrose, leading Tracy here. So everyone's had a crack at the lead in this race. Early on, it was the 194 of Ambrose. Mid-race, it was the 195, and now we've got Lodge leading the way here in this battle. This is even tighter than what it was before. You're going to throw a handkerchief over these ones.
Tracy around the outside thinks better of it. And here we go, looking. The 194 of Ambrose really has a good look. Look at Tracy, all the way around the outside, down in the braking zone. MG, and he pulls it off. Great pass. There's a BMW, I think, off at the final corner. He's just coming onto the track. Hopefully that car won't be getting in the way of these guys. Still on the outside of the circuit. You may see it at the bottom of the shot, but it is Lodge that just about leads at this point. It's going to be a drag race to the line. There is that BMW on the outside of the circuit. It's going to be a very much side-by-side finish. Lodge is going to hold on just, I think. That was so close, almost too close to call. No, Tracy. Tracy by 2 thousandths.
2 per second. We have had some on-the-line finishes here today. That is absolutely massive. Around goes, I think that was that the 23? Didn't quite catch that number.
Yeah,
Blumfeld. Yeah, on the last lap. Gee, we've had a couple of BMWs go off the track on the last lap. We've got one just crawling to the line now. Have a look at this. We're doing a bit of Bond and Moffat formation drive round to the end of the race. Shannon Cooper in the number 90 was the car off at the final corner there in the BMW E30s. Eventually it gets to the line.
Timing's having a bit of a refresh here. They're all moving around in the XL. So will provisionally say that Lodge has taken it by 28 ten-thousandths of a second. But yeah, timing is moving about. It was that tight, I think. It's having trouble keeping up. That was a remarkable finish in the XLs.
That may have just been referred to the judge of fact too there as well on the line there, just to make sure that was all A-OK, and just getting some adjustments there on the dreaded Excel spreadsheet. Determined where they go. Royce Lyon parked up. This guy coming to this round on 110 points, leading the championship in the Garagistic BMW Drivers Club of Melbourne series, and has parked up just down at turn number 2 there at the moment. So we do have the cars parked up. Here's Shannon Cooper off on the last corner, was running down mid-pack in the BMW E30s. Engaged the gear, and the Yokohama's warm enough that they can create a bit of grip and disappear out. A couple of trenches being dug there. Let's call them BMW trenches, and back underway. There's Royce Lyon parked it up. And we have got a quick break because we have got MG and invited British cars coming on the grid as we wave goodbye to the E30s and the XLs for round 5 of the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship. Back in a moment.
Viewers at home will be familiar with this man's voice. It's Paul Vanal, and he's the commentator behind MGs and invited British sports cars. But he's wearing his MGs hat firmly this weekend, and he's very kindly agreed to talk to us about the technical differences between MGs and what is part of the spice and the variety that the category offers. So firstly, welcome, Paul.
Thank you. Good to be here.
So we're starting with, we're actually in Phil Chester's garage at the moment, and this is his MGF. Now, as we start talking about the technical aspects of the car, what's under the hood?
Yeah, so this is an MGF. It's basically as the road cars came back in the 90s and early 2000s. It's got a 1.8 litre Rover K Series engine, about 160 horsepower. They're a 5-speed manual gearbox. They were quite a successful road car back in the day, a bit like an MX-5. Very cost-effective way to go racing. So this particular car is essentially the same as a Japanese and Australian spec road car, and it is how they came in the road. So standard suspension, standard 160 horsepower engine, standard 5-speed gearbox, no lightweight panels. It's how you buy a road car, go racing.
And this car this weekend's been driven by Vince Gucciardo, who's returned to MGs, and he's normally used to driving something a bit bigger and better, I guess you'd say, which we're going to talk about in just a few moments, but he's obviously having the time of his life behind the wheel of this MGF.
Yeah, so the big thing for Vince is he came from an outright car and he just wanted to have some fun, and he wanted something cost effective, something easy to run that he can run just with a couple of mates, no big deal, and this fits that bill perfectly. He's second time racing the car, and he's having a ball because he's not even throwing tyres at the thing. So he's going out, having fun. It's a cost-effective way to go racing. You know, it's doing about a 2-minute lap time around here on 3-year-old tyres.
No worries. So if we just make our way further to the back of the garage, we've actually got Phil Chester's MG GT. Now, this car is extremely unique in the sense that it's got an incredibly rare engine. Now, 5.6 litre V8 under the hood, but there are not that many in the world in existence.
No, so this car started life as a 1973 MGB GT V8. They came as a factory V8, little 3.5 litre V8. This particular one's got a very unique engine. They're a 5.6 litre block that was built specifically for motorsport. In fact, actually to do like Dakar racing. It's been modified significantly to work in a circuit configuration. It's running fuel injection. He's got a Holden 6-speed sequential, similar to what probably 10-year-old supercars used to run. Full Motec injection and engine management, all that sort of stuff. Very serious beast. Conveniently at Winton, it's up to the back straight. It's like on the money. It's the same as what a supercar will do.
So in terms of lap time?
Yeah, so same as the lap time. He's had a couple of people drive it, including like Dale Wood, for example, and same as what Dale's supercar was doing up until the back straight, like second for second. So Can achieve a really good lap time. It's quite a fast car. It's probably, for people, it's likened to, say, a sports sedan. It's got a sports car logbook, but you'd probably liken it to a sports sedan, or if you wanted a GT3 version of what an MGB would have been in the 70s.
No worries. Paul Vanel, thank you very much.
No worries.
Great insight there. Thank you very much, Callum and Paul. The magic of television appears right next to me here in the commentary booth in a black T-shirt. Gee, that you've got a change of outfit, mate, between that interview and now.
Yeah, that's the wonders of TV, the magic.
You rock it with the big boys. Simon Elliott will be on pole position. Phil Chester, Andrew Howe, Mike Trathen to Jason Holmes, Keith Ondarchi there, Trevor Lindsay, Anthony Vollebrecht, Alistair Ondarchi, Hank Zvardivan, then Vince Gucciardi down there in the green car as well. Great to see Vince back at the track. Richard Mulligan, Michael Hurley in the 61. We're going to have a good look at Michael's car throughout this race. Jason Edwards, David Bagent, Greg White, John Makem, a guy that's been at it for quite a long time. Peter Rose, Jeff St John Cotts, James Dodd, Shirley St John Cox and Chris Skidney rounding out our entire field. And we have got some ground thumpers sitting on the front row of the grid and some air screamers right behind them, the 90 and the 1. Let's watch how Andrew Howe and Mike Trathen go in this one. But I guess the interesting thing, Paul, is that let's see if we can get these two cars in the front row some clear track time and really show the wares of both these MGs.
See if Phil can get the thing off the line for the first time for the weekend. He struggled with the first two races. Simon's definitely had his measure, driving very well this weekend, so we'll see what happens. And Mike Trathen will be keen to get into P3 by turn 1 against the front-wheel drive ZR, so it's going to be a good run.
Certainly the next row, Jason Holmes and Keith Ondarchi. Keith wants to keep pushing his way up the result sheets this afternoon, and he's got the wares under him to do it, and he does get away beautifully. Makes up a spot before they even get to the Melbourne Australia Bridge. Maybe he's going to make up 2 in the Stag as he pushes on to try and get through past. He does get past Michael Trathen and puts the Stag into P3, and here comes Trevor Lindsay out of position number 7 there as well. The 45 also coming through of Alistair Ondarchi, even though it's sporting a little bit of damage after an incident yesterday. The field away from the line nicely in this one this afternoon and all the way down into turn number 2. Let's see what the next shot shows us into turn 3 as far as out the front of this race. But here we go. Midfield, all bunched up. There's Vince Gucciardi in the mix there as well. Simon Elliott has got away and shown a clean set of heels to Phil Chester, who did get away nicely. Keith has dropped back 2 spots to the 1 and the 90, and that's Andrew Howe and Michael Trathen. And getting a bit of clunky gearbox sounds there coming through into that corner. Not sure
definitely
what that
sounds,
was.
weren't there?
Yeah.
Something didn't sound right. But
Someone
anyway.
wasn't selecting cleanly in the gear bag, that's for sure. Or was it a gearbox and turned into a gear bag by the exit of the corner?
They're English. It's the last race of the weekend.
Let's get them all home. Keith Ondarchi, who got through turn 1 into P3. He comes around to Lukey Heights in P5. So the big Stag looking to point the arrow down the straight and use all of that straight line handling he's got under his right boot in the number 40. Right behind him, another Triumph. And we go back to Jason Holmes in the number 3 there. Good look at the grey hatchback. Got the vent window open, just getting the heat out of there. Kept a bit of cabin comfort.
Sunday drive, Daz. Sunday drive.
Sunday drive. Well, I'll tell you what, the Stag and the Simon Elliott car got the roof down and absolutely loving it, as does Michael Trathen. And he only sports a little aero screen as well, so gets the full open top effect, rain, hail or shine. And he's out there in the rain too.
He is.
When required.
He is. Good opening lap from everyone, nice and clean. We've got 3-way battle here into turn 1. Hinks Waterveen from Tony Vollebrecht and Richard Milligan. Tony still progressing through the field from his troubles yesterday. Henk is driving very, very well. Some of his PB results this weekend, I reckon it's because the grandkids are here cheering him on. That's what I reckon. He's doing very well as Tony looking to get the inside run down towards turn 4.
Interestingly enough, our Clark, of course, has got grandkids down here this weekend cheering him on as well.
He does. We've had to be careful when we go and see him. We don't want to get an infringement
No, that's
notice or
right.
something.
Certainly don't. Don't invade race control. You're a licence holder, mate. You'll have some answering to do there.
Already do.
That's right. Why would today be any different to any other day? Watching Hanks Otterveen there doing a tremendous job here, and some traditional fare in invited British or MG invited British cars here. Sweeping around. Everyone's got their own iteration on what is a very tried and true chassis and aero package on an MGB, and they continue to be raced well. Here's a more modern iteration on the brand.
Yeah, Vince Gucciardo making a move on Jason Edwards in the 2MGFs. Vince was a bit frustrated with his morning race, so he'll be keen to get eyes forward, move forward. That should be P12. Hopefully, and he's got Jefferson John Cox in the TR7 not far behind, but this is the cheapest way in MG racing, these kind of cars. Jason Edwards all the way from Adelaide, but bought a road car, put a cage in it, and has started racing. That's as simple as it was. That car, road wheels, obviously some race tyres, headlights, all the stuff your normal standard fare, so it just shows how cheap you can get out there and be in mid-pack. Even got the soft top still up.
And it's duly being sucked in as they come onto the straight there as well. So that's what happens. Here's the 86 car. Super impressed. I know I've said it every time the car appears on the screen here, but this is not a new car, but it is absolutely prepared like it is and raced like it's a new car as well. Trevor is so fast in this car. Credit to him. And the number 3 right in behind here, Jason Holmes. There's decades between them.
Absolutely, as we see Keith just in front of Mike Trathen still. Mike going down the inside into turn 4, which he should get done. Light little weight as Keith looks like he has just driven off the track.
He has. He looks like he's coming into the back of the paddock area and does in the number 40. That's a shame. The Stag will play no further part in this one, and let's hope that there's no terminal damage there and it's just something that can be fixed. Normally it's just a matter of getting an earth again and pressing on, but he's stopped behind the sheds on the return road as we look to the back of the track here around Hayshed, coming up to the famous Lukey Heights, the best view in Australian motorsport, bar the top of Mount Panorama, because you can see the whole central tablelands from there in New South Wales. You can see Tasmania from that vantage point there if you really squint your eyes on a clear day.
I feel like you could see it from here. This is a great vantage spot in the comment box.
Don't tell anyone. It's air conditioned and in winter heated.
I saw Tony Rollebrett just made a move on Alistair on Darkey as well, which is that'll put Tony up to P8, I think, as the 2MGFs battling it out. They're having a great battle. I was trying to convince Vince Gucciardo to put some new tyres on the thing and see if he could go faster, but he's in full tight ass mode and he doesn't want to spend a cent other than put fuel in it. So hopefully.
Did he sell the?
He did. One of conveniently Trevor Lindsay's mates has bought it. And
so it's staying in Australia?
It's staying in Australia. It'll be back out later. We'll see. Maybe colder, probably next year. It'll be back out and really looking keen. And that's the beauty. Like people like Trevor have come over and supported us, and he's one of his mates that came over and pit crewed for him has bought it. That's how good the family is. So it's really good.
That is pretty cool, and like those cars do have an international value, don't they? They can be sort of other people around the world can take them and use them, but it's great that they've stayed here in Australia. And there's Vince on the screen now. He's got the Edwards car right behind him. Experienced racer Vince Gucciardo, and of course sporting the Victorian State Race Series logo down the side that Phil Chester ran that car with as well. Great guys that represent the whole Victorian scene and get some airtime for it too.
Yeah, I'm sure the Blendline sticker on it is probably the reason they're giving us some airtime today, but no, always good, and that's the beauty. Phil put some sponsorship stickers on there to support State Race and Blendline, so great to see people like that just supporting the promotion that State Race have invested in.
This is a good battle we're watching now, right around the back of the circuit.
It's going to be a good move.
36,
outside, isn't it?
Yeah, Hank's doing a good job, and Milligan.
And Richard also, car number 10, also getting observed that there could be some smoke coming from it. So let's hope that doesn't get any worse. Otherwise, he will get the meatball.
Yeah, let's hope that there's nothing too terminal there. That could just be a little bit of oil surge or something like that, which could be expected of an older type of car here. But both these cars doing a terrific job. Just to give you an idea, 159 is what both these cars are running at. A 159.3 for Hank and a 159.2 last time around for Richard. So that's no slouch. If you're doing under a 2-minute lap time here at Phillip Island, you're doing very, very well. Although we're not sort of hunting around what Thomas Randall's here to do this weekend under a 130, but that's a whole different piece of kit, isn't it?
Bit of a difference in driver ability too, I dare say.
Oh, I don't know. I reckon if everyone had the equal opportunities, if you can float, oil always comes to the top, doesn't it?
The world's fastest Saab, without doubt, isn't it?
Probably the only one to own too.
True.
I think he said recently the only thing left on it that Saab is the tail lights and the roof skin, which is pretty much on a sports sedan what you have to have.
That's how you make it go fast. Right?
That's right. That is right. Everything Chev. 45 continues on this weekend. This time yesterday there was some trouble arising for this guy, but they've put it all behind them. And a big community effort to get this car back up and running. And you can see Sands bumper and a little bit of damage on the back there. Pretty sure it'll be off to the panel shop for rectification. And we'll have that car looking pristine by the next time it hits the track.
Yeah, without doubt, Alistair would be absolutely stoked running around in P8, especially after yesterday's incident, to be back up inside the top 10 in that car. Really good result. Tony Vollerbredt, a bit of local knowledge, now lives in Cowes, so a bit of a local expert. So he's done well to come through, as we still see Trevor Lindsay fending off Jason Holmes here. 40-something years of difference in technology between these two, but very, very close on track. And actually very close in a straight line, not a lot in it. Probably maybe a little bit more horsepower in the modern car behind, but not as aerodynamic, much bigger.
Yeah, the frontal area is certainly going to be holding it up as it cuts its way through the air. Yep. Who knew in the 60s that having nice flowing bodywork was going to give you an advantage in 2023? Car sits so low to the ground and prepared brilliantly. Even look at those wheels, even with the whole weekend of racing, not a bit of brake dust on them. They're shined up between races.
Can tell it's pride and joy, can't you? You can tell some of these cars are absolute pride and joy.
And it's actually interesting, that is I guess the fare in Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship. Most of the cars are driven by owner drivers, and the car lives in the shed not too far from the bedroom or the kitchen, and that's the way things are put together. Trying everything here at the moment. Jason Holmes is going high and wide, trying to pull it in early. Front-wheel drive certainly does reward that later entry and sweeping entry to the corner here. And the Triumph being driven more of a classical racing line, shortest way between 2 points. As I say, that goes wide on the entry to Lukey Heights.
Look, the big difference will be Trevor, obviously, that is a period-style car. It's been running largely the same specification for a solid 20 years now. So probably things like brakes, those kind of things, probably starting to come into effect, whereas the ZR, much more modern technology, brake and tyre technology will be a little bit more advantage. So
drive right up the inside there of him around turn 12, and that's some polite racing by these two, everyone giving each other equal amount of racing room. And as I say that, just watching Trevor Lindsay going out over the back of the ripple strip, and he looks to the inside of turn one. Yeah, he's certainly got the good straight line speed. Drives past the turn 3. That will be frustrating for Jason Holmes. He'll be feeling that. He'll be like, I just spent 2 laps working on that manoeuvre, and he's driven by.
Yeah, but good little battle between the two, and lots of room. They've given each other room both times, and they'll probably come in and turn around and want to have a beer together. So that's great to see.
Close now as they run down between 2 and 3 here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, and you can tell around the place the energy's building for MotoGP. Whereas after this weekend, we're all sort of stocking the bottom shelf of the fridge for the Bathurst 1000 and sit in front of the TV for most of the day. And here we go, trying again. Look at that late and wide in car 3, keeping all the revs up, flowing the car nicely. This is where the advantage of the front-wheel drive will swing into it. Vent windows open, as I saw, expending those gases you don't want in the cabin. Close now, rising to the top of the hill. Looks like we've got the start-finish line readying themselves for the last lap board, as we've got 2 to go. And race leader Simon Elliott has already come around to start that penultimate lap. Wide again, Paul. Have a look at this. It's going to be the same setup as the last lap.
Trevor got a bit of understeer here, so this is going to work. In fact, they've got some lap traffic coming up as well, which maybe that'll work in the favour of Jason to stay in front this time, because they've got 3 cars they're catching up on relatively quickly.
He certainly got a better drive off 12 than he did last time, giving himself a really good chance to shake the Triumph out of any sort of draft situation. Boy, they're not wanting for speed in either of these cars. To the inside again. Trevor Lindsay goes there. Oh, and I reckon if Jason hadn't got out of it, he could have held on to that, but it was like, well, you look like you're pretty keen for it, and I've got traffic in front of me, so we'll have to sort this out on the last lap. That's going to be interesting if Jason Holmes can set himself up for the same run he's done the last 2 laps around as we go to our race leader. How good does this car look on your screens? Right around the world being beamed for the 888 Homelines Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships is Simon Elliott leading the way with Phil Chester across the line some 6.5 seconds later. And we have this guy on his last lap. Boy, I tell you what, if you squint your eyes, it could be another South Australian of the surname Hutchison there, couldn't it? You just sort of squint your eyes, a red car out in front, although that wasn't MG. It's my era, mate.
Simon has done so well this weekend. I think he's got to be really proud of how he's conducted. Clean sweep on the line here, so he's done really well with this car. Any day you can take it to Phil Chester, you're doing pretty damn well.
Yeah, absolutely. For sure. Yarra Valley Towing entry, multi-power car. Phil Chester, a guy that just loves his Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. He tries to stay away, and it's just like bees to a honeypot, isn't it? He just keeps coming back.
It is, absolutely. And let's not forget, only a handful of weeks will be at Calder Park.
Yep.
For the last round this year. Good return. You've probably got plenty of memories from back there, Daz.
Heaps, mate. Trophies from Calder.
Be like stepping back in time to go back there, won't it?
It will be, and I can't wait for the stories coming out of my next co-commentator, Dave Amor. That's where he lives. He hasn't even hasn't come into the next century. Comes out of Calder Park, Thunderdome, all of the great times on the flat track there. Well, you hope that all those memories are going to have a whole fresh new generation with Calder reinvigorated. It's still going to be a bumpy old goat track for a racetrack to go on, but great to have the venue up and running. Checkered flag out now for Simon Elliott. Completes 9 laps in the last race for the weekend for the MG and invited British cars, and he gets a very nice victory. That will be sweet. 8.1 seconds, a second and a half faster than Phil Chester on the last lap. Phil did ease about a second on that last lap, but no harm, no foul there. Here's a guy we were going to have a good look at. Let's talk about him. Michael Herlihy returning to the game. His son Sean twiddling the spanners on this car, and it's run reliably all weekend long.
It has. And actually, car number 9 behind Greg White going for the move. Greg, telling me before, 20 years, this event 20 years ago was his first race in MG Racing.
Have a look at this. These guys are still going on. Lights ablaze now. That's a risk, I reckon. Lucas, the Prince of Darkness, might take over on the 86 here, and it looks like it might have. Don't flick the lights on unless you need them. A couple of candles behind a piece of glass there. Comes down into MG. Great driving. These two have entertained us magnificently. Jason Holmes has used the advantage he has under him and will drive onto the straight with a good 5 or 6 car lengths lead over Trevor Lindsay. And Trevor just looks to be ailing a little bit now, not going at all with Jason Holmes in the number 3. I'm not sure that Jason will have even looked in the mirror to see that it's all clear to the line there. He'll run it out. Now he'd be searching the mirrors to make sure he's got this one. And that will bring Jason Holmes into P5 and Trevor Lindsay across the line in the magnificent Triumph. into position number 6. And we look to the top of the track now for the final finishes. Vollerbrecht, Ondaatje, Alistair representing the family, the only one of the Ondachis left on track here this weekend. Sadly, they travel in trios, and it's just the last one on track in the yellow car this weekend.
Absolutely.
So there it is, final results for the weekend. MG invited British cars, Simon Elliott over Phil Chester, and I dare say we will see these two protagonists lining up somewhere on the gridded quarter in the last weekend of October. Andrew Howell, Michael Trathen, Jason Holmes, Trevor Lindsay, Anthony Vollerbrecht, Alistair Ondaatje, Hank Swadevan, then Richard Milligan rounding out the 10 there. Jeffrey St John Cox, Vince Gucciardo home in 12th place. This is the thing that Vince is now going to have to manage, finishing outside the top 10, and whether that will allow his personality allows that to occur.
Come on, ego. Come on.
Jason Edwards, David Bagent, Michael Hurley home in 15th there in the 61. A great return to the track there. Greg White, Peter Rose, John Makem, Shirley St John Cox there, and that rounds out our field. HQ's ready to go. Paul, thank you so much for bringing the whole family down here this weekend. Great to have you here, and certainly looking forward to round 6 of the series.
Absolutely.
At Calder.
See you at Calder. Thanks very much, Darren.
Thanks, Paul. We got HQ's lining up. I'm going to take a very quick break, and we'll be back with HQ's on track in just a moment.
Hi, I'm Roger Churnside, Chief Marshal for the meeting and Chief Marshal around Victoria. One of the fun things about being an official is getting close to the action and being, well, having a go at running a meeting, so to speak. I've been marshalling for 57 years and enjoyed every part of it, but I also enjoy watching people come through the sport who possibly might enjoy it as much as I do. I've done all the Grand Prix, all the Australian Grand Prix, and several overseas gigs, etc., and I think, well, it's part of the fun. Perhaps not at Phillip Island when it's pouring with rain, but today, with the beautiful weather, it makes up for it all. I couldn't think of anything I'd rather do. I don't have the money to compete, probably am not the talent, but this is the next best thing to being out behind the wheel of a car. So I invite anybody who's interested in motorsport to contact the Victorian Flag Marshalling team, and we'd be only too happy to have you along as an official. It's a lot of fun, and it's a lot cheaper than going through the gate. So give us a call and we'll see if we can help you out.
This is what I love about the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. 888 Home Loans jumping on board this season. Why not give your home loan a heart rate monitor test? Give it a health check. Put it under some pressure. Give 888 Home Loans a call. There's never been a time more precious on interest rates. Give someone who really knows what they're doing. They're passionate about getting your business. Give your home loan a health check. Call 888 Home Loans. Get online and check them out. Been supporting this series all through 2023, and we thank them very much. HQ's on the track, and without too much further ado, the national treasure. It's not official or anything, it's just I like saying it. Dave Amor, welcome back, mate. We've got a grid of HQs forming up.
Yep, we certainly have, and we'll see the 38 car of Gavin Ross right at the rear of field. He done a head gasket, so he's got to come from the back, so he'll be a top 5, top 6 contender. But can anyone take the glory away from Ryan Woods? He started on pole. He finished first. So his final race is right now. Rod Rogers is right beside him at long last. The two red fast cars are beside each other. Rod Rogers had to come from the rear of the field yesterday with a bit of a technical issue. We'll always blame the crew, never the driver.
Not an issue that you and I are going to experience, is it?
No, we'll never have that problem, Darren.
No, not at all. Rob Patterson will be right alongside him. Glenn McDonald, Perry Beckers, Andrew, now, this guy's surname, Lorgley? No.
Lawton.
No, Andrew Lawton.
Legality. That's legality.
Legality, okay.
All right.
Graham Francis, Andrew Lawton, then we go back to Benjamin Richards, John Mahoney, Rebecca Verhoeven, who ended up in the sand trap. Gavin Ross and Mick Magilton has joined us down there with the blue stripes across the bonnet. A very, very strong field of HQ drivers. If you were going to put together a current crop of drivers and get them on the track to get the best battle you possibly could, I'm going to put a bit of a circle around the number 89, David, just to see how Perry Beckers goes in this one.
Yeah, well, it'll certainly be interesting. Can he get in front of Glenn McDonald, the 87 Ready Rose car? Banks. Right beside him, we've got Patterson. He rolled. We'll have to wait and see.
He grabbed your eye. That's the problem with having a bright green car, isn't it? He grabs your eye when you're off.
Yep, that's it. But here we go. Rocket Rod around the outside. Woods down the inside. The WMS HQ race car. Is it for sale? I'm not sure. You have to wait and see, ladies and gentlemen. Wisey loves it, but maybe you might love it more.
There you go. Turn two, the 27. Is that Alan Jones or is it Ryan Woods? No, it is Ryan Woods in the Ace Auto Parts entry. The Knox panel service car of Rapid Rocket Rod Rogers. Streams are added to P2. The 23 in the back boot there of with Robert Patterson, and they've given a real clean set of heels already to Steve Banks. We've got a trio out in front. Drifting wide there, Robert Patterson through turn 3, just making sure the Kenders have got plenty of heat getting into them early on.
They certainly have. Gavin Ross has gone past 1, 2, 3, 4 cars, 5 cars. Gavin Ross, by turn 4, he is now in 9th position. So absolutely fantastic run by Gavin Ross in the 38 car. Out of Siberia, have a look at this. Rocket Rod, can he grab hold of the boot lid? Can he stick a magnet on the back of it and try to get him to pull himself along? The Woods car. Done a lot of HSD. Eddie Woods, the two sons there have been really working on that car, and they've certainly polished it up and made it look extremely good. Rocket Rod definitely fast, coming up over the top, past the hay shed, up over Lukey Heights, down into MG.
Have a look at this. Glenn McDonald now got Gavin Ross, who's on the charge. Just saw the gloves go right up there, giving it a good reef into MG this time around. He's going to go high and wide. This is a bit of Thunderdome work, isn't it? You take the low line, I'll take the high line, and we'll see who comes out of the corner on top here. Ross still looking out wide there to go around the number 87. Notoriously wide, the Ready Roast car. Gee, I'm looking forward to a roast chicken tonight now after watching the Ready Roast HQ today.
Yep, the chicken, the quarter, mate, or the whole thing you've got to inhale. Let's wait and see. Down to have a look at this. Rocket Rod round the outside of Woods. Rocket Rod's in front of Woods. He is in front of Woods. Have a look at this. Rocket Rod, the Flying Dutchman, the 33 car, is out in front. And just, mate, he went snapping at his heels down the front straight, done a left and right, and all of a sudden just slammed it in there.
The 33 takes 6 off that. That's 27, and that's just what he's done coming onto the straight there. Handed him a 6-pack through the window on the way through and said, enjoy that when you get to turn 1, young fella. And Woods now fighting back. He's going to pass it back through the window, maybe -1. There you go, there's a 5-pack.
Certainly
Down we
will.
go into turn 4, and it gets through there. Rocket Rod just scratching his head right. No, we've got plenty of time. I can settle into this. Well, guess what, Rod? You've only got 10 minutes. There's not plenty of time.
Yeah, it certainly has. Now, we were talking about the 89 car of Beckers. Can he get in front of Glenn McDonald? Yes, he has. On lap 1, he's gone from 6th up to 5th. McDonald's gone back 1. Gavin Ross is up into 7th from 14th, doing extremely well. And also the girl in the 36 car, Verhoeven. I think that is right. I'm just going to put my teeth back in. And the 36 car is at the rear of the field in 14th position. First race ever, and, mate, Phillip Island. Couldn't ask for any better, could you?
It's a good place, isn't it, these days? You've got plenty of runoff there, so if you do get it wrong, you're more than likely going to end up in a safe situation. So that's what's good about the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. There's always investment in safety in this place, and when you think about 88 when it reopened the whole straight, the wall was only a metre off the track. It was an earth-filled tyre barrier. The place just keeps improving and improving and improving. And it's on the world stage every year with MotoGP, so it's going to keep improving, isn't it?
Righto, Darren, I've got to take over here. Now, have a look at this. On the front straight, Rocket Rod, he's pulled out. He's pulled out very, very early on Woods over the Melbourne bridge there, and we can see Rocket Rod, mate. He is absolutely flying. He's coming out of turn 12 with a cannon, at least. He's just firing himself down the front chute. Woods will have to keep an eye on that and make sure that he's got a little bit more room. So there might be a bit of cage fighting, you could say, in the MG on the final lap, I reckon, Darren, just to try and slow the momentum down on the Rocket Rod.
I don't know what happened where we had to go to cage fighting, but all right, let's call it that. There is a roll cage in the car and they're battling it out on track. I think cage fighting is probably an extreme, Dave, but anyway, I like what you're doing there. That's getting everyone's attention. Rob Patterson now in the back of shot there and the GTS badge on the front of his car. And right in behind them is Banks. Perry Becker's into P5, up a spot from the start of the race. Perry's really got to start restoring the faith and pushing on a bit harder than that to get into the podium position, because these two are absolutely going to turn it on. And Dave, I'll call on your years of experience in HQ racing here, but Patterson is closing the gap to these front two. It's going to be a fight in three.
Yeah, well, he's closing the gap because, let's face it, first and second are holding each other up a little bit. Rod Rajas has flexed the pecs just a little bit, put the elbows out, just a fraction going through turn 4, making sure he stays in front. Up past the hay shed, up over the top, Lukey Heights. You can see it like me. There's only a nose cone in between them. Now, Rocket Rod, this will be interesting to see what grunt, what torque Woods has got. But have a look at this. The 89 car, now that's Gavin Ross from 14th to 7th up to 6th position. He's got to start tapping on the boot lid of the Perry Becker's car, the 89.
This is good stuff here. Gavin Ross, a major protagonist in the category over many years. The cars are coming onto the straight. I'll have to let the National Treasure have his time in the spotlight.
Oh, here we go down the front, too. Woods going to the outside. Rocket Riders trying to keep him honest, side by side underneath the Melbourne Bridge. Oh, this is flat out, ladies and gentlemen. 190 kilometres an hour flat out into turn 1. They're side by side. Woods gone around the outside. He's made it. He's made it stick. Rocket Rod from first back to second. Oh, there is nothing between these cars, only the spacer, which I call the driver.
At what point do the springs get coil bound in these things? The way he was leaning on it coming out of turn 1 there. Absolutely.
Oh, Rocket Rod's got problems. Rocket Rod has got problems. We have to have a bit of a look here and see what's going on.
He's just gone wide, hasn't he? He's just gone wide.
Yeah, he's gone a bit wide.
Well, he's got the big challenge now. Patterson in this magnificent lime green GDS liveried outfit. Around the outside here, Rocket Rod, full respect. The Raslar entry goes out over the back of the ripple strip there, and that brings Banks in. Perry Becker's Gavin Ross is trying to fight through there, so great battles all the way outside the top 5 at the moment. Have a look at this. Rajas falling into the clutches of Patterson. And out in front, Ryan Woods stamping his authority. He said, right, we had to do this head-to-head for 3 laps, didn't we, Rocket Rod? But I'm going to drive away now. I'll catch her. I'll see you at the checkered flag.
Yeah, that is for sure. But Patterson, absolutely fantastic. He's come back from Razzler Engineering. He had a few years off. He bought his car back, put another engine in it, brand newy, and, mate, it's screaming. It's absolutely screaming. Locks up a big kender. The pedal suspension dives. Now, what's happening here?
This is a good battle here. This is the McDonald entry as well. 28 right in behind the bumper there and fighting very, very hard for it.
That's Andrew Legality, the 26 car.
Sorry, 26, not 28.
Yep, 26. I told Andrew the only way you got to get past Glenn McDonald's, you've got to stick your nose in there and keep it in there. So this will be quite interesting between the 87 and the 26 car. That's for 7th and 8th position.
Well, we've seen Gavin Ross has been able to get through on him. And just watching the lead now as well. Have a look at Patterson has relinquished a spot. Now, that is Banks going through on Patterson. Patterson came on strong and was all over the back of Rod Rajas. Now, Patterson in the 23 is going backwards and the 76 is forward bound.
Yeah, the plumber, the 76 one there of Stephen Banks. Absolutely fantastic. Beautiful looking car, ladies and gentlemen. That is better than brand new, that car, I can tell you. He's really polished that thing down to the last 5%, because have a look at it. Have a look at it. It's absolutely magnificent. So we've got cars going backwards and forwards, side by side, door handle, bumper to bumper. This is what HQ racing is all about. Now, Woods is out the front. Can Rocket Rod close the gap as we're going through Honda? Then we've got Stephen Banks. You can see Patterson there as well. Oh, mate, it all depends. Do they make a mistake? Can they keep it clear? Can it be smooth?
David, I've got the right guy in the commentary booth right next to me for this question. Is it a question of what tyre pressure you start the race at as to when the car will come on, or is it set the tyre pressure and just get out there and battle it?
All right, mate, just because it's a HQ, which slash Formula One, they're all exactly the same, these race cars. You've got to set them up and bring the tyres into the best window. And that best window is lap 5 and 6 and 7, right? You can be a little bit gooey, a little bit soft in the first couple of laps, but if your tyres are pumped up too much, they go hard and go off. As you know, mate, you go off too quickly and it's just not going to stick there.
So we're looking now for who's going to bring the tyres in. We've done 4 laps. About now is when the good cars that have been engineered well, and I'm no expert on a HQ and how they respond, but we're going to start to see the cream rising to the top right now as this great battle between these two protagonists, the ready roast entry of Glenn McDonald, and right behind Glenn McDonald is Lordsley as well, as they start to get into it. There's like a number of 2-car battle packs right throughout the top 10 at the moment. It's Ryan Woods and Rod Rajas. Then we go back to Banks and Patterson, Ross and Beckers. And Beckers has succumbed to Ross's forward charge. And at the moment, Glenn McDonald, who we know can be talented at making a HQ just that millimetre wider whenever he needs to. And we're seeing it now.
Yeah,
look at that. He's testing his patience, isn't he? Testing his
come on,
patience.
Andrew, stick your nose in there. Glenn can only smack it. So let's wait and see what happens and keeps it side by side. The fastest lap was the lap previous. Patterson, the 2:04.2. He's got his hands on the fastest lap for the HQs. We actually have a trophy for that. So the flyer, the HQ flyer, Rob Patterson, a 2:04.2. But look at the guy out in front, Woods, a 2:04.38. And Rogers at 2:04.29.
Glenn McDonald suffering from the pressure now that's being applied to him. And this has been applied for some time now. You'd have to think that 26 now, right, we've got 2 minutes left in this race. Now is the time. If you've got anything there, if you're going to show the nose, show it down at MG this time around. Gather it all up, bring it nice around, flow the car nicely so you hit the top of Lukey Heights at full speed, jag to the right and have a bit of a brake test with Glenn McDonald.
Yeah, down into MG. Will Andrew Legality actually poke his nose down there?
He's not close enough.
No, not close enough. Not at the moment. Glenn McDonald, look at that. Right in the middle, right in the middle of the road, mate. You might as well put a white line over him. He was that close to the middle of the track. So Andrew Legality, can he come around the outside? Can he do anything? Well, look at Woods fly, mate. Woods is absolutely doing a fantastic job. We're still on the camera of the 87-26 car. Come on, Andrew Legality, can he do anything?
I don't know. I'm not sure he's got the impetus to get through. I think he's doing everything he possibly can to hang on to the back of McDonald at this point in time.
Yeah, he might need a massive set of brakes down into turn 1 to try and see if he can outbrake
Let's see.
him.
This is the closest he's been on the straight. He looks out, gets into the fresh air, probably just to give a little bit of knockdown of the Fahrenheits there as well. Working in Imperial there. Did you see that?
I can see that, Darren.
Most of the nuts and bolts on the HQ are working in Imperial.
Yep, that is for sure. They're doing absolutely fantastic. Blendline TV, ladies and gentlemen, absolutely fantastic. We needed it for our type of racing here. To get it out there, to show all the people, put it on our phones.
And have a look at the people joining us at the track. They didn't know about it until they started watching it on TV. So Glenn McDonald battling it out still around turn 3, runs wide. What it does is it gives him the ability to position the car right in the middle of the track here. And let's see how the guy behind him in the 26, who has been patient, Andrew has been very patient. He's using everything he possibly can to get on through here. But certainly Glenn McDonald, what it is that next time out, the 26 will go, you know what, I've got to get to turn 1 before Glenn does. I don't want to have to sit behind him for this whole race.
Last lap board is about ready to come out, ladies and gentlemen. Up over the top, Rocket Rod. He's only 3 or 4 car lengths down into MG. Let's have a look at that. The last lap board will be coming out. Oh, Patterson's fairly close to Banks. We got 2 We've got 2. And then all of a sudden, we've got Gavin Ross doing extremely well. Perry Becker's in behind him. Up over the top. Have a look at this. That's the McDonald and Andrew Legality car. But coming onto the front straight, the 23 car, it's got some grunt, mate. It's got some mojo. Let's see how that goes with the 76 car. And he's been on the dyno and he's been tweaking that thing as well. Here we go. This is it. Right down the wall. Woods. Last lap, Woods. Here we go. Rocket Rod down the inside. Rocket Rod has got him.
He's got him too.
He's got him, mate. He's got him. Oh, have a look at that.
That was out to 1.9 seconds. Rocket Rod has put the hammer down. Don't want to quote Top Gun or, sorry, what was this? Rocket Rod getting the that fastest lap at 203.58. The Kenders protesting massively there underneath Rocket Rod. He's asked the question. He's asked it way too hard and he's gone backwards. He really has. He got back 1.9 seconds behind Ryan Woods. He's charged at it and now he's just asked everything of the car and it was squealing all the way through turn 2. That might not have been the Kenders. That might have been a V-belt.
Oh, well, mate, I'll tell you what, I heard it, and those tyres, those Kenders are absolutely screaming. Now, look, Rocket Rod's going to be absolutely screaming because Banks is on his boot lid. Now, right behind Banks is Rob Patterson. Oh, here we go. Who is it going to be for second, third, and fourth? Anything could happen here, especially over the top. MG coming onto the front straight. HQs are really like NASCARs, Formula 1, whatever. They use the drag to win as they come. But here we go. Oh, past the old Hayshed, which used to be the old Foster's building.
It used
Dark
to be
blue,
that,
mate.
yeah.
Now,
You
I'm showing the age
used
of
to be
it.
able to get a frothy as you drove the truck out over the damn wall out through there, didn't you?
That's it, but here we go. Have a look up the top there. Ryan Woods all by himself. But Rocket Rod's gone back one. Banks is in front of him. Now, who go Patterson? Has Patterson got to go? Oh, no, Rocket Rod's pulled across the left. Patterson's trying to find a way. Banks, here we go. Banks, he's been second, third or fourth all weekend. All of a sudden, Patterson is on the boot lid of Rocket Rod. Rocket Rod, watch him. Watch those fluoro wheels come to life, ladies and gentlemen. Over the start, finish line, here we go. Ryan Woods, an absolute perfect. Here we go, down the wall. Rocket Rod's got Banks. Rocket Rod's has got Banks.
Got him. Got
Patterson.
him on the line there. Wow. What was that? 0.03 of a second. Ryan Woods drives home with a 2.6 second advantage. We thought he might have gone P2 at the start of the last lap, but Rod Rogers gathered it all back up again. He had a screaming V-belt or a screaming set of Kenders, something around turn 2, and they're still going across the line side by side. That was even closer, 0.01 of a second with Magilton and Lordsley at the line there.
McDonald, Francis, Magilton, Andrew Legality's gone back a little bit. But Gavin Ross from rear of field up into fifth. So what we've got, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's go through them all. Woods, Rogers, Banks, Patterson, Ross, Beckers, McDonald, Francis, Magilton and Andrew Legality rounding out the top 10. Now, he was fighting for 6th and 7th with McDonald there, lap after lap after lap. And also after them, we've got Ben Ritchie's, John Mahoney, which is very good. We've got the lady driver, the 36 car, Veronica Verhoeven. How do you pronounce that? Van Hooven?
Yep, absolutely. Look at this. Final results. Ryan Woods in the 27 gets the chocolates over Rod Rogers. And he started rear of grid yesterday, up for a second place finish. Stephen Banks, Rob Patterson home in 4th. Gavin Ross ultimately home in 5th after a head gasket and rear of grid start. Perry Beckers started out of 6th, finished in 6th. Glenn McDonald held on bravely for such a long time in the number 87 for 7th. Graham Francis, Mick Magilton and Andrew Legelli in the 10th spot there. Ben Richards, John Mahoney, Rebecca Verhoeven and Lawton not finishing there at the end of that one. So
absolutely fantastic,
that is HQ's David Amel. Thank you very much. As always, the entertainment factor and facts. Nothing but the facts coming from you all the way through. I said FACTS, not facts.
Yeah, that's right. Facts. Now, ladies and gentlemen, in 45 minutes, the HQ Association will have their presentations down at roughly turn 4 if you want to come and have a bit of a look. Rod Rogers with a 203.5 on the second last lap. So thank you all very, very much from HQRA, Tyre Power, B&B Master Blasters, and of course GMG Automotive. Please sponsor them.
Fantastic, Dave. We are going to take a quick, short, sharp break before saloon cars make their way on track. Back in a moment.
Here at Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, this weekend marks the FIA Volunteers Weekend, where we say thank you to the 9,000 registered volunteer officials who work alongside Motorsport Australia to make motorsport happen. Without you, we do not have motorsport. So it's a massive thank you to all of the officials out there who are no doubt tuning in and enjoying all the action. Don't just hear it from me, hear it from all of the drivers and various personalities up and down the pit lane.
Hey there, I'm Paul Ziddy.
Claudia Lennox.
Daniel Johnson.
Brad Vaughan.
Tom Randall. Kobe Williams.
Mike Herlihy.
Anne from Sports Sedans.
To celebrate and recognise FIA Volunteers Weekend, I want to sound a huge shout out.
Just a huge shout out.
A huge shout out.
Big shout out.
Huge cheerio and thank you.
A big thanks. A big thank you.
Big thank you.
Thank you to the volunteers and officials that make these race meetings happen.
To all the Motorsport Australia officials and volunteers.
To all our officials around the track and our volunteers.
To all of the volunteers here at Phillip Island this weekend so we can go racing.
To all the FIA volunteers around the country who just do the most amazing job while we, race around in circles.
To all of our trackside officials in particular who make our life upstairs easier.
That allow us to go out and do what we do, which is to love racing. So thank you. We couldn't do it without you.
That help us on all race weekends. We couldn't do it without you guys. We can't do the racing without them.
We can't race without you people.
They just do the most fantastic job, and I can't tell you how grateful we all are.
Without you officials, we just do not go out racing. So thank you very much for all the effort you do. Come rain, shine, hail, you're out there supporting our racing. Without you, we couldn't do it.
Welcome back trackside here for the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Race Series for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. And right alongside me, Darren Smith, is Dan McCarthy. And, well, it comes down to this for these cars on track, doesn't it, the saloon cars?
Certainly has been building up to this one throughout the season, and this is the finale. If we do go to Calder, this will be a non-championship round for saloon cars, so the champion will be crowned in this race. There's 3 people that can still win it going into this finale. Jacob Prespino is not one of those, but he won race number 2 earlier on today. He'll start from pole alongside the championship leader Daniel Johnson. Scott Dornan, the South Aussie, will come out of 3rd alongside Kevin Stootman. Behind them, we have Adam Lowndes, Jackson Griffith, Andrew McSwain will come out of 7 alongside the rookie Adam Bywater.
Great to see Adam stepping out of XLs and into the saloon cars as well, getting a whole lot more power under the right foot and a whole lot more car around him as well. Blake Harris out of position number 9, Andrew McLeod out of 10, Luca Callahan, then it's James Jeske, back to Blair Davies, Matt Yeager, Justin Shembry, Robert Knight. He's the next Falcon AU on track. Then we go to Nash Harris. Let's hope Nash has got that bonnet pin well and truly slotted in for this one. Peter Tonks and Travis Lindorff and Kieran Pridmore rounding out the back of this field.
Travis Lindorff won race number 1, but at a tyre delamination when running up the pointy end again in race number 2 saw him retire from the race. So look for him coming from right down the back of the field in this one.
Pretty keen to get going, our pole position setter there, Jacob Prestopino. I've been impressed for a couple of seasons the way Jacob's gone about his racing, and well, none more than the guy right next to him, actually, Daniel Johnson, who does such a tremendous job. At times he's been the only one representing the blue oval out there on the racetrack, and he just keeps coming back and coming back and coming back for it. He also spends a lot of time between rounds just making sure this category goes well. Big thank you and a big shout out to Excalibur Screw Bolts. Of course, they've been sponsoring the Pensioners Cup, is sponsoring this round, and had a great time with Jeffy Thomas, unfortunately no longer with us, and we lost Jeff earlier on this year, so we send our love still to the Thomas family And Jeff did a brilliant job racing his Saloon car as we are underway for the final time in this season's championship, Dan.
Certainly are. Raw down towards turn number 1. Prestipino with the good launch and will lead them down into turn number 1. Dornan swinging around the outside as he attempts to take second position from the Falcon of Daniel Johnson and does so. Adam Lowndes slotting into 4th. Oh, Dornan aggressive early up the inside of the race leader. Prestipino straight away at turn 2. As they come out side by side, still out of the turn, and great fighting further back down the field between Griffith, McSwain, Bywater and McLeod. So great jostling towards the back end of the top 10.
I love it how everyone's dusted off their AUs for this round too. They're all fighting out for it just outside the podium. Everyone's in an AU at the moment. There's 3 Commodores and then there's 6 AU Falcons, albeit Lowndes in the 19 breaking it up there. Kevin Stoopman, a very, very serious contender in any category he races in and does like to be on a podium spot all the time. So watch him get racy with it as he slides it through Siberia. That's going to affect his run up the top of the track here, so he's not going to make too much room up on the Pro Plum car of Lowndes.
Those are the title contenders in 3rd, 4th and 5th. And Dornan, big send, a big man of contact. Prestipino off in a big way through the gravel trap sideways. There was a big amount of contact there over the top at Lukey Heights. And Prestipino is going to recover onto the circuit, but real disappointment for the race 2 winner.
That has affected the run here, right back down next to Jeske. At the moment, where's that? That's down well and truly outside the top 10. But what it's done is it's opened it up for the AU Army to come charging on through. Daniel Johnson remains composed. You just get the feeling at the moment that Lowndes is a little bit rattled. He's been shuffled out to run down the driver's left of the track while a couple of AUs team up against him down the inside of turn 1. But the Commodore's got the legs. Has it? Got the legs. Kevin Stoopman, wow, runs bravely on the inside of the corner. Lowndes slides out wide there, gathers it all up, looks to the inside of the 12 of Stoopman, but the Pro Plum Commodore doing a pretty tough through turn 1 there.
Yeah, it looked like the Holden did have the legs. So here's a replay of what happened. We'll come back to that in a minute. But Dornan flung one up the inside, was far enough up there, but they made significant contact. Question is, did he make the apex? That's the question.
They were still in a straight line there. They were still in a straight line. So let's see here. Lowndes gathers it up, pulls the visor down, gathers himself up. He's way more composed than what he was coming onto the straight here. And this is how we love what Adam Lowndes does at the racetrack. There can be an incident, there can be something that troubles him. It's only a corner or so later he gathers his thoughts and gets back on with the race at hand, and that's what he's done here, ranging up behind him now, and he has to be pretty careful. Is another Falcon. Have a look at this group in the middle of the pack.
Yes, and there, look at the tail of them, is Prestipino recovering through the field. That's up the inside of O'Callaghan. Now he's going to swing it to the inside of McLeod in the 82 Falcon. Late on the brakes and makes that position. Next on the list is Blake Harris and Kevin Pridmore, who is side by side. I think Harris has got that place on Pridmore as they go around the penultimate turn. No, they're still side by side. The blue and white Falcon and the Commodore around the outside. Pridmore, great run. And he's got the momentum down the straight, but so is Prestipino. He's got a brilliant run out the final corner. Which way does he go? Does he follow Harris? Does he follow Pridmore? Does he go through the middle? At the moment, he cannot find a way through, but he's got the headlights ablaze. He's going to follow Pridmore through, and they both Commodores move ahead of the Falcon of Harris. Oh, there's a bit of smoke coming from Pridmore. I think it was a lock-up. He runs wide. Prestipino nearly follows him off in sympathy as well, and Harris nearly got them both there as they ran towards Southern Loop that time through. But Prestipino has got the bit between his teeth. He is quick to be recovering these positions and making hay quickly at this stage of the race, and it looks like it's on a bit further forwards for the lead. But we see Pridmore now having a look at Bywater. Oh, Bywater sideways in his Ford Falcon, of course. Not quite used to the rear-wheel drive maybe just yet, and he has lost a couple of positions.
Here comes the 91 through there as well. Just, on that previous shot there's our car we are watching that Went off early on in this race at the top of the hill. In fact, it was only the last lap around. He's gathered it all back up and chasing hard. A great mix of Holdens and Fords at this round really have been, it's been pretty much a Commodore benefit for about the last season or so, but the guy at the top of the table and poised, I say, in the next 9 minutes or so to take the championship is Daniel Johnson in his Falcon, and driving very, very well indeed.
It's really interesting this year that Holdens have had a large majority of the race wins, but it's a Falcon leading the championship at the moment. Yeah, only Stoopman has taken 2 Falcon wins, and of course Brad Vaughan in the all-important race, the Nationals that we had at Sandown last time. He took victory in that one as well.
Looking good there is Travis Lindorff in the Casey Accident Repairs and Commodore, coming from the rear of this field as well. Now up to position number 11, up 2 on the last lap around, and driving very, very well. There's the car I'm talking about, the number 51 with the 53 right behind there, or 63 there of O'Callaghan. There's our newcomer into saloon cars, not to racing. Adam Bywater has made XLs, was very early converted to XLs and had a really good run in that category. Great to see him stepping up to the higher horsepower, bigger cars into the saloon cars. And this is back at the pointy end of the field. This is where we want to be for the moment, just to get the pulse on how the championship is playing out, Dan.
Lowndes is the closest person to Johnson in the championship. He's just struggling to defend position number 4. He's running strongly in the last race in position number 2, and then his gear lever all came loose. He was struggling to get 3rd, he was struggling to get 5th, and it meant that there were so many box changes late on in the race that he slipped down to 5th position. He was really disappointed with how it all played out in that last one, but nevertheless he's regrouped. He's in 4th at the moment, but yeah, coming under immense pressure from Griffith, and here comes Pridmore up the inside. This is a good tussle for 4th position. Commodore, Falcon, Commodore. And here at the lead, Johnson has taken it up at the front of the field, and Dornan's got some major smoke.
That would be the damage from the coming together on lap number 1 with Prestipino at the top of Lukey Heights there, and starting to really smoke it up there. Flash of the headlights there from our race leader, Daniel Johnson. Just let everyone know I'm okay. The smoke's coming from the car behind me. But I tell you what, these two out in front, looking in their mirror, the last person they want to see at this point in the weekend still running strong is Kevin Stoopman. He will take it up to these guys like they have never had it taken up to them before. A fantastic pressure racer. Here's 2, Bywater. Stopped. That's around Lukey Heights, is it? Is that where that's occurred? So that's a shame. Parked up. That's not what we wanted to see. Daniel Johnson now responding to the pressure that's being piled on from the smoking car behind him in Scott Dornan. We know Scott Dornan is aggressive here today. He's shown it at Lukey Heights on the opening stanza. In fact, he might have taken Kevin Stoopman's tag for aggressive. Oy. There it is. And just slipping on through. Daniel Johnson gets by there. So Dornan sliding the car around at the top end of the circuit for 3 laps in a row. Gets on with it now. Kevin Stoopman might be just taking a bit of a measured approach to this at this point in time. We're still just under 5 minutes left in this journey. Kevin feeling his own car under him, but he's watching the car in front of him. Smoke coming off the right front wheel. The car sliding around out of this corner last lap around. And car number 12, Kevin Stoopman, vastly experienced. There's almost second to none in this particular race now across a plethora of categories. And Kevin Stoopman does a tremendous job when he gets behind the wheel.
Certainly does. Led a large portion of this championship until the last round, and it was a disaster. 2 DNFs and a 10th place finish. He saw his championship hopes almost evaporate. He needs a miracle in the final 4 minutes if he is going to take the Victorian Saloon Cars champion.
That was Prestipino getting sideways out off the back of the Sawtooth ripple strip. You're lucky to recover from that. Have a look at this. This is the lead in the race. Will it change? It's changed. But for how long? Dornan, smoke pluming off that right front tyre. You couldn't have built the drama better with a scripted race here. We do go to Calder next time around. Won't be part of this championship, but wow. This is some great driving by a desperate Scott Dornan wants to greet that checkered flag first. Kevin Stoopman still sitting back there just watching on. The black headlights. Looks quite daunting, doesn't it, with the black bonnet, white front bumper and black headlights.
This is really interesting for Daniel Johnson to be in, yes. He's got to think about the championship. Oh, Luke O'Callaghan is off the road. That's down at, is it M2?
Turn 1.
Yes, it is, I think.
Turn 1. That's the big Phillip Island beach down there.
Oh, Prestopino's off. They're off all over the circuit at the moment. So Prestopino's doing a bit of a flick spin down at Miller Corner. In fact, he might even bring it in the lanes. This is the final corner. Oi, that's a big off. A very big
lucky
off. Just about. We'll get it back on the circuit. That's Davies.
Gee, I reckon Glenn Seaton and...
Dornan again. He just about saves it. Hands jostling around the way. Oh, big send on the... Oh, what a save.
Gives Daniel Johnson a clip for his problems, and Stoopman now like, righto, time to go, boys. 2 AUs are going to have to team up against one Commodore here, and they're going to do it. Stoopman's like, I don't know where to run with here. Do I go high? Do I go with Daniel, or do I stay low with the Commodore? He's just going to split them down the middle. No, we're not. He's going to go down the wall. The Falcon's going to go down driver's right. Stoopman's going to go down the wall. Look who weighs in on this one as well. It's Adam Lowndes. He's fighting into it. So at the moment, Daniel Johnson is going to go 3 wide with Kevin Stoopman, who's a guy you don't want to do this with, because there it is. The Brave Pills come out and Stoopy goes through in the number 12. Lowndes goes the short back and sides on Daniel Johnson as well, and he goes back to P4, which he doesn't want to be in.
No. He knows, though, if he just keeps Lowndes just one position ahead, it is enough to wrap up the championship. I think that's what he's thought there. I don't want to get involved in this. I'm just going to... I know it's a race victory, but let's think championship. And I think he's sort of flown the white flag there and thought, I might just let you go here. Fastest lap last time through. First lap of the race, Lindorf. And now Stoopman's coming under pressure from Lowndes. This is awesome racing. And Kieran Pridmore's now in contention as well. In 5th position, he's hounding the back of Daniel Johnson. Now, if cars start getting between he and Adam Lowndes, that does change the championship potentially. But at this stage, it's still very much in DJ's hands.
It is at the moment, but let's say we're going to get another... Well, it's probably 3 laps in this. Complete this one, come around, get the last lap, so 2.5 laps in this one. And, well, at the moment, it was a race in 2 between Dornan and Johnson, but now we've got a race in 5 down the inside. The big send. Johnson just trying, you get the feeling he's trying to stay out of trouble here, but he keeps weighing in on other people's concerns. Kevin Pridmore in the 66 weighing in here. So he's had the ascendancy with the AUs. He's now mixed up with a couple of Commodores. Is the number 35 Team Johnson Racing driver of Daniel Johnson.
Here we go across the line. 2 laps to go. Dornan from Stoopman. And then the championship fight just behind. Here comes Kieran Pridmore looking at the inside of Johnson down into turn number 1. And again, I think DJ just goes, no problem, come on through. I've got bigger things to think about in this race. Adam Johnson now throwing everything at it. He knows if he can get a couple more positions, it's his. So this is all in the balance with 2 laps to go. It is going down to the wire in saloon cars. This is fantastic stuff.
Screaming sixes of the V and straight type come around through turn 3 this time. Kevin Stoopman, who has iterations for the lead since the second lap of this race, gets a big lock up. There's a coming together with the 23 and the 12, albeit a racing incident. No harm, no foul. Dornan off.
Damage.
There is certainly damage on that car, so that is not what we wanted to see. I would suggest that is a result of the first lap melee that occurred at the top of the hill. Lowndes goes round. That's a massive spin. He keeps it almost off the wall. Just about takes Stoopman with him. And what that does is it gives, well, what it does is Lowndes. The red flag is being readied. Yes, it is red flag now. So that is what we're getting. Are we getting a red and checkered? Or is it just red? We'll have a look at that. It's obviously there. It is. Stoopman continues. In fact, I think Stoopman's leading the way. Daniel Johnson is in P2. So red flag. Kev wants to certainly abate his speed. Adam Lowndes in the Pro Plum car there. Not sure what happened. We'll rest on that for a moment. Scott Dornan went off. Now, that was a pretty tough call that occurred between Dornan and Prestipino at the top of the hill on the opening stanza of that. And let's have a bit of a look at how that all unfolded. There was some elbows up, knees up, and for Triple Eight Home Loans, we show this replay. Lowndes went off and spun in front, and was that Scott Dornan that had to slow, but certainly red flag, and that will end the day for the Saloon cars.
Yes, so despite coming to a halt down at Miller Corner, with contact there he is, Scott Dornan, I think will take the race victory because we'll go back a lap.
The line. Yeah, came across the line. And, well, we've seen Mount Panorama with rain flooding and that happening as well, haven't we? Yes, here we go for Triple Eight Home Loans. We thank them. Down into turn 4, a little coming together between the 12 and the 23. As a, no harm, no foul, play on. And then behind there, we're just seeing a couple of comings together there. There's the silver Commodore and the black Commodore. But there it is, Scott Dornan. He looks a bit forlorn at the moment, but I tell you what, if we refer to the rule book, he might have himself a race win.
I think so. So then it'll be Dornan, Stootman, Lowndes and Johnson that provisionally, we should say very provisionally with the way that race is played out, is the champion. First time a Ford has won since 2018, if that is the case. So congratulations to DJ, but it is provisional. There's a few things to look at after that one.
Yes, we'll up on the screen now. We will... certainly remind everyone this is very provisional and that we're only going off what the timing people are feeding us, and even that's different to what's on screen now. Scott Dornan to Kevin Stootman, Adam Lowndes, Daniel Johnson, Kieran Pridmore, Jackson Griffith, Travis Lindorff, Andrew McSwain, Blake Harris and Nash Harris. I'm going to say watch your social medias because that's where we're going to have a bit of a count back here. James Jeske, Robert Knight, Justin Shembry, Matt Yeager, Jacob Prestipino, Luke O'Callaghan, Blair Davies, Andrew McLeod, Adam Bywater and Peter Tonks rounds out the Saloon cars. Dan, what a season.
Oh, what a season. Came down to that thing why Lowndes was pushing so hard in second position, making the unforced error and spinning into the wall. He knew if he made that position for the lead on Stootman, that was his championship. So it was so important, and he was pushing so hard on the penultimate lap and then making the mistake, crashing into the wall. Crikey. I mean, that just sums up how good Saloon cars have been this season, albeit a more incident-packed affair than what we've been used to.
Yes, I do like your use of your vocabulary there as well, relying on a good Aussie word, crikey. That's exactly, that's the headline on this one, crikey, what happened? Yes. That was a battle of the ages there for the Saloon cars.
I don't think Scott Dornan's got any idea that the results are saying that he is the race victor.
I reckon he's feeling pretty hot in the driving suit right now, going, I've just been dealt up a bit of blow here at the moment. So let's hope he can hear the PA echoing in the background down there in car number 23, the action entry of Scott Dornan. He's waiting for, looks like Friday night, late in the city, waiting for a lift home.
Also the round winner as well. But again, we should stress, very provisional after everything that's happened in the last 5 minutes. But provisionally, Dornan from Johnson and Stootman in the round. Johnson, Lowndes and Stootman in the championship.
I'm not sure what the difference is between very provisional and provisional, but that's what they are at the moment, the results. And we're getting shots out of, live shots down there on the nice bit of grass between... Well, basically looking back over turn 4 on the run down to down to Siberia. We've got historic touring cars going to be making their way out on track next for this round 5 of the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. We'll welcome the historic touring cars on track in just a few moments. We'll be back just a few moments after this break.
I'm Roger Churnside, Chief Marshal for the meeting and Chief Marshal around Victoria. One of the fun things about being an official is getting close to the action and being, well, having a go at running a meeting, so to speak. I've been marshalling for 57 years and enjoyed every part of it, but I also enjoy watching people come through the sport who possibly might enjoy it as much as I do. I've done all the Grand Prix, all the Australian Grand Prix and several overseas gigs, etc., and I think, well, it's part of the fun. Perhaps not at Phillip Island when it's pouring with rain, but today, with the beautiful weather, it makes up for it all. I couldn't think of anything I'd rather do. I don't have the money to compete, probably, and not the talent, but this is the next best thing to being out behind the wheel of a car. So I invite anybody who's interested in motorsport to contact the Victorian Flag Marshalling team, and we'd be only too happy to have you along as an official. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot cheaper than going through the gate. So give us a call and we'll see if we can help you out.
Well, there you go. There's Scott Dornan, still looking a little bit forlorn there on the outside of the circuit at turn 5 and 6 as he waits for, I guess, for confirmation not only of the results that we've just seen, but also to be picked up there and taken back to the pits. There's still 3 races left on the Sunday broadcast schedule for round number 5 of the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Race Series, with historic touring cars coming up next. Then the sports sedans and the Porsche 944s, and there's the reason for why we have the red flag there at the moment. Dan McCarthy, the Adam Lowndes number 19, the Pro Plum Commodore, did nose into the fence there, and I think the officials are just having a bit of a look at that fence and working out how they're going to go about repairing that damage.
Yeah, I think there's a bit going on everywhere. I can see the number 68 machine of Davies come back. He was stationary to the left-hand side on pit straight. We had Lowndes on the exit to Siberia. We had Dornan on the outside of Miller Corner. There were saloon cars scattered around the 4.5 kilometre circuit here at Phillip Island in what was certainly an eventful final race of their championship season. We should explain, final round of the championship for them here this weekend. If you've enjoyed what you've seen on Blendline TV, make sure you go to www.blendline.tv. There's so much action that you can catch up on at all around the nation, not only here, but up in Queensland, New South Wales, and all around the country. There's been some great racing all around that Blendline have covered this year. Look at the fans still here. I imagine they're waiting to see Thomas Randall. He's not too far away. Final race of the sports sedans not far away. Up next, the historic touring cars. But yes, fans down at turn number 1. Give us a wave if you can hear us down at turn number 1.
Nope, doesn't look like they're tuned in quite just yet at the moment. No, we've had a good turnout actually here. I've seen a few people over at Siberia at turn 6 throughout the day as well, parked up there on the hill. There's still a couple of cars out there at the moment. Got the best view of the ocean, but they've also got the best view of some of the best corners on the racetrack as well, where most of the passing happens. Plenty of people still parked here on the front straightaway as well, behind the fence, getting a good view of the start-finish line and all the race starts, all the drafting that happens up the front straight as well. As Darren said yesterday, we do get a couple of the surfers that come in. They get the best of both worlds. They go and do a bit of surfing. They come and do a little bit of circuit racing watching as well. It's in a few surfboards strapped to the roofs of a couple of cars yesterday, so they obviously had a good day out on both fronts. And even if you don't have a good day out on both fronts and you want to be actually out there competing, or you want to be out there, even what we saw with Roger Churnside just a few moments ago, officiating is the way to go. It's the best place to get close to the action if you don't have the money to go competing. The officials are very, very well looked after. All the clubs that put on these great events, so the Victorian Mini Club this weekend, PIARC or the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club, the MG Car Club and the Australian Sports Sedan Association of Victoria. They do look after all their officials very, very well, fed and watered very, very comprehensively each weekend. They really do appreciate the value that not only their members but the likes of the Victorian Flag Marshalling Team, the Fire and Rescue Service, all the people that come and operate, the tow equipment, whether they're flatbed tow trucks or Jeeps that come along and help tow people back to the sheds. They really do look after them well. And there's plenty of clubs that are looking out there for officials at the moment. So Roger was acting there on behalf of the Victorian Flag Marshalling Team. You can see a couple of the flaggies down there. Looks like that's out the back potentially of turn number 12, I think. There at the moment. PIARC have run a couple of recruitment drives over the course of the last few years and seen, upwards of about 20 people come in, not just to the club, but also it's a contribution to motorsport. And I think that's where a lot of the clubs are now started to look. So more from, not so much from the membership point of view of bringing members into the club, but bringing people in to just contribute to motorsport in general, which is great to see.
Yeah, absolutely. While we have this short break before historic touring cars, we've got a BMW E30s interview. So we'll be back after this.
Jesse Bryan in the number 38 BMW Drivers' Cup car this weekend at Phillip Island for round six of the Garagistic BMW Drivers' Cup. I'd like to welcome on board this weekend Power Days, a portable charger company, and It's Okay Not to Be Okay, two charities I'm working with this year. Power Days' story behind it is a friend of mine had her son have unfortunately get beaten up on the streets of the Gold Coast, and unfortunately he had 1% battery, just had a chance to call his mum. She come and found him, but the phone was dead, and luckily he did have that 1%, so she's gone out and created a disposable phone charger, which is great when you're at the racetrack, you don't have your charger, or you're out on a night out and you need a bit of a charge. It's okay not to be okay. Mental health awareness, a big one for me. Those guys doing a fantastic job raising awareness for people that are struggling with depression. So always need to talk up, have a chat with someone if you need to, and just speak up. Cheers.
Just being informed that there will be a little bit more of a delay, as you say, Steve, just fixing up the barriers over the backside of the circuit. So still recoveries are being made out there as well. There are that many saloon cars scattered around the place. Birds getting up close to the action. We saw some Cape Barren geese throughout the weekend. They haven't really moved down at that Siberia section of track. I'm not a bird expert, Steve. Any idea what those are?
No, I'm not quite a bird expert either, although I can tell you where it is. It's down on the inside on the run to the pit entrance. So
we're Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit experts, but not bird experts.
Yes, exactly, not bird experts. I do remember actually, I think it was Warren Reid actually doing a bit of Cape Barren geese herding one year early in February in his car. They actually had to basically move the geese away from the circuit. They were causing too many problems. So thankfully these two will actually fly away if anything actually goes wrong. But the Cape Barren geese get a little bit stubborn around here from time to time, but they've been a constant down at turn 6 this weekend, haven't they? They've been very close to the action. We often say best seats in the house, but for them it's a case of what just happened. Something just went past me and I didn't know really what it was. This is something we had a bit of fun with last year at Island Magic as well, when it was pouring with rain late on Sunday afternoon. We've got the Phillip Island go-kart track just alongside the circuit here, and it was at this part of the track here, I think they were spinning off left, right and centre, and the poor guy was running around. There he is in the background, just running around.
Oh,
Oh, there's been a big one already, straight through the barrier.
That's Scott Dornan-esque there. That's exactly where he's parked on the real-life version of the circuit. So he's stuck on the outside of the circuit there at Miller Corner. Yes, it is, we should explain, a replica, a scaled-down replica of the actual Phillip Island circuit. It's even got the rise and fall of Lukey Heights down into MG, which is really cool. And you can see him being told, given a push. Look at this. Great marshalling there from the karting crew.
The poor man in the fluoro shirt is going to be running around that circuit. He'll be keeping fit with the amount of people that have little incidents there. But back onto the circuit, that's car number 16.
Cart number 16.
Number 16, yes, thank you. But no, last year I remember they were spinning off left, right, and centre at that precise part of the circuit. It was it threw it down. I think it was the Formula V's were waiting in the paddock, waiting to come out, and it started throwing it down. And at the kart track, there wasn't too many people there, but they found all sorts of ways to spin themselves into some trouble. And there we go. Off goes kart number 16. There's a couple of dual seat karts there as well. I noticed you can have pilot on one side, and I'm not sure if the steering wheel's in the middle or if it's offset.
No, so it's just passengers for
there you go.
For little kids. There you can see a little kid in the passenger seat there as they hurtle down towards turn number 1. I've driven around here. Great little circuit, and as you say, replica of the actual circuit. Really great facility here at Phillip Island, and you can see they do get up some speed, particularly down here around Stoner and then into Miller.
Boxed in.
Oh, good racing. Oh, nice move from number 13. Oh, number 9. This is fantastic.
This is the devoid of all on-track activity. This is what we have to deal with. We're actually thankful we've got the camera down there at I think it's turn number 1. Oh, through the fence again.
Oh, dear me.
That's not the same card again.
Must be some oil down at Miller Corner.
How's he? How are they going to go getting on here? Oh, now they're facing the wrong way. This is wonderful. No, it's cart number 11. So just getting back on there. Wow. Plenty of mistakes, but that's easy to do in kart racing, isn't it? It's something that's happened.
That's not TV appropriate.
No, I was about to say that's not the old bird, is it? No, it's very easy to do in kart racing, isn't it? Just to make those mistakes because it's very, very easy to push the envelope a little bit too much. But I mean, these karts you can see they've actually got like a barrier that surrounds the kart, so it protects them from running into other people. Here we go. Look at this on the replay here. This is what we were looking at before. So going for the move on the inside, boxed in, still boxed in, and then all of a sudden there's the gap, and then just force the way through.
And then look behind. We're about to see somebody go spearing through some tyres at the far left of the shot. Here we go.
3, 2, 1, crunch.
Nice little detour, trying to take a shortcut, I reckon. That's what it was.
Didn't pay any dividends because he dropped about 3 spots.
I've got another one around. Dear, oh dear me.
It's at the same spot. It's an easy part to do, isn't it? So when you look at where they're going off, it looks like that's part of the replica is that's Lukey. That's actually that's Miller Corner, yeah.
So they're coming around Stoner, easy flat in a go-kart, and then you're really trying to slow it down for the hairpin down at the newly renamed Miller Corner. I don't know if this one's been renamed. Jack Miller went to Miller Corner on the actual circuit to rename it. I don't know if it's been renamed on the kart circuit. Driving standards at the go-kart track under review. Yeah, some of the incidents and shortcuts we've seen.
I think was nearly another one in the fence. So it does. I just noticed there's a big warning sign there that says slow down, and nobody's quite paid too much attention to it. They've just flung it in there, and then hoping to God that they're not going to go into the tyre wall on the left-hand side on the exit.
There's the rise over Lukey Heights and down into MG, and you can see the recovery vehicle. Well, I think there's going to be a bit of recovering on the kart circuit as well. Maybe a bit of a delay after this session down there as well.
It's good to see it's a good turnout there. That's the important thing. I mean, it is school holidays here in Victoria after all, so it's a very, very good opportunity for a lot of families to get out and see the country and see parts of Victoria, especially considering how beautiful today is and yesterday's been as well. I mean, why wouldn't you want to come to the Phillip Island, let alone come to the racetrack? You could spend a whole weekend down here at the track, going to do different things. I remember a couple of years ago when my first was born, we came down. I was here commentating one day. That night I was at the Penguin Parade with my wife and my daughter. So it's a great little place to be. Actually, that was a funny weekend too because we were at the RSL for tea and the power went out.
Oh, there you go. But Phillip Island got some great racing to come here today still. historic touring cars, sports sedans and 944s. Island Magic later on in the year as well. MotoGP only just over a month away. Of course, that very go-kart track that we're looking at is used as the car park for the campers when they come down to the circuit. Hopefully camping, I'm sure it will be back this year after last year. It was mostly underwater down there, the campsite down by the go-kart track. There was such rain this time last year. I can't believe what a difference 12 months has made. We've banged on about the weather, but 12 months has made an incredible difference in that regard.
Major difference. And the MotoGP run that takes place on the Saturday as well, before the Grand Prix as well. All the motorcyclists gather in the main street of Cranbourne and down the South Gippsland Highway they come in their thousands. Oh, there's another incident down there on the bottom side of your screen there. But no, they come in their thousands. Very, very well supported, as always, has been MotoGP here at Phillip Island. Here we go. There's some shots here of the recovery happening with Adam Lowndes as Pro Plum Commodore. So it's taken a little bit of time to extract that car out of the fence. So there may have been a bit of assessment going on just to work out how best not only to pick that car up, but also once they get the car out, what damage they do need to fix. It didn't look like it hit the wall overly hard. It looks like it just sort of bounced off the tyre wall, but the officials taking their time just to make sure they properly assess the situation.
Red flag in go-karts. I think that's because there's just so many accidents out there. But barrier repairs, everything. I certainly got a red flag. That one, that was for. No, I think in all honesty, I think the session's just timed out. Yes.
Yep, they've had their time on track. Everybody's going in.
Oh, they've certainly made the most of it, haven't they? Used every millimetre of the track and much more, using the grass as well. That certainly looks like good fun. Oh, he nearly missed the pit entry.
Very close to missing the pit entry.
He'll be getting a 5-second penalty like Alonso was at Singapore Grand Prix for crossing the pit lane entry line there. Yeah, 5-second post-race penalty for sure for that one.
Absolutely, I agree. We might take another short break here in Central Commentary while we wait for all things track related, both go-kart track and race track related to be sorted out. Historic touring cars hopefully are not too far away, and hopefully the officiating crew out there at turn number 6 are not too far away from cleaning up the mess left behind from the Saloon cars. Back shortly.
Here at Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, this weekend marks the FIA Volunteers Weekend, where we say thank you to the 9,000 registered volunteer officials who work alongside Motorsport Australia to make motorsport happen. Without you, we do not have motorsport. So it's a massive thank you to all of the officials out there who are no doubt tuning in and enjoying all the action. Don't just hear it from me, hear it from all of the drivers and various personalities up and down the pit lane.
Hey there, I'm Paul Ziddy.
Claudia Lennox.
Daniel Johnson.
Brad Vaughan.
Tom Randall.
Kobe Williams.
Mike Hurley.
Anne from Sports Sedans.
To celebrate and recognise FIA Volunteers Weekend, I want to sound a huge shout out.
Just a huge shout out.
A huge shout out.
Big shout out.
Huge cheerio and thank you.
A big thanks.
A big thank you.
Big thank you.
Thank you to the volunteers and officials that make these race meetings happen.
To all the Motorsport Australia officials and volunteers.
To all our officials around the track and our volunteers.
To all of the volunteers here at Phillip Island this weekend so we can go racing.
To all the FIA volunteers around the country who just do the most amazing job while we, race around in circles.
To all of our trackside officials in particular who make our life upstairs easier.
That allow us to go out and do what we do, which is to love racing. So thank you. We couldn't do it without you.
That help us on all race weekends. We couldn't do it without you guys. We can't do the racing without them.
We can't race without you people.
They just do the most fantastic job, and I can't tell you how grateful we all are.
Without you officials, we just do not go out racing. So thank you very much for all the effort you do. Come rain, shine, hail, you're out there supporting our racing. Without you, we couldn't do it.
We've had some fun this afternoon, haven't we? Go-kart racing unexpectedly coming onto the broadcast there. We'll have to invoice the track over there for their time taking up our time here. Historic touring cars making their way out onto track, and I've got to shadow those thoughts or replicate those thoughts from all of the crews down there in pit lane, the race drivers and friends and family of the races, to all of our volunteer officials. They do such a tremendous job. Great to see the Acuri Australia driver down there, Richard Davison, who you can catch his story on the Race Fuels Grassroots Racing podcast as well. He really told a great story of that famous Davison family. So really good in the FIA Volunteer Officials Week to celebrate and be thanked by all of those great identities down there in the pit and paddock area. Darren Smith and Dan McCarthy about to bring the historic touring car race to you. We'll go to Sports Sedans after this, and 944s will round out round 5 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships for 888 Home Loans on behalf of the Victorian State Race Series. And here is our grid. Darren Collins sitting on pole position with Trevor Talbot right alongside a couple of big guns of the historic touring car world on the front row of the grid. Glenn Miles is lining them up in the crosshairs, ready to jump away, as is Jervis Ward. Now, something just to cover off the tyre situation we were talking about earlier, and I thank my friend from the Grassroots Racing podcast, Gary O'Brien, for straightening me out and pointing me in the right direction. NB cars on their 6-inch tyres and NC cars on their 8-inch tyres. So a very big thank you and shout out to Gary O'Brien, my mate from the Grassroots Racing podcast. He straightened me out very certainly and pulled me back into line, as he has done for many, many years. Back to Peter Milliman in position number 5, and the 43, Stephen Pillikers in position number 6, Jeff Munday next there on the track, and Richard Hill in the first of our Mini Cooper S's. Then we go back to Brent Trengove. Watch this number 22 Camaro charging, and Reece Moyle. Let's hope he's got his issues fixed as well. The RX2 was a retiree or a DNF in the last race out there. He's got none other than Darren Hossack giving him just a helping hand getting through his first race weekend with the RX2. So we wish him luck. Graham Hill and Adrian Moyle round out the field here this weekend, and Moyle in the 25 Camaro. So we look forward to seeing what happens over the next 15 minutes of this journey. And certainly we do love watching these old touring cars driving around the track. They really do make the heart beat, and for some people a little bit of a tear in the eye for the era that was.
Yeah, I'm just looking. I don't think Moyle is out there. I think Graham Hill is the last of the dozen runners. So I think we might be one short. So instead of a baker's dozen, we've just got a standard dozen. As they come around the final corner. Time already ticking. So 18 minutes for this final race. A few extra points on the line in what is the feature race. So it'll be Collins from Talbot on the front row of the grid as you see the cars come around the corner. Good field of historic touring cars. Good mixture of very different machines. So Mustangs, Camaros, got some Chargers, some Falcon Sprints and Tiranas, Minis, and all sorts. It really is, a high quality mix of machines.
I love the Trevor Talbot bonnet. I like the venting in the Camaro bonnet there. There's 8 slots. It's clearly an 8-cylinder. I like to fantasise that they're connected straight into the inlet manifold and down into the engine of the number 76 there. I'm sure there'd be filtration mixed in there to make sure this precious engine lasts its way. Revs arise and away we go. It's the Mustang of Darren Collins that gets away very, very smartly indeed. The roar, the scream, the power down into turn number 1 here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. I'm sure the karting racing is continuing off there, but let's have a good look at the historic touring cars. And we do thank the karting circuit for entertaining us for that 20 minutes between races whilst we recovered the cars here. Jervis Ward coming under fire now of the 43 of Peter Muellerman. He goes right round the outside. They sound like they're just about idling through there, just gathering it up. The 6 inches of rubber underneath the creative parrot car of Jervis Ward, hanging on very, very tightly indeed as we watch the front of the field. Darren Collins, who has been a race winner in his Camaro, switching over to the Mustang here this season and doing a ripping job like nothing even happened in between rounds.
There certainly is. Good start from the Tirana, moving up a couple of positions and on the tail of Maluman as they head around Siberia, although the Tirana is a little vulnerable to Monday behind now. So they come up and over the crest. Look at that glorious condition. Sea in the background. No other place in the world with a view like that one. This is truly a unique circuit, brilliant circuit, one of the world's greatest permanent venues. And they sweep over Lukey Heights and down into MG. Just a brilliant sequence of corners.
The only better view is out of a helmet through a windscreen, or whether you haven't got a windscreen or not. But the better view is with the helmet on, looking out over there. And let me tell you, it's just a glance, and then you look at the apex at Siberia and plough up the hill there, because there's plenty of time between races to look at the view here. Up the inside now. Have a look at this. Trevor Talbot has iterations for the lead in the 76 Camaro. And if you want to know the different spectrums of colour of yellow and orange, it's in the first 3 cars in this race out on track there at the moment. Tremendous run onto the straight there for Trevor Talbot. Streams on through with Darren Collins. Miles now lining up. Glenn in the Camaro, in the Charger, and it basically gathers most of the real estate out of the top 3 cars here, the biggest silhouette. And then we go back to Jervis Ward, the first white car in the race, and the second Ford there in the Falcon Sprint.
So Talbot had a DNF in race number 1, had to come back through the field in the last race, finished in position number 2, but has now overtaken the race 1 and race 2 winner. Although Collins says, no, I'd like to make it 3 from 3. Has a big look down the inside into Miller Corner, but can't make it stick on this occasion. Has to file back in line. But the top 3 are matching each other early on in this race. And Collins, a bit of a different line, a more wide sweeping angle. Going to get a good run out the corner and does, using a bit more of the road. Miles, nice line through there. Look at the top 2, nose to tail, as they swing it through the hayshed. Further back, we look at Monday in the 68 on the tail of the Tirana of Pilicus just ahead. These two had a race-long battle in the last race. Well, towards the end anyway. Monday actually slipped back a little bit into the tail of the Mini.
So the mustard-coloured Charger is trying to stay on the podium. In fact, trying to grab a spot there. Pilicus Monday very close there as they come out of MG corner, work their way around through 11 onto 12, traditionally known as Belinda's Terrace. Look up your historical records on the meaning of that one. And onto the straight. The historic touring cars go side by side at the front of this field. Talbot and Collins across the line, 0.06 of a second between them. Miles right behind them as well there, so it's a race in 3 at the front. They've just managed to shake ever so slightly. Jervis Ward's charged to the lead in this race. Oh, have a look at Darren Collins soaring away at the wheel there in that Mustang. It's starting to suffer a little bit, I would say, with rear tyres there, the way he was just trying to gather it all up in a straight line under brakes there. Came heavy onto the front axle. The back end just started to move around. Trevor Talbot, well, he's running wide there too. A bit of understeer there for the Camaro. So it's almost a battle of attrition, as you would probably term it after this weekend of racing. Lap number 2, and they're already starting to show signs of tyres giving up the ghost on them.
This track, more than any other in Victoria, I think Sandown and Winton, this is by far the hardest of the 3 on tyres.
Oh, by far. Absolutely,
not even a comparison.
Yeah, the most abrasive surface. In fact, the surface, and it offers up grip, being that it is that abrasive. It's now the same surface that they resurfaced Mount Panorama with as well.
Okay.
So the same hot mix has been used at 2 of our fastest circuits.
Yes, absolutely, and 2 of the best. We can see Talbot going defensive down into MG. Collins applying the pressure. So once Talbot's got in front, he hasn't had the speed to pull away at all, and he's coming under heavy fire from Collins. I think Miles now is just struggling to keep up this relentless pace. He matched them last time, but he is steadily falling back, I think, now. He's not quite able to match these top 2 as they come across the line. They're going to be nose to tail once again, 2/10 that time through. Talbot, fastest lap of the race on that lap, a 1:52.7. Collins, a 1:52.9. And then Miles, a 1:53.6. So as I thought, just falling off the tail of these top 2, 7/10 slower in that last lap. The margin between he and the race leader now out to 1.6 seconds. Yeah, it's quickly becoming a pair up the front of the field.
It certainly is, and they're really quite gingerly making their way around the corners at the moment. I hope that they're not managing too bad tyre deterioration out there at the moment. But wow, that Camaro understeers all the way through turn 3. That does not inspire confidence. And I would say that Trevor Talbot's not doing that to cover off the Mustang into turn 4. I would just say he's dealing with the car that's under him, and Darren Collins is managing exactly the same issue. It's let's manage the next 7 minutes of our lives the very best we possibly can.
Absolutely. So exit Siberia up the hill once again into Hayshed. This is a sketchy corner in these cars, similar to Stoner. It's a fast sweeping corner. You can see big twitch there from Collins mid-corner. And the next corner, Talbot struggling to get it turned in initially. Talbot's trying to put the pedal to the metal, but forced to defend once again. Down into MG. I can hear a little bit of a brake lock-up. Not sure which machine that's from. I couldn't see any puffs of smoke, but you could certainly hear the tyres protesting down the hill into MG. Time is ticking by, just 6.5 minutes left on the clock now as they swing it around the final corner. What lap times are we looking at? It looks like Talbot's certainly been the quicker one on this lap. He has slightly extended the margin. It's certainly more than 2/10 that it was last time through. It's now nearly 7/10, a 1:51.4. Fastest lap of the race, Talbot, lap time 3.
Interesting that the lap times are coming down. We sort of look like we're reporting on some tyres that are giving away, but they're just managing to just pick up a little bit more pace. So maybe it was cold tyres that we were watching. They weren't getting up to temperature and giving the grip that they ultimately wanted. Maybe I was thinking that they're over temp the tyres, but maybe they weren't up to temperature. We're now on lap number 4. You would have to expect that the horsepower that is produced by these cars these days, they are way more than what they had back in the day. Modern engine building, machining, gaskets, etc., tuning have come on leaps and bounds since the era that these cars were raced. So they are certainly equipped with a lot more horsepower than what they had back in the day. And the rest of the car is, that little bit more technology in brake materials, a little bit more technology in tyres, but certainly these engines are producing a bulk more horsepower than they did back in the day that they were raced.
We should explain that. It's not like Touring Car Masters where they can stick any old engine in. It still has to be as it was. Yes, as you say, it produces a bit more power, but the engines are basically the same as what they were back in the day. You can't go lowering the car, adding a different rear wing or whatever. They have to run as they did back in the day. But obviously, yes, you can make engine improvements and make the engines a bit faster. But you can't just throw another engine, a NASCAR engine in it or something like that.
There is a whole panel of people that make sure these cars are exactly the way they were when they raced in their era, as what was defined in the rulebook as the era of Group NC. These two front cars, the Jervis Ward car, Group NB, the Minis, I think, are NA spec. So we're just talking different years and different eras. today we would call it in the supercar world, floor pan, project blueprint, next gen, and whatever we are now.
Gen 3.
Yeah. Gen 3 in the supercar world. So they're just a description of letters of what the cars ran in.
Fastest lap of the race last time through for Collins, so he responds. Margin back down to 2.5 tenths. Well, you can see it on your screen. I reckon it's even less than that, although a bit of a twitch there for Collins on the exit of the Southern Loop. So he's not just a bit faster than Talbot on that last lap, 4 tenths. And Talbot himself set his personal best on the last lap. They've truly got miles. They are miles down the road, 6 seconds now.
Just get Darren Collins under brakes. They're trying to make up that margin. The car's just swaying around like it's a pendulum in a grandfather clock there, isn't it? It's bouncing its tyres around there, and that is Darren Collins doing what Darren Collins does best, and that is racing a car right on the edge, extracting every single piece of the car he possibly can. And he is right up under that little bobtail now of Trevor Talbot as the cars come through this magnificent, fast-flowing part of the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. It really grabs your attention. Your eyeballs hang out of your helmet as you come up onto Lukey Heights and plunge down into MG corner. Oh, the lock-up by Talbot. That's a bad mistake. It is jacked them both back to, I'm going to say, first gear to get out of the corner there then. And Darren Collins, to his credit, took evasive action and hauled it up very, very nicely there indeed. The biggest problem now coming onto the straight here, Trevor Talbot's going to have the steering wheel wobbling like crazy. He's given himself a 50-cent piece to deal with over the next 2.5 minutes.
I was just about to make the point before even seeing that as Collins gets a great run onto the straight, but it looks to me like Talbot's fighting understeer, and I think that was shown there with that big brake lockup, whereas Collins seems to be fighting oversteer both into the corner and particularly on the rear. So if you look, Talbot here turns the wheels and the front of the car it's not pointing where the wheels are. He's understeering wide. You can even hear the tyres protesting, whereas Collins is firing it on the rears. You can see it sliding ever so slightly on the exit. So two very different handling cars at the moment. One suffering from understeer and the other suffering from oversteer.
And it is interesting, this car, the head-on shot of Trevor Talbot around turn 3 every lap. There again, look, just drifting wide there. It's been classic understeer in that Camaro through turn 3. And now you just see he's got so much lock on, the car's not wanting to get through the corner. So he's relying on the right pedal, and good luck to him, because there's never been a race driver in history that's complained about having too much horsepower. And look at that, Darren Collins just hangs it out there, just falls short of leaving number 11 on the road behind him as he comes out of Siberia. He's managing the car under him, so that's what we've got here. We've got two drivers driving as hard as they possibly can, managing the piece of kit they've got under them and trying to get to the checkered flag first. And this is what, in the most basic form, car racing is all about. Last time round, Talbot there, massive lockup, gets it through there nicely now, and have a look at this. Collins goes to the outside. It's going to be a long run around there. He's got the ascendancy with him at the moment. It's going to be understeer versus oversteer, and have a look at the tail wag on the Camaro. An extra litre on board the 76 there, and he's used it. Absolutely every bit of that extra 1,000 cc's on board that car. He's used it and driven away there. Grabs another cog, top gear halfway down the main straight there, and drives on with it. Really lit up their screens that time out of MG.
It's a great forecast scrap for 4th place, but you can't take your eyes off this at the front of the field, that's for certain. With 22 seconds on the clock, I imagine this will be the penultimate lap of the race, but I stand to be corrected. I'm sure Finette can hear the tyres protesting once again around there, and here is that battle for 4th position. So it's Monday from Ward, then a little bit of a gap, and then Mlulen and Pillikers. So 4, 5, 6 and 7, all really within around about 2 seconds as they head into turn number 1. The 68 Camaro ahead of the Falcon Sprint at this point in time, a Mustang just behind that, and then a Tirana. So 4 different models, 3 different makes around turn number 2. And good exit from the Falcon Sprint, but not sure he's going to be able to do anything with that down into Stoner Corner. Might be able to under brakes into Miller. A bit lighter, he can brake a little bit later than that Camaro, and he does so. brakes very late. Really nice move, authoritative pass, makes it stick. That's how you do it.
That's a nice move there by Jervis Ward. He's raced this car for some time now. He knows it intimately. He knows at the point of the race that he can push. He knows when he's suffering from push or understeer, and it just looked like that time coming into Siberia. That was exactly what was going on here.
Understeer.
Oh, he gets back on the track there, Peter Milliman. And what a great snapshot of 5, nearly 6 decades of Australian touring car racing. A Ford, a GM product, and a Ford. We love it, don't we? Those brands have just ignited Australian motorsport, the heart and the heartbeat for so many years.
Collins has taken the lead off camera. Collins is leading by 1.6 seconds, so there's clearly been some mistake from the former race leader Talbot, and that's because this battle has been so red hot. A little bit further behind. Monday now finds himself behind the Falcon Sprint. The Tirana is now in third, and they've dropped that Mustang of Maluman, which is, as you say, a surprise. You expect to see him fighting a bit further up the order than what we have this weekend.
Yeah, certainly at Sandown, he's one of the guys that sits on the front row of the grid, just not getting the handle of the Mustang right here this weekend. Now we see Collins. He has got himself a handy 4 or 5 car length lead, albeit there's a bit of smoke just coming out of that tailpipe on the downshift. Don't worry about the smoke coming out of the pipe as he puts a number 11 down between turn 4 and Siberia. Take it as you like it. I, for one, don't mind whether it's a FOMO-Co or a GM product, as long as they're out there giving it a red hot go, and that is what we're seeing from these historic touring cars this weekend. You wouldn't want to hazard a guess on the value of some of these cars these days, would you?
No, certainly not. You know, that Tirana I look at in particular there in that group is a particularly valuable machine. And it's great to see the Tirana taking it to these bigger machines. Not only taking it, but ahead of both the Camaro and the Mustang. And it's the smaller powered brand equivalents that are the ones at the head at this point in time.
Our race leaders now coming around 12, and they're going to be fronting onto the famous Phillip Island front straight. They look down out onto Bass Strait now. Here comes the battle for 4th place on the road. Our race leaders now getting the checkered flag. There it is. Darren Collins takes the win over Trevor Talbot, who led most of the race. Trevor comes away with the fastest lap, a 150.8469, battling understeer. But it's the oversteering Darren Collins gets that lap time, and he gets the race win. Trevor Talbot, second fastest on car, battling understeer all race long.
The Tirana has got through. Pilicas has made not one but 2 positions on this lap, and now finds himself in 4th position. Can he win on the drag race to the line? I think he's going to hold the Falcon Sprint off, and he will. Brilliant performance from Pilicas. Brilliant stuff in the number 14 Tirana, ahead of the 26 Falcon Sprint. Then we have Monday in the Camaro, and Maluman in the Mustang. Maluman himself setting a PB on the final lap, but it was a bit too late in the end. He dropped back from those 3 and came across the line in 7th position. Cars continue to come through. Crossing the line there is Richard Hill in 8th position, first of the minis.
Stephen Pilicas in the number 14 Tirana started out of 6 and went up 2 places to the end of that race. Jervis Ward did a tremendous job. Started 4th, but got just pipped on the line there. So Darren Collins takes the final race for the weekend for the historic touring cars for Just Cars. Trevor Talbot next in line there, then Glenn Miles, Stephen Pilicas, Jervis Ward, Jeff Monday, Peter Muleman, Richard Hill, Reece Moyle and Graham Hill. Rounds out the finishes. Fastest lap to Darren Collins on a 150.84. And we say hooroo to the historic touring cars for today. Up next is the Sports Sedans. Dan, thank you very much for the massive body of work you have amassed here for the 2023 888 Home Loans Victorian State Championships. You've done a terrific job, and we'll see you at Calder, I hope, at the end of October.
Fingers crossed, yeah, looking forward to that. I very much look forward to going there, that is for certain. Thanks very much, Darren.
We'll be back in just a couple of moments. The big bangers of Australian motorsport will make their way out. The Gods of Thunder on the best permanent racing facility here in this big brown land of ours, the Sports Sedans. Up next.
shaking trees in the paddock. We found Tom Randall once again, who joined us at round 1 at Sandown. But this weekend, you're back behind the wheel of the Saab. Last weekend, you're racing the Sandown 500. Saab this weekend. Bathurst 1000 coming up pretty soon. It's pretty good being Tom Randall at the moment.
It's not bad, hey? I mean, it's nice to get some more miles in the car. And as you said, the last time we took it out was Sandown this year, where we actually broke the lap record. So that would be the ultimate goal this weekend, to do that here. But we'll see how we go. We've got a few things we're trying out in the car. But, yeah, it's just nice to do more miles. As you said, Sandown last weekend, and then, not even 2 weeks away, we've got the big one at Bathurst. So just great to be back here with everyone, with Dad and the boys, and nice to be more of a low-key style event, no pressure, and just going to have some fun.
No worries, Tom Randall, big thank you.
No worries, enjoy the weekend.
Yeah, terrific stuff there with Thomas Randall, and I'll tell you what, a guy that is now racing at the very top of the Australian motorsports scene and has had a worldwide career. He still remains just one of the blokes in the pit and paddock area. Greg Lynch right alongside me for this one. Ordinarily would be racing like most race drivers when they take some time to join us in the commentary booth, like a cat in a hot tin roof, aren't you, up here?
Yeah, I'd much rather be out there going around with these boys. Beautiful conditions today at Phillip Island.
It is, isn't it? It's one of those days where you just go, it's so much better in the race car.
It's just a dream day, and yeah, look, unfortunately an early finish to this morning's race, so I'm sure all the boys are very toey to get on with it now. So as we see the field just coming around to the grid, Thomas Randall in the number 1 spot in the Sarah Sands beautifully prepared national level sports sedan. Then
it's
Francois,
a beautiful piece of kit, isn't it? It really is some special work there.
It's a great car. And then Francois Habib in the former Tasman Motorsport, Jamie Winkup car with his number 23. And then Ben McLeod. Ben unfortunately had a collision in today's earlier race, and they've had to replace some parts, but he's taking up P3 on the grid. And then we've got, they've messed up the grid a little bit here. But after that, we've got Michael Luff.
Yeah, Michael Luff in there. Then it's
William Tyrrell.
Yeah, Tyrrell should be coming up a spot there.
And
looks
then
like
Vince Denter.
Yeah, he's out of spot there as well. Nathan Baines.
Yep.
And
so the grid forming up.
Denter just going back into his spot.
I think there's a few people a bit out of order, and it's confused the gridding officials.
Gordon Lovegrove there in the Datsun, and right alongside is David Shaw, Cam McKee, Graham Gilliland, and Paul Cornell in the WOX down the back there. On the rev limiter, and away we go for the last race for the weekend for the Groove Train Eastland, and away we go with absolutely no wheel spin. There was Thomas Randall. Gordon Lovegrove splits them, and following him through is Graham Gilliland in the RX-7. He goes right to the outside, flames out the exhaust of the rotary powered, now triple rotor 20B, and he gets pushed wide. Nathan Baines just moves across on him a little bit there. Is that William Timms in the mix there as well? Vince Denter has just missed the start there and disappeared back, and he's got Cam McKee, who ordinarily is a bit further up the grid at this time of the weekend, but sort of just languishing down a little bit there. There is Graham Gilliland. They have worked so hard to get that car under 6 month turnaround to get a whole new engine and package in this car, and they have done a ripping job. An alternator failed earlier on this weekend. In fact, 2 of them. Brett Dickey volunteered one out of his race car, and they got the thing back out and running on track. Paul Cornell out of tyre power there in Benalla, just on the back of the field in the WRX. Greg, you said they had an inlet or exhaust manifold.
Broken exhaust manifold.
Yeah, well, that's
and so they've taken the exhaust off and gone and re-welded it and fitted it back to the car just to be out there for this race.
Gordon Lovegrove there with Cam McKee in the mirrors, and they've got the William Timms all carbon black Mark Mustang out there just in front of them, and there's the advanced car carriers car of Cam McKee, and awesome tyres protesting under brakes down there at turn 4. There's Nathan Baines, who has done great things with that 180SX since getting hold of it, and McKee coming around in the 44. Oh, it's Graham Gilliland that's gone around on the inside, driver's right on the apex of MG corner, and he is just doing the very gently turning it around. You've got to say, Greg, on debut with that new power plant, the car's fast. There's just a few things that they've got to get right, isn't there?
Yeah, so Graham said he's just having a few troubles coming to terms with the increased power of the car. It's about 130 to 140 more horsepower than he's had in the car before.
That's better than a couple of dyno runs, isn't it? That's a whole lot more horsepower.
So you just can't wipe the smile off his face at the moment. So Cam McKee continues to make his way through the field after starting at the back of the grid. He's now battling with his good mate Finn Stenter. Finn, of course, runs the Groove Train at Eastland, the sponsors of the category. Better get a plug in for him.
It's good to see the Mustang out there, isn't it? The number 17 car there as well.
It's its first real hit out. It did a lap at Winton in qualifying for a national sports sedans event, but this is its real first true hit out.
It's a lovely looking race car as well. Cam McKee there in the 44 now. People wonder why it doesn't have a thumping sound coming out of the back, and it's more of a whooshka coming out of that turbocharged Barra.
Yeah, so he's had to reduce the capacity of the Barra motor from 4 litres down to 3.5 in order to comply with the sports sedan rules. Certainly looks like Tom Randall out in the lead has got his mojo going. Yes, I do. The lap record, it's a 127.2757.
Okay, so we're now getting our screens filled with the magnificent Sky Sands de Vilbus car out of Dream Racing. And he is doing a terrific job. I should have just asked the sports sedan driver what the lap record is, because it's tattooed on the inside of their eyelids every time they head out. So thank you very much for having that on the tip of your tongue, Greg, as we're just watching Thomas Randall fill our screens. Very similar to what we did 12 months ago or 15 months ago, whatever it was, when we watched the Brabham at the hands of one of the supercar drivers, Tim Slade, get the actual overall lap record here in a full-on production version of a GT car. But we're just watching now here Thomas Randall, who they haven't really had a good run at it this weekend. They've had plenty of interruptions in the program that they've come here for this weekend to win some races and to have a crack at arresting Jack Perkins' lap record.
Yep, so that's a record that's held since 2016. Tom, as we know, took the lap record at Sandown earlier this year in this same car. Broke the lap record that it was only held for about 2 months. It was a very short lap record, that one. So Tom's now down to a 129.7.
And he's backed right out of it too. He's backed right out of it. Now he's got a good 16 seconds to the gap, so he can probably just ease the car around. And going to just ease the car around for a lap. He's got plenty of space to do that in, and he is very aware of his surroundings, being a full professional race car driver. He's got a flat tyre, and that is not what we wanted to see. He's asked too much of the tyre, and that is a shame. He will limp that back, hopefully back to the turn 4 return road, and not take any further part. Just getting some information through. The car looks sketchy through turn 12, and he's held onto it and then backed right out of it across the line there. Don't really need to prove anything or cause any further damage as Francois Habib now comes through to take the race lead. And there is the guy, works very, very hard in behind the scenes for the Australian Sports Sedan Association of Victoria. And the rest of the field, there's Michael Luff on debut. Who would have thought? He is currently in P4 floor pan car, brand new. Was initially built to a set of regulations for improved production. They've found the happiest of homes running in floor pan sports sedans. And there is Thomas Randall, and that is over and out for the weekend for Tom. That'll be disappointing for the team. They put a fair whack of resources into trying to grab that lap record. But Greg, you're trying to get a lap record. Things aren't always going to go your way. They're not going to always land in your lap, are they?
No, I think it was a pretty difficult weekend for Tom. We were having trouble. He was having trouble with just the grip levels of the track. Unfortunately, this weekend, the sports sedans were the only category out there running slicks, so there wasn't a lot of rubber down on the track. It was quite green after the rains that we've had recently, so he struggled. But the rest of the sports sedan boys seem to be going pretty well. Michael Luff, what a great effort on debut. He's really driving the car really well and mixing it quite well with a lot of the more experienced campaigners around him. Vince Stenter's been around for many, many years. This is a really nice car that Vin's built too. And William Timms behind him is in the Mark II sports car.
So someone's getting Vince Stenter getting a 10-second penalty. We'll try and work out what that is. I wonder if that's a start line infringement or a warm-up lap infringement that has occurred there for Vin. Yes, he did. He backed up into his box. That's what that would be for at the start of the race. Not allowed to engage reverse gear on the grid. So he thought he was doing the right thing there and has been given a 10-second penalty. How does that play out for him at the moment? The gap back to
it's going to cost him 3 spots.
It's going to affect him big time, isn't it? It's going to put him outside the top 10 at this point in time.
Yep.
Watching now, William Timms, he's got Luff now, has taken him, so he moves into P4. You would expect that a full space frame Mark car would be able to battle very well with a VE floor pan sports sedan, and that is exactly what has happened. Cam McKee has gathered it all up, and he is now finding himself in a podium position for this race. And now Vince Stenter, who has got that plus 10 next to his name for I'm going to say a start line infringement or grid infringement. Not sure, that's purely speculation. But there we go there, Gordon Lovegrove in the Datsun 240, 260Z shaped car. Not sure exactly what was the original donor outfit for that one. But a New South Wales racer who has done a lot of racing in New South Wales and travelled here for the last couple of rounds, which when the New South Wales Championship visited Winton for a round of their championship early on in the year, a number of drivers said, oh, let's have a go with the Mexicans, come south of the border and see what we can do.
Yeah, there's some talk about running another sports sedan combined New South Wales Victorian sports sedan event up at Winton early next year. So hopefully that comes to fruition. So nice to see that everybody's managing to stay pretty clean. That car of Michael Luff's, he was telling me it's still quite heavy, weighs about 1,680 kilograms, which is quite a weight for a sports sedan. And the minimum weight for the category is 1,100 kilos. So, you know, the more weight you carry, it's really a time penalty as you go around. Nice battle going on here between Gordon Lovegroves and Nathan Baines. Nathan had a starter motor issue. His starter motor failed on the start-finish line. He stalled it when he stopped at the grid box for race 2, 1 spot early, and then when he went to creep forward, it stalled. And then he went to restart it and the starter motor had died. So he's replaced the starter motor so that he could run this race.
Graham Gilliland is proceeding on in this race. He's gone through on Paul Cornell in the WRX. We're looking right into the back of Vince Stenter's Mustang as he is trying to chase down that guy we've just been talking about, Michael Luff. Very impressive on debut. Now, Greg, this car is kind of similar to your car in that it's a floor pan car, caged out and going racing, but you reckon you'll be able to keep up with the newcomer, or you've shown him a clean set of heels?
Well, it runs a small block Chev rather than an LS series engine, so he's gone about things in a different way. It's also got a converter on it too, so it's a different sort of race car. He's done all the work on it himself. He's a fabricator, so he does a lot of fabrications. He has a head workshop in Williamstown. And yeah, it's been a labour of love. He spent the last 8 years working on this car to get it to where it is.
Graham Gilliland now, sorry Greg, Graham Gilliland is getting through on Gordon Lovegrove. He's got the triple rotor wound up again now, eyes wide open like dinner plates as he comes down the straight, the number 21. A guy that has been racing, started racing at the Thunderdome in Sportsman's when the Thunderdome closed all those years ago in '99, the last time we had a race there. Found his way into sports sedans and has just adored the category ever since.
It's such a great looking car too, and I would like to even postulate that the 20B certainly sounds a lot better than the 13B used to. It's has a nicer note about it now.
Yeah, certainly that is pretty much the wealth of knowledge and support around it. They do sound differently.
Looks like Vince Stenter's just gone around Michael Luff, and it looks like Graham Gilliland's going to take the spot as well. So poor old Michael Luff just dropped 2 spots in the space of 2 corners. And that's, I guess, where the weight penalty hurts you when you're running against Graham Gilliland. That car, I reckon, is only about 1,200 kilos. And
It'd be right on the limit, wouldn't it, that one? He'd make sure that one's right where it needs to be. He's going to look right round the outside of Vin Stenter. I'm not sure that Vin's seen the orange car. He's well aware of it now because he's had the side of his car lit up with an orange flame, let alone orange paintwork down the inside of him.
That's
I
a
wonder
great
if
move.
I wonder if Michael Luff is just starting to feel a little bit sore, a little bit tired. The sweat's dripping off the brow into his eyes, and this afternoon's sun coming around this part of the racetrack is horrendous at this time of the year. It just goes straight onto your screen, into your eyes, and like burns your retina out with it low in the sky.
True story, but I reckon he fancies himself for him to get in front of Vin Stenter again.
Have a look at this. Listen to that 20V scream. Big flames out the back.
Yeah, it's a great looking car, isn't it?
Race cars with flames go faster. I'll argue that with anyone.
Well, depends on what sort of flames you got going on.
Oh, no, that's right. Out of the exhaust pipe. We'll classify that.
So
Gordon Lovegrove in their male-equipped Datsun. For those that love their Datsuns, there's one to certainly cheer for.
That's his business. So he runs they sell tools to carpenters out in Lilydale. So that's his family business, and they do repairs on carpenters' tools and all that sort of stuff from his business out there. Get a plug in for Gordon.
And around goes Vin Stenter in the number 17, the man from Groove Train Eastland. Some great supporters in the Victorian Sports Sedan Championship from Groove Train Eastland. QP Lubes, who were the title sponsor for a number of years, they've stayed on. They see great value, and they certainly have great enjoyment coming to the races. The guys and girls from QP Lubes, Vanessa and Peter, have been great supporters for such a long time. And National Blind Supplies, that is the company that our race leader heads up, Francois Habib here. And just the different characteristics of the rotary-powered RX-7 and the V8 powered Mustang there, certainly different characteristics. This is the beauty of sports sedans, isn't it? You can bring your creativity, your engineering ability to the fore in any way you want to.
And it also creates some interest because the different types of cars make up their speed around the track in different places. You can have some cars that are faster in one half of the circuit and other cars that are faster in the other half, and it always creates some interest.
Here's Cam McKee, currently on the podium.
Cam's off to Bathurst to be in a support category for Bathurst next week. So he's hoping that he doesn't break anything this week while he's running at Phillip Island. But he was in a good position. I think he was running 4th in the championship. And so he really wanted to try and make sure he collected as many points as possible this weekend as well.
Ian Tim's there in our screen there in that menacing looking black mark car, the Mustang bodied outfit. But we wish Cam all the very best, as we have quite a few Victorians heading north as the sports sedans, the Precision International National Sports Sedans, as one of their support categories for the supercars, and they also head off to the Gold Coast as well. So a couple of marquee events that the National Sports Sedans will see themselves on. Francois Habib leading this one and doing it very, very nicely indeed. He's got a massive margin, 16.5 seconds between him and Ben McLeod. And you got to say, Ben has done a ripper job. Another Commodore built by the Mamba Racing Team, which is his business, and he'd be so very proud. We've been watching him very closely in that number 72 over the last couple of seasons, and I got to say, he needs to be very proud of himself, but there's going to be a lot of people around him proud of him as well for getting second place in this race this afternoon.
Yeah, he does a good job, brings a big team with him, and all the boys in that team need to be congratulated. And I think Ben will actually go home this weekend in second place in the Victorian Sports Sedan Championship.
He did remind me, he's got the Black Mamba Racing Team, Sanderson Contracting, Phillip Island Cottages, Exotic Graphics down there in Carrum Downs, Doyle Pump and Engineering, Alpha Accident Repairs and Viking Windscreens, all making sure that that red Commodore gets to the line here. But let's enjoy this one with Francois Habib in the old Tasman motorsport car. got nothing to do with them these days. This is all about Francois, and he drives it hard all the way down to the line. Drives it hard, puts it away wet, and heads off to the next race weekend. Takes the win there in the Commodore. Francois Habib, an emphatic victory over the rest of this field. 16 seconds last time around. And here comes Ben McLeod, and absolutely no slouch here as well. Really great drive. I'm going to say for the last 2 seasons there for Ben, he's just been driving, ticking the boxes. Each time he goes out on track, he gets faster, and that is the methodical way about going about it. Cam McKee, he'll have a good spring in his step as he heads up for the 10-hour drive to Bathurst, towing the race car up there and enjoying that weekend. So he gets the last step on the podium for the last race for the weekend. William Timms home in the marked car there, and Graham Gilliland is the next car on track with Vin Stenter. And we look to Baines and Lovegrove here. A couple of Datsuns battling it out. And they're battling it out for 8th and 9th
no, Graham
on the road.
Gilliland slowed down on the final approach to the front straight, just as you've called it. And he's just dropped a couple of spots there, unfortunately.
Gee, I don't think he's going to make it to the line at that rate. He's got to go up a bit of a hill here. So McKee gets home. Then we've got Tim's Stenter and Michael Luff home in 6th place. That's a great drive. I tell you what, Greg, there's some. That's a really nice result sheet for sports sedans, isn't it? There's some people, some newcomers, some people that have tried really hard. They've stayed true to their program. Preparation.
Graham Gilliland did make it across the line there. Yeah.
He did in 9th place. He gets to the line.
I wonder whether he might have run out of fuel using the 20B rather than the 13B over 10 laps.
Well, they've still got the little tank in it. Maybe they need to, that's the next modification. Here it is, confirmation. Francois Habib takes the win. What a fantastic result there in the Groove Train Eastland Sports Sedans. Ben McLeod second, and the number 72. It can't be too long before he takes a race win. Cam McKee's going to keep him honest on the way to that race win too in the number 44 Falcon there. William Timms there, Venerio Stenter, Vin to his friends, and we roll off the timesheet there. David Shaw was the last of the finishers, as we have the 944s, our last race for the weekend, rolling down. Greg, thank you so much for your time here today.
Thank you, Darren. It's a pleasure as always.
We wish you all the best with your parts arriving from the USA, and see you maybe at Island Magic.
Hopefully Island Magic. Yep, that's
excellent.
the next event on my agenda.
We're going to take a quick break here at the 888 Homelands Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship, and back with the 944s. See you in a moment.
We love chatting to new competitors in the Victorian State Race paddock, and we have alongside Jared Campione, who's jumped into a 944 for the first time this weekend, but it's actually your first ever race meeting ever. Yep. What's the experience like?
Very overwhelming. It's overwhelming. It's first time on the track, first time driving the car. See how we go. Yeah.
What drew you to Porsche 944s in the VSRS paddock?
Got a couple of mates here and have been pushing me in doing it. So Adam and Manny have been trying to get me into it for a couple of years now, so finally wrote me in. So yeah.
So now you got your first taste of racing a 944 at the VSRS. Are you here to stay?
Oh yeah, hopefully, as long as I do good and don't crash. But yes, yeah, 100%.
And finally, how's everyone been welcoming in terms of just bringing you into the community?
Great. It's awesome bunch of blokes. It's awesome. Could never have imagined more welcoming, team. So it's been good. It's great.
Awesome stuff. Thank you, Jared Campione.
Thank you. Cheers.
Welcome back trackside here. The last race for the 888 Home Loans, round 5 of the Victorian State Race Series for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Cars rolling out on track now. The 944s, the 1800 Lasagna 944s. Darren Smith's right alongside me, a guy that is absolutely sweating Porsche. You can see the droplets. They've got that little logo on them as they come off his brow. Jack Atley, final race for the day, and we've saved arguably the best for the last race of the day.
Good afternoon, Darren. Good afternoon, world. What a fantastic place to be. Yep, there's
I'm John Laws. Good afternoon, world.
Well, in the words of John Laws, but there is people watching from all around the world because, of course, it is live and free to air on Blendline TV on one of the world's best racetracks, and we've got as you said, Daz, a race coming up which, in our opinion, in the words of Vanessa Williams, have saved the best till last. Chris Lewis-Williams, the Baron of Manila, leading off the field from the front row again. He's leading the championships at the moment. He's in a pretty comfortable position and he's happy with things. I spoke to Chris not long ago. He's just controlling things as best as he possibly can because he knows he's got a four-time champion in Cameron Balla sitting right alongside him. The Black Widow Spider, Adam Brewer, coming out of number 3. He's had a great weekend, and we got a little bit caught up in race 2 with some incidents, so the guys I know are hoping for a good, clean race as the final race of the weekend. El Presidente, Taipan Mark Torbitz, coming out of position 4 as well. Joey opposite lock. Joey Callock's had a good weekend, and he was complaining a little bit about understeer and that sort of stuff on his car, but he's doing well. He's coming out of 5. Michael Westaway, great to see him back in the category and again performing really, really well in the top 6. Tony Westaway comes out just beside him with Josh Brisbane in the beautiful green machine, number 56 in my opinion, as I've said. Arguably, I think the best looking car on the grid. That is a stunning machine, and if you ever get a chance to have a look at it up close, check out a beautiful 944 there with Josh Brisbane. Carter Fox, the Prince, comes out of position number 10, so he dropped a couple of spots, but he's having a good clean run and just really getting through the weekend as well. He's had a couple of starting issues in that car, which he just clutch feel, etc. He was telling me earlier today, but he's got a really fast car and he's a great young fast car driver, so look out for Carter during this race. Keith Mariner, English expat, he knows the track very, very well in his experience. Jared Campione on debut, again having a really solid weekend for someone who's come out at a pretty intimidating racetrack. The Boss, Tony Andrzejewski, comes back into the category, followed by Johnny Venoris. Good to see Johnny back out there again. Manny Manaselma had an off in race 2 with Lyndon Watson, so they found the gravel at turn 1, which is the fast part of this circuit, and Jimmy Mitchell rounds out the field in the number 46 Martini liveried car.
Cars making their way nicely down in formation onto the grid. Let's see if they can do it Formula One style. Please, no one talk about the Japanese Grand Prix until the end of today. We've missed it, obviously. We don't want to know the result.
Speaking of which, sorry, just to interrupt, Mark Verdino, a quick shout out to Mark Verdino, who is an invited guest at the Japanese Grand Prix this weekend, so that's why we're missing him from the 944 championship round.
Geez, I tell you what, you move in some circles, don't you, mate?
Oh,
That's,
mate, I mean, this is global category, mate, here. You know, if we're not here, we're at the Japanese Grand Prix in Suzuka, mate.
That's exactly right. Yep. So, well, there you go. If you've got a bit of insomnia at Louisiana, a big shout out to you tonight, or 1:30 in the morning over there. Thanks for joining us here at the 888 Home Loans Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. If you want your mortgage checked out, get in touch with 888 Home Loans. They'll give you a health check on it and make sure you get the very best deal possible. Tell them you heard all about 888 Home Loans at the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, and we're away for the last race of the day.
Cam Bella, great start off the line there. Cam looks like he's just going to take the lead. He's going to be on the outside of the very fast turn 1. Which will give him the inside for turn 2. Chris Lewis-Williams, the Baron of Manila, slots in just behind him with the Black Widow Spider. Adam Brewer slotting into 3rd. Mark Torbitz, you'll see him in the blue Poolmaster car, usually run by Andrew Jackman. Jacko's still coming back from a shoulder injury, so El Presidente there, biding his time, slotting into 4th, and Joey Callock taking up 5th position.
Cars streaming out of turn 2, the long run down hill here to turn 3, sweeping around to the left here. Have a look at this change of position down the back of the field there. Was that Tony Andrzejewski making a move there. But I'll tell you what, Bella is doing a move on CLW, the Tyre Power Vanilla franchise guy who leads the field. Just shows Campbell the wide way around. Here's what Bella uses. Gee, he's a thinking race car driver. He's gone wide at Siberia. What that gives, and we'll see the result in about 3 corners time, flows the car better and he'll have better speed at the top of Lukey Heights. Let's see if he can use that to make a pass on our race leader. Here comes the Don Watson transport entry, making his way through the field now. And that's Lyndon Watson carving him up, trying to push to the front of this field.
Yeah, very experienced racer, Lyndon Watson. You bang on the mark there, Daz. What Campbell was trying to do is get as close as he possibly can right on the bumper of Chris Lewis-Williams, all the way up that long back straight, because as they head now towards turn 12, which is one of the fastest corners on the track, they want to take advantage of the slipstream down this long Gardiner straight. Now, friends in America who are watching, if you haven't been to the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, it's one of the longest and fastest straights. So the key here is to tuck in front of the car behind, take advantage of the slipstream, and then really try and nail the position, as Ads Brewer does that going into turn 1 here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit.
He looks to the inside of Campbell, and it's a good move if you can make it stick. But problem is it puts him wide at turn number 2, and that's not going to give you the best drive. Maybe if it was a front-wheel drive car, you could take advantage of it. But at the moment, all he's doing is covering more real estate than Campbell, and that will affect his positioning of the car. Bella runs wide there, nicely flowing the car. That's what it's all about. Keep the flow, keep it nice and smooth. Ease your way through the gearbox as fast as you possibly can. There's a juxtaposition, isn't it? Ease it nicely through as fast as you can.
Well, exactly. But a good point that you did touch on there, Daz, was this is a front-engine Porsche. So there's a fair bit of weight over the front of the car. However, they're beautifully balanced. They're magnificently balanced cars. It's one of the great key aspects of a Porsche 944. And in fact, it's why they're the fastest one-make category we've got in the State Series at the moment. They're great through corners. So you can really pick up some mid-corner speed. That's what the front guys do really, really well. It's what Chris Lewis-Williams, who leads this race, Cam Bella there in the Aqua car, and Adam Brewer sitting in behind, and in fact Mark Torbitz as well. What they do really, really well is flow the car over these long, winding corners and keep the mid-corner speed up.
Certainly was the initial idea, well, the remaining idea of the front-engine Porsches was to have that 50-50 weight split. They run a transaxle as opposed to having a gearbox sort of the front and middle of the car. It's out the back there, so you've got the engine at the front, the weight of the gearbox and transaxle out the back there. It gives it a 50-50 weight split. Very similar to the BMW E30s. They have a very similar, I guess, philosophy when they made those cars, was to give that balance of the car, and ultimately it eventuated in the 968 CS, which was an absolute amazing race car in production trim. We've got a car slowing.
It's a shame there for Tony. It looks like Tony Westaway has had an issue. He's pulling over to the left there down this long Gardiner straight. That's a shame for Tony Westaway, but he's pulling out beside the field. We've got Michael Westaway.
Michael Westaway's gone back a spot too to Carter Fox down the straight that time as well.
Great to see. Carter's picked up 2 or 3 positions there as well. He's actually having a great run this round. He loves this circuit, Carter Fox. Still a relatively young guy, but really coming on as a race car driver. He's in a quick car, and he's picked up 2 or 3 positions already ahead of the experienced Josh Brisbane and Keith Mariner back in 9th. Tony Andreski's made up some positions there as well. He's up now into the top 10. So, of course, there's always such close racing in the Porsche 944 category. That's why we love it. But in a one-make category, this is what you're going to get. And when you get a bunch of guys who are all going as hard as they possibly can in a one-make series, this is where you get such close, tense racing.
Tony Andreski there in the number 27 car, trying his hardest to try and make up some spots there at the moment. Sitting down there just inside the 10, Keith Mariner is wanting to watch himself as they come around Lukey Heights this time. There's the 27, and the seat time car is now under fire. Number 64, Mariner. And in behind was the fast-charging Lyndon Watson in the first opening stanza of this race. That first 3/4 of a lap was very, very quick, making up spots, but he's found a bit of opposition here in Tony Andreski. Tony's been flying under the radar here this weekend. He's just been ticking away at it. Hasn't drawn our attention in any way, shape or form, but now inside the 10, wanting to make that stick as we go back to the front of the field here. Chris Lewis-Williams, Cameron Bella sets him up from a long way back. That happened coming out of MG. He set his run all the way onto the straight, and Bella just getting through there. There was no way Chris Lewis-Williams could have held that off except for to jag over in front of him, and that's not what Chris Lewis-Williams is all about. He wants to have the battle out on the track and continue on running. Have a look at Brewer. He is now looming huge in these two guys' mirrors as he looks to the inside, says, no, I'm brave, but I'm not about to do the dive bomb down there.
Yeah, it is an absolute three-way fight, and I wouldn't discount El Presidente, Mark Torbert's there in the Paulmaster entry, just sitting off the top three. But you can see how close and how tight these guys, they are literally inches away from each other, and it's a bit hard to see or appreciate on the screen just how quickly these guys are going from here all the way up from what we call Siberia Corner, and you can see the beautiful Bass Strait in the background there. These guys are flat to the board. You are flat through here, which is called the hay shed. Chris Lewis-Williams in the white car will look to duck on the inside there. Cambella holds it pretty tight. Here's your next problem. You've got the sun straight in your eyes as you come over the top of Lukey Heights, drop down, really steep decline down the bottom of MG Corner, flick it round to the right, get it up into fourth gear from third gear. From here you are flat to the boards, I can tell you, flat to the boards all the way round through turn 12 and all the way down the long straight.
Great shots right into the face of Chris Lewis-Williams here. He's got the blue Iridian visor down, and I think he's actually flicking that up as he's coming down the straight, because it creates quite darkness as we go down into turn number 1, and Sue down there at the moment, but certainly had it down across Lukey Heights. Alongside now, doing exactly what Bella did the last lap round. Adds Brewer, zags over to follow CLW through, and he's just left out of the running, mate, there. But CLW did a Cambella, didn't he? He lined him up, got a great run onto the straight there. It's just a shame that that manoeuvre isn't about 300 further back, because coming to the line at the checkered flag is where it gets pretty spicy. Lyndon Watson now through on Keith Mariner, or is he? Keith Mariner holds strong, grabs the brakes. Lyndon Watson streams on through in the Don Watson Transport outfit. The seat time car number 64 now has got the 27 attacking. He wants to get through just like Lyndon Watson did. Tony Andrzejewski filling the mirrors of Keith Mariner. Still 3 laps now. He's been sitting right in behind the seat time car.
Yeah, he loves the circuit, Tony Andrzejewski. We lost him marginally to the Porsche Michelin GT3 Challenge Series up in Brisbane the last round, so it's great to see the boss back in the category again. He loves his category as well. But you touched on a great point there, Daz, about all three fighting so hard as we watch Michael Westaway there screaming out of Siberia Corner. Great to see Michael coming up again on Carter Fox. Now, keep an eye on young. I keep saying young Carter Fox. He's probably not that young. Well, he's relatively young, but he's really come on leaps and bounds. We call him the Prince because he's following in the footsteps of King Richard. So he's a really exciting young race car driver, and that car is an ex-John Kennedy car. So we know that's a race-winning car.
The car was a front runner, wasn't it?
Absolutely, and so Carter's plying his trade, but this is good pressure he's absorbing there from a really experienced campaigner in Michael Westaway. So great to see the cars glistening in the stunning afternoon sunlight of Phillip Island.
A brain wave of Dennis O'Keefe over 20 years ago is this series here in Australia, and the guy from a Porsche part, the godfather of this series. Now they emblazon the factory logo across the window. Support from Porsche Cars Australia. It is an official part of the Porsche pyramid, which ultimately ends up at Super Cup. And, well, we saw Matty Campbell make his way through from a Class B car in the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge into a Class A car, then into Carrera Cup, and now a full-time race car driver with a Porsche contract, I'm going to say, for the next 30 years.
Without a doubt, and doing quite well, actually. Had a win the other day in America, Matty Campbell. Of course, yeah, it is the first serious stepping stone on the Porsche pyramid. Adds Brewer there taking a little bit of a wide turn coming into coming out of Honda, because he really wants to get the dry up all the way along back straight. But you're right, yeah, it's the first serious stepping stone on the Porsche global pyramid. You are racing Porsche thoroughbred race cars. These cars were made for Le Mans originally, so they're fantastic cars to drive, and there's a real driving style, and it's why the guys at the front, and you can see these regular guys at the front, Cam Bella in the blue number 55, Chris Lewis-Williams right behind him. Ads Brewer, the Black Widow Spider, sitting in right behind him, third place. It's why they're good all the time. They do the same things very, very well and consistently well, and they know how to flow the car. Campbell has gone out fairly early, I would say. When you look at the times, though, like how close is the racing? I mean, it's amazing. If you look at the actual times of these top three, they are literally inches off each other. You've got Chris Lewis-Williams, who's sitting there on a 150.4. Cam Bella's on a 150.6, and Ads Brewer's 150.9. So they're virtually identical lap times within a couple of tenths of a second. This is where you can just get the advantage. Chris Lewis-Williams will duck onto the inside, which is fine, except Cam Bella knows,
doesn't want to give up the real estate.
And he knows that if he sticks on the left, he's going to just take that position back on turn 2. This is just the one-mate category at its best. So this
is really cool. In fact, what we're seeing is back down through the field. At the moment, Brewer has done the fastest lap in the race in P3 at a 150.17. But behind them, Joey Kellogg, Michael Westerway, Lyndon Watson and Drevsky. All these guys are setting personal bests. Ideal conditions today, cool air temperatures, beautiful sunshine, track temp up, absorbing all of that temperature. And these guys, and that's great. I love seeing a screen where there's green sectors there. That means everyone's improving.
Absolutely, exactly right. I mean, this is really perfect conditions for these kind of cars, and you can see that is producing such stunning racing. These guys are literally inches off each other. You're at well over 230 kilometres an hour as you head up towards this long back straight at Phillip Island. We call this
which really isn't straight.
No, exactly.
It goes left for a long way, and it goes right for a long way, and then it goes back left now for a long way.
That's right. It feels fairly straight because you're just flat to the boards the whole way. You're not lifting. You're lifting as you come over the top here of Lukey Heights. Again, that sun is right in your eyes, so you've got to be careful of that. And Cambella's just ducking in again.
I do like the way Cambella doesn't take on that braking duel. He just sets himself up for the run down to turn 1 for the passing manoeuvre.
Yep.
I'm going to say we've got another 2 laps to go, maybe 3 actually. We're coming around. Time remaining 50 seconds. Yeah, we'll get around this lap.
It is.
And then we'll get the last lap board.
It is a high-speed game of chess, I would say, and that's what these front 2 guys have. A look at them literally side by side as they go down the Long Gardener Straight here at Phillip Island. You're touching on 230 kilometres an hour as you're heading to turn 1. Chris Lewis-Williams, again, sticks to the inside because he wants to keep Bella out to the left, but this time Chris knows that he needs to get across to the left to block Cam Bella, who's a 4-time champion. But he's sort of running out of time here a bit. If he's going to have a crack, he's going to have to do it pretty quickly.
Here's the gap back from our leading trio to the Joey Kellogg, 1-800 Lasagna. There he is. He is currently sitting 5th on the road. Mark Torbert's just up ahead of him there, but he's got the track pretty much to himself, Joey Kellogg, at the moment. He's got a good 3-second advantage over Michael Westerway. Mark Torbert's is another 3 or 4 seconds up the road there. So the 1-800 Lasagna man sitting in P5, you'd have to suggest that that's pretty much where he's going to sit there. Great to see the Cape Barren geese haven't left trackside down there on the run down into Siberia. They've had a great view all day long. They've just been standing there watching the cars go past. They get a bit upset when there's a long recovery and they just want the action out on track, but great to see the Cape Barren geese. Great fans of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship, the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Race Series.
Not a bad place to call home, is it?
It's not too bad at all when a day like today. I tell you what, when it's howling in the corner that they're standing next to got its nickname Siberia, it's not such a great
different
place.
Story.
A different day, a different time of the year, isn't it?
No, exactly. But I mean, as a race car driver, you just absolutely love coming to this place. It is just one of the best tracks to drive. The drivers all love it because it's fast and flowing circuit, and on a beautiful
that looks
afternoon.
like Lyndon Watson, late news. Lyndon Watson looks to be stopped underneath the bridge.
Right, that's a tough weekend for Lyndon with 1 lap to go. I dare I say it does. I reckon we've got 1 more lap. We might get a last lap, or we might get 2 in, actually. But
I reckon if the guys in the Blendline TV van open the back door and pop their heads out, they'd be able to see it better than we can at the moment. But I reckon that's Lyndon Watson parked up down there.
That is Lyndon. Unfortunately, he had an off in race 2 as well, so he's had a pretty tough weekend back in the category, Lyndon.
Oh, have a look at this. This is what we want.
Yeah.
Put your glasses down, ladies and gentlemen, or pick them up, whichever way it is you want to celebrate or concentrate on what's before you. Ads Brewer looks to the inside now. There's fight left in him. He's going to run down into turn 3. He's going to go up the inside of Cambella. Cambella's not concerned about that because he's going to have to go a long, long way around as Chris Lewis-Williams comes over. He sees the move coming on there. Ads Brewer leaves it to the sun setting to show his card, and this is half a lap left to go. He comes alive in the AVI technology car.
I reckon we've got a 1.5 laps to go, but Ads Brewer is starting to throw everything at these two front-running guys.
Definitely last lap.
This is last lap. We've had confirmation this is last lap, so he knows he's got to get ahead of Cam Bella, because Bella is going to throw everything straight back at him, as he does through there. He goes through the Hayshed corner. Chris Lewis-Williams just trying to stay calm in front, but how close is this racing with half a lap to go? It's the Baron of Benalla leading from Cameron Bella, the Black Widow Spider. Adam Brewer throwing everything at Cam Bella, inches off the bumper of the Cam Bella there. Can he do it? 1 to 2 more corners to go. Let's see how he goes.
Right on the back door of the 55 is Ads Brewer. I get the feeling, Jack, it might be the next time we go racing that we get him up another spot into P2.
Yep.
But boy, he's got a wealth of just so much confidence coming to him as Chris Lewis-Williams takes another win over Cam Bella and Adam Brewer, separated by 0.3 of a second in the 1-800 Lasagna Porsche 944s. And here comes Joey Kellogg to the line. He'll come home in P5. Mark Torberts drove the Poolmaster car home, the number 22, position number 4. The 1-800 Lasagna guy himself. Great to have him on the racetrack. Joey Kellogg, Michael Westerway to Carter Fox, Josh Brisbane. Some pretty serious battles all the way through that race there, Jack Atley.
Always fantastic racing in the 944 categories, so keep an eye on it, ladies and gentlemen, because it's probably the closest racing we've got almost in our series here in Victoria. It's always fantastic racing. Never
Here it is, final results.
fast
Chris
through,
Lewis-Williams to Cam Bella, Adam Brewer, Mark Torberts, Joey Kellogg 5, Westaway, Fox, Brisbane and Dresky, Mariner rounding out the 10 there. Then it's Camponi, Matty Menezelma, John Venoris, Lyndon Watson parked up, Tony Westaway parked up, Jim Mitchell didn't start. A very big thank you, Jack Atley, for your time this weekend. A very big thank you to everyone down in the Blendline TV van, our officials right around the track. Can't wait to see you all at the 888 Home Loans round number 6, Calder Park, October 28 and 29. We'll see you then.